Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 7. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 11. The Lonely Archer. Chapter 150. Sakurai Tuya and Hinajuku Soyo. 1. Soyochan and me, we're childhood friends. Our houses were right next to each other, and we'd been playmates for as far back as I can remember. And at some point, I'd even fallen in love with her. I'd confessed my feelings in my junior year in kindergarten, and promised her that we'd get married in my senior year. Too precocious? Not at all. I was completely serious. Back then, and still now. In the end, be it in elementary school or middle school, I ended up confessing to her over and over again. And every time I did, she readily replied, "I love you too." Ah, I must be the luckiest guy in the world. Since I've had the absolute privilege of being together all my life with the girl I love, my one and only. Soyochan and me, we were so in sync with our feelings for each other. But despite that, despite how real life isn't some cheap romance novel, we had our problems. I first started noticing these problems in my 3rd year of elementary. Boys and girls begin segregating a little starting at kindergarten, but come elementary, this goes into overdrive. Boys start playing amongst boys, and girls chatter amongst girls. And between all that separation, what'd happen when one boy keeps sticking to a girl, Soyochan, anywhere and everywhere? Tuya, I saw you with Hinajuku. Me, I saw those two, holding hands. Holy moly, are you two dating? When they teased me like this, the pathetic brat of a kid that I was, of all things, felt embarrassed. I broke under the inquisitive gazes of everyone in class, and under the pressure from the boys who jeered at me. So, you think it couldn't get worse? Soyochan, I'm not going home with you anymore, I told her. Man, if I had a time machine, I swear I'd go back to me at that very moment and sucker punch that brat. I still regret it. It was the worst mistake I'd made in my life. I distanced myself from Soyochan just to satisfy that sort of meaningless embarrassment. I'd made her sad. It was only after 3 days that I'd come to know that Soyochan cried because of me. Sorry, Soyochan. I'm so sorry. I love you. Soyochan, I love you forever. I cried and begged with my life for her forgiveness. I cried as if trying to squeeze anything fluid out of my body. I later heard that I was crying so hard, Soyochan's parents were in a bit of panic about me. Anyway, she forgave me. Soyochan is so kind. I was only forgiven because of her profuse and bountiful kindness. Thereafter, I swore to myself that I'd firmly oppose anyone who dared get in our way. Hell to the rumors, hell to the haters, and hell to the pools of jealousy. My love for Soyochan will prevail. Once I set my mind on it, I never backed down. Ah, the hell Tuya, you're still hanging with Hinajuku? You really wanna date someone that but ugly? I'll fucking kill you. No mercy. No mercy to any enemies of my love. No mercy to anyone who insults my Soyochan. Luckily, I'd hit puberty fast. I was also better than average at sports. No way I'd lose in some elementary school brawl. I had a lot more at stake. Love, that was my greatest source of strength. And yet, Soyochan, my kind-hearted, infinitely caring Soyochan even went so far as to worry for me. Tuya-kun, please, don't get into fights because of me. I know I'm ugly, so. Oh no you're not. You're the cutest girl in the world, Soyochan. To me, there's only you. I can't even look at any other girl. But Tuya-kun, you're so handsome. Someone like me, I don't even suit you. I'm the one who isn't good enough for you. Soyochan was the best, the cutest, the kindest, simply the best. I was working hard every day so I could become at least worthy of standing beside such an outstanding girl, so I could be worthy as her boyfriend. I worked out and studied hard. I even learned stuff about fashion, something I previously had no interest in, so I could look good to her. All that hard work should have done something. Thank you. But me and you being an item, actually, some girls get jealous you know. So, don't worry so much. I don't care if people say stuff about me. But, you. Damn it, I just want to be with you. Why can't they understand that? I'll be with you too. So don't worry, I'll be fine no matter what they do. I was getting diabetes with how sweet she was. I would have personally enjoyed giving hell to anyone who tried to mess with our love, but getting into too much trouble was a sure way to make Soyochan sad. Can't do that. The thing about a relationship, I realized, maybe in junior high, that it wasn't just about the two of us, but also involved the people around. It's a sensitive age. Everyone gets really worked up about dating and all that despite still being kids. Guess I should count myself lucky. My heart was already set in stone. Soyochan told me how she'd seen this stuff happening with upperclassmen, so I'd already made sure to learn how to best avoid stepping into the so-called confession pitfalls. Once junior high starts, love literally explodes, especially for girls. And these chicks I maybe talked to once started coming on to me. I was confessed to, many times. So many of these, bitch, do I even know you, type girls. I was a normal kid, just a bit taller than the other boys, somewhat okay at sports, and scored a little above average in grades. I didn't think my face was particularly handsome, and if they did find me good looking, it was probably because of my hair that I styled up to look better. As for my clothes, I just had to wear things that suited my figure and it looked decent. I actually got disgusted how these girls would flock to a guy just because he was a slight cut above the rest. These brainless thoughts, they never even tried to find true love. But I couldn't just lay out all my thoughts when these bitches came confessing. I had to turn them down gently. Women, oh creatures of envy they are. If I told them that I liked Soyochan, so fuck off, there was a 100% chance that they'd bite back at Soyochan. Bitch please, not only do you not see how much of an ugly creature you are, but you go so far as to get jealous of the cutest girl ever. Stupid, just plain ugly and stupid. But that's women for you. Meaning, Soyochan wasn't a girl, she was a goddess. It was a matter of getting used to. Once the confessions went into the double digits, I was getting pretty good at turning them down. Well, at least they didn't fly into a rage or start wailing anymore. Like that, I'd somehow made it past junior high. Once I got in high school, everything seemed to calm down, like they'd gone past the phase of blind love and all that mess. Kids had started forming more solid couples, boldly as if proclaiming, look at us, we're dating. You could say I was finally about to catch a break. Wow, that Soma-kun, he looks like an idol. Soma Yuto, it was towards him that I first felt the meaning of the word jealousy. Ever since that incident in 3rd grade, I'd put in my utmost effort to become a man worthy of Soyochan. I could even boast that I was near the top among the attractive boys in class. But Soma Yuto was something else. His looks he was born with, and then, there was that aura on him. He was so damn handsome, it was like he came right out of a TV show, like a fictional character described as incredibly beautiful. I was damn jealous. And damn worried too. Wait, Soyochan, don't tell me you. But I still think you're the best, Tuya-kun. That's why you're my boyfriend. Soyosihan. You mean it. You really, really mean that, right? You do, don't you? Alright, I don't need to be jealous of Soma Yuto anymore. That guy was someone I myself didn't think I could hope to match. But Soyochan said I was the best, that's all that mattered. I didn't have to be the best in the world. I just needed to be the best for Soyochan, that's all I cared about. Hey Soyochan. Anyone else seem like that? Please forgive my gutless self for asking you this. Anyone else, like Tendao-kun? He's pretty popular with the girls too. Tendao Ryuichi. Right, he's got the stuff too. He was better than me at least. I was someone who'd somehow slipped into the handsome group after lots of hard work, after all. He was the only other guy who'd be on par with Soma Yuto. But, he's kinda scary. Yup, he is. You're not someone to get involved with those delinquent types. Don't you worry, if anything happens, I'll protect you, be it from Tendao, or the 4 kings of Black High. Anyone else? I was getting annoying, I know. Other than those 2, I think you'd be the most popular. You're, actually a hot topic among the girls. Harumph, who cares what other girls consider their hot topic? Soma Yuto and Tendao Ryuichi can collect all those groupies for all I care. And then, I could flirt with my sweet Soyochan without reserve. Ah, there is one more I guess. Well, it's Momokawa-kun. Momokawa, isn't he that short dude who pretty much looks like a girl? Don't tell me, Soyochan, you're not into that, are you? Momokawa-kun, you see, he's got a really cute and girly face and, honestly, he looks a lot better than me. I didn't think I'd even lose to a boy in looks. Soyochan suddenly had this dark aura about her. What the hell, Momokawa? You dare use that cute face of yours to mess with my Soyochan's delicate pride as a girl. I should make plans to snipe him one moonless night. So, yeah, Tuya-kun. What about you? Any interesting girls? None at all. There were actually a lot of attractive girls in our class. Starting with Soma Yuto's little sister, Soma Sakura, there were a number of them whom I wouldn't be surprised if they appeared on magazines and TV. But I was only speaking objectively about their looks, nothing else. Soyochan, you're my one and only. Fufu, you too, my one and only, Tuya-kun. We connected lips, as if natural. We'd already had our first kiss way back in kindergarten. In elementary, we did it sometimes. No, actually, quite a few times. But the first kiss we shared while mutually acknowledging our love was probably sometime in junior high. Ever since then, I'd kissed Soyochan fully aware of my desire for her. Every single time, my heart pounded as if it wanted to break out. I love her, I love her, I love her Samuk. Ah, I love you. I was born only to meet you. I'm alive only to be with you. I'll be with you. Forever, forever. So. Ha. Soyochan. The first thing I did after waking up in this abhorrent dungeon was search frantically for Soyochan. With the little calm I had remaining, I decided that I'd need all the strength I could get, and quickly dealt with receiving my job. I got the job, archer. Of course I did. I'd been doing archery club since elementary. It wasn't anything serious, Soyochan started doing it, so I simply followed. But since I was doing the same thing as her, I had to make sure I did it well. I took club very seriously. I'd like to think I got good too. Not national level, but pretty good. But what use is an archer without a bow? My equipment from club. That was all obviously in the club storeroom. Soma Sakura was the weird one for bringing her bow and quiver to class. If I knew this would happen, I would have taken them from her, by force if need be. No, well, the classroom was crumbling away and all I could do was hug Soyochan tight so we wouldn't be separated. Shit, she was there, right there in my arms. I lost consciousness in the darkness after the classroom was no more. Must have let her go then. Please, just let her land close by. Kia. Soyochan. A scream. I recognized it. Why wouldn't I? I could tell it was her, absolutely. I ran as fast as my feet would carry. I ran to my girlfriend, my most precious, my one and only, my Hinajuku Soyo. Tuya-kun and I, we're childhood friends. Our houses were right next to each other, and we'd been playmates for as far back as I can remember. And at some point, I'd even fallen in love with him. He confessed to me in junior kindergarten. Soyochan, I love you. I love you too. I confirmed in a grin. I was so happy. I was a girl who had learned the joy of mutual love at a very tender age. Quite a luxury, if I do say so myself. Maybe that's why. I was ugly to the point where I felt shame to even dare to love a boy. Ah, the hell Tuya, you're still hanging with Hinajuku? You really wanna date someone that but ugly? This was in elementary school. A boy spoke this out loud in class, loud enough for all to hear. It was mean. But it was the truth. That boy wasn't trying to bully me or anything. He was actually trying to get friendly with Tuya. He didn't mean anything bad. Anyone else would think so too. Since Tuya-kun, he was already really cool. In elementary school, boys who were fast were the popular ones. And Tuya-kun was the fastest. He was always the anchor in our sports day relay races. He was everyone's hero who always got first prize for the class. I remember this one time in 6th grade, the runner before him tripped and fell, putting his team dead last, but Tuya-kun was so fast, he passed all the others like the wind. Ah, Tuya-kun was so cool back there. Ah, wait, now's not the time to reminisce about him. Well, anyway, Tuya-kun was really popular. He had this daring look in his eyes, and with a perfect straight nose and defined face, along with his fast growth, he was quickly gaining all the attractive features of a young man. He was tall and slender, but still had quite a bit of muscle and knew how to use it. He wasn't just fast, he was great at any sport. Not to mention the school tournaments, he was the hero there too. If Tuya-kun was there, we'd win for sure. He was so cool and handsome. If a boy like that won the game, and then, still covered in sweat, made that bright, refreshing smile that boys made, well, any girl would instantly fall for him. But that smile of his was always directed at me. That made me happy. I felt so happy. But that wasn't all I felt. Someone like me, someone so ugly like me, was monopolizing someone as wonderful as Tuya-kun. I had these narrow eyes, and a round, eggyish face. My nose was low, and my hair was always frizzy like seaweed. I guess I could say I had good, well-formed teeth, but that's it. As for my body, don't get me started. My chest was so small, I sometimes doubted if a bra was necessary, and my legs were short too. At least I wasn't fat, that was good, right? That was me. That dull pebble from the roadside of a girl. And Tuya-kun, the boy who shined like a diamond, was directing all his affection towards me, and only me. And the result? Jealousy, jealousy, fierce storms of jealousy. Vilification and slander hailed down from all directions. Tuya-kun, you know those friends I had with me in junior high? Those cute girls, they weren't my friends at all. If they were with me, they could be with you. So they just had to pretend to be my friend. Hey bitch, break up with Tuya already. Don't you feel sorry Tuya-kun has to date an ugly bitch like you? Where's your phone? Call him right now, tell him you want to break up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I felt a lot more pathetic about my weak self than any hate I could have for those girls. Tuya-kun is my boyfriend. I couldn't even tell them that so they would back off. Because, in some corner of my mind, I was thinking. I was, always thinking. I kept thinking, Tuya-kun, isn't there someone better than me you'd rather love? I was neither cute, nor beautiful. I furthermore was not blessed with any talent that could counterbalance my lack of beauty, and nor did I have the brains to be categorized as intelligent. No beauty, no talent, and worst of all, weak. My heart was weak, I was inferior. If only my heart had just a little more strength. And if only I had a pinch more courage and confidence. Surely I would have boldly accepted all his love. I would have been happy. But I wasn't. I didn't have that tiny bit of the strength I so desired. They would say many awful things, but I couldn't talk back. I could only silently take it. No, this taking it wasn't so noble an act. I was simply at their mercy, letting them do as they pleased. I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, I just cried quietly, weak, pathetic me. Eventually, they'd had enough of that. They started confessing to him. They probably thought it'd be easy. I was the worst kind of girl, ugly in both heart and body. It'd be so very easy to steal a man away from someone like me. True, I was weak. But Tuya-kun was strong. In essence, no matter how cute the girl, he was quick to turn down every one of them. And every time he did I was. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I'm still his girlfriend. I was even ugly in relief. Here I was, doing nothing but counting on Tuya-kun's strength, relying on him. I was exactly as they said, the worst kind of girl. So, yeah, Tuya-kun. What about you? Any interesting girls? None at all. Soyochan, you're my one and only. Fufu, you too, my one and only, Tuya-kun. Once we'd entered Shiromine, most of that storm of malicious jealousy was gone. Must have been because of Soma-kun and Tendao-kun. They were a lot more popular than Tuya-kun. Most of the girls had their eyes on those two. Though, there were some who thought they were out of their league so tried to aim for Tuya-kun, who could be easily placed third in terms of looks. But even that was much more peaceful than our issues in junior high. Friends, I'd made real friends. Especially Nagai Yukiko-san, she's the best. She was a plain and quiet girl compared to many of the pretty ones in class. But Nagai-san, even though she was still much prettier than me, She actually wished for me and Tuya-kun to have a good relationship together. She was the first person my age to ever say that to me. Even when they had no interest in Tuya-kun, girls were bound to get jealous if someone as ugly as me were dating a super handsome guy like him. But mysteriously, Nagai-san wasn't like that at all. No, actually, it wasn't too much of a mystery. She simply had her heart set for another. Thing is though, that other turned out to be Higuchi-kun, and man is he scary. No, it's fine Nagai-san, I haven't told anyone about this, don't worry. At any rate, it was thanks to Nagai-san's friendship with me that I'd learned something very important. I still remember those words that shook me to the core. Hinajuku-san, what are you doing? You need to properly reciprocate Sakurai-kun's feelings. I'd finally been made to realize that I was only thinking about myself. That one line gouged at my heart deeper than any and all spite I was showered with in junior high. But once I realized it, I accepted it, acknowledged it, and finally, little by little, I began to better myself. Tuya-kun had grown far past me, both in heart and body. He'd turned into a charming young man, while I, ugly as I am, finally started thinking that I could put in the effort to at least try to get on his level. It was no time to keep despairing on my shortcomings. Tuya-kun had cherished me ever since we were children, and I had to reciprocate those feelings, give back to his love. This was not about whether I was worthy. If he wanted it, even right now, I was ready and willing to give my everything to him. So it wasn't scary, nor was it embarrassing. No, honestly, I was a little scared, and really, really embarrassed. I'd always heard that your first time hurts. But hey, why are you the one crying, Tuya-kun? But, I'm so happy, you're so gentle, Tuya-kun. My name is Hinajuku Soyo, Sakurai Tuya's girlfriend. I love him with all my heart, and would do anything for him. Can do anything for him. So please, God, if you're listening, please give me courage. Soyochan, don't worry. I'm here, I'll protect you. Summoned to another world. Scared and confused, I'd been attacked by monsters in this scary dungeon. These black, like cockroaches given human form, monsters had surrounded us. They were vile, ugly things, and had weapons like rusted knives or axes. When I screamed out in terror after seeing these things, Tuya-kun came. But really, it should be scary for him too. But, Tuya-kun you. It's okay, I'm fine. There were too many of them. These black monsters were short, had thin limbs, and didn't look too strong. But there were more than 10 of them, and everyone had a weapon. On the other hand, Tuya-kun was unarmed. He had on the same clothes he was wearing when we were ejected from the crumbling classroom. There was no way he could win like this. Bugiti, Guba, Garbura. The monsters had put us down as weak, helpless prey and laughed as they surrounded us even closer. It was as if they were joyfully considering how they'd torture and kill us. They weren't attacking just yet. But their rusted brown weapons could attack any time, finish us off in an instant. We'll die. We were going to die. I was so scared. But Tuya-kun dying, that was even more scary. I could care less about myself. I could die, whatever. Because all this time, Tuya-kun, he's loved me so much. If I had the power to let him survive, PPL please, work. Poison. I yelled, clasping my hands in prayer. I believed in the power I'd been granted. Boo, gare. Obh'd. And then, one of those monster close to Tuya-kun, the one with the knife, vomited blood as it collapsed. Poison, poison, poison. I just kept it yelling. It seemed to be a magic for poison. I just kept blasting with that one power. Uge. The monsters suffered and collapsed one after the other. Again, and again. My magic, it worked. Bugugu, Burugahh. But I was so focused on yelling out my magic, I was only looking in front of me. The monsters numbered in the double digits and had formed a circle around us, meaning many were behind me too. My spell, poison, only worked on one target for one shot. I could only beat them one by one, in order, and only if I could see them. Meaning, I couldn't deal with the monsters behind me. By the time I reacted to its fierce screech and hurriedly turned around, The axe-swinging monster was practically under my nose. "Don't you dare lay a hand on my Soyochan, fucking roach." In contrast to his chilling roar, an arrow swiftly and silently pierced itself inside the monster's head. Guh, gah. The monster wavered, with the axe still over its head, and plonked backwards to the ground. Haha. This'll be easy now that I have a bow. Tuya-kun had picked up a bow from one of the monsters I'd defeated with poison. He was laughing as he boldly held that flimsy little bow. "Wow, Tuya-kun, you're always so cool." As I was getting smitten yet again, the fight was already over. Phew, glad those arrows lasted. Yeah, this job thing really is something. I got 100% accuracy. Tuya-kun. You're safe, I'm so glad. I'm really sorry, Soyochan, I couldn't protect you right away. Actually, you ended up saving me. Now released from the fear and unease, we embraced each other and I started bawling. We really shouldn't have made ourselves so defenseless, but Tuya-kun didn't mind at all. As he'd always done, he hugged me back gently. Then, after I'd finally calmed down, I asked him, "Hey, so, you're an archer, now?" "Yeah, I am." In a way, this was inevitable. We'd been always doing archery club together, but I never improved. Basically, I sucked at it. On the other hand, Tuya-kun had talent. He was, after all, the only one in Shiromine who could even compare in skill to Soma-san. "So I guess you got a different job." Well you see, my job is, Soyochan, it's fine if you don't want to say, I understand. No, it's alright, I don't mind telling you at all. Come on, you're such a worrywart, Tuya-kun. Well, it's true I got a bit hesitant saying it out loud. It's kind of a weird one. I'm a shaman. Chapter 151, Sakurai Tuya and Hinajuku Soyo, 2. I'd been granted the job, archer. Sharp shot, improves the archer's ability to kill, raising both the power and accuracy of the bow. Detect presence, senses are improved to better find the enemy. Bowmaster, proof of one's gift in the art of bowmanship. From the looks of these starter skills, I'm basically no different from an ordinary person once without bow and arrow. At the time I came rushing to protect Soyochan from the troop of Goma surrounding her, it was a fact that I couldn't do a thing to protect her fundamentally because of my lack of such equipment. It was really lucky that one of the Goma my sweet Soyochan defeated happened to be using a bow. Now let's look at Soyochan, who really did carry us through that emergency battle. She's what seems to be called a shaman. Poison, induces poison onto the target. Enchant, the ability to bestow a spell's effects on items. Basic upgrade, can perform basic, simplified upgrades. Identify and solve. Disassemble and reconstruct. For any skill, you can get a better feel for its effects once you use it. I was glad that Soyochan's poison practically instant killed those Goma. If it was like in fantasy RPGs where poison is something that causes gradual damage, the Gomas would have surely overpowered us in no time while the poison was still in effect. It appears that magic in this Isekai is a really powerful thing. No, it must be because Soyochan is a genius in magic. After coming to this world, her hidden talent in the arcane was finally unlocked and she could wield mere poison as an instant death weapon. It's plausible, very plausible. Speaking of talent, I sort of wish they'd given her a more suitable job though. Let's see, like Saintus. Anyway, it looks like we have to make it deeper into the dungeon. That's right. We will be able to leave this place once we make it to the Divine Gate in the deepest part of this wretched dungeon. I want nothing more than to get Soyochan out of here as fast as I can. So we have to make it to this gate, no matter what. I feel like we have a long ways to go. Don't you worry, Soyochan. I promise I'll safely get us to the Divine Gate. I now had a bow. With this, Goma tier monsters were no match. I could down any number that came at me. This is not overconfidence, it's simple reality. Before making it to our first safe zone, a fairy square, we faced and defeated many Goma attacks. Among their ranks there'd be archers too, and the more I beat, the more arrows I could stock up. Although, I can't say much about the quality. Damn roaches, even cavemen made sharper arrowheads. Tuya-kun, I want to fight too. You can't, it's too dangerous, Soyochan. You did more than enough in that first fight with the Gomas. I'm very happy that you want to protect me, I really am. But, I want to protect you too, you know. My gosh. Soyochan, who's so timid, was saying she would still fight after that traumatizing experience. And in concern of my safety no less. Shit, don't cry. I can't cry from happiness just yet. But Soyochan, I'm scared to think if something happens to you. And I feel the same about you. Come on, Tuya-kun, I have a job too. Let's work together. If it's with you, I won't be scared to fight at all. I swear I'll be useful. Soyochan. I can't, the dam of tears burst. I was so moved with her courage, I couldn't bear being stubborn to her anymore. And I soon saw that she was in fact very useful in battle. Wow. It's a normal bow. Phew, the upgrade was a success. The first thing Soyochan did was use her basic upgrade to modify my shoddy Goma bow. About this upgrade ability, the caster can use their mana to freely manipulate their target object, it seems. It's sort of like an alchemist I read about in a manga. The shoddy bow was easily repaired, and we even threw in some wood from the walnut trees to modify and reinforce it. The end result was an awesome recurve bow. The old bow that the Gomas had made looked very simple compared to his new slightly M-shaped bow. I remember hearing that this type of bow could actually exert more power. Gone was the worn-down wood that seemed it would break any time. It now looked good as new. She'd also upgraded my arrows, and now they all had clean, sharp arrowheads. With the improved equipment, I was sure that its power, range, and accuracy had improved many-fold. And only an archer, that is, I, could bring out that full potential. Yeah, ranged really is the way to go. With Gomas, rather than a fight, it was more a one-sided massacre. I'd always detect them first using Detect Presence. A pack of Gomas usually numbered at 10. I could take down 3 of them before they'd even notice what was going on. And if they still couldn't decipher where they were being sniped from, I'd just be increasing my kill count. And once they did see me and start rushing in with weapons or shoot back, I'd be more than 100 meters away. My power as an archer allowed me to shoot while retreating backwards with surprising accuracy. I only had to calmly snipe any that got too close, and 10 angry Gomas would be 10 dead Gomas long before they reached me. As for the Goma archers, I could ignore them. I'm using the awesome short bow my Soyochan made for me. Any arrows from the shit bows they use simply wouldn't reach me from such a distance. And even if they got in range, with their amateur skill, they wouldn't hit anyway. Damn roaches, train some more before you come out hunting. Like that, we were moving deeper into the dungeon, easily taking down Gomas, wolves, and skeletons alike. Even with the occasional strong ones, those that wouldn't go down in one arrow. Poison times enchant. Once Soyochan made enchanted poison arrows for me. I could use the power of her unparalleled poison on those large body or tough skin types that my arrows lacked the power to pierce through. Let's take for example one such tough guy, our first boss monster. It was a giant skeleton carrying mace and shield. I'd headshot many skeletons before this, and every one of them had their skull pulverized with one arrow. But as for the boss skeleton, my direct headshots only caused a slight fracture. But Soyochan's technique of using enchant with poison worked on it. I don't know how it works, but the poison had an effect on this clearly bare-bones body. Soyochan also used poison directly, and the boss skeleton's movements became dull, its bones becoming weathered somehow. One shot there, and the boss broke very easily. Poison seems to have the effect of making bone brittle. Once I had a way of damaging it, it was game set. Before the boss skeleton came close enough with its mace, I'd already riddled it with enough arrows to make it fall. Phew, that could have ended badly if it wasn't for your amazing poison. No, you're the one who beat it, Tuya-kun. No, I. Actually, that's right, we could only do it with me and you together. I'd realized for the first time after fighting this boss that we couldn't defeat something like this if it was just me or just Soyochan. You're right, Tuya-kun. Foo, let's get better together. Of course, Soyochan, forever. Our dungeon capture was going well, though we had the occasional hard fight. Thinking back, we ended up getting a lot stronger from back when we started. Drill shot. Strengthens an arrow's piercing potential. Point wave. Changes an arrow's piercing potential into a shockwave. Meteor. Akin to a falling star, this brilliant shining attack is powerful enough to create a crater in the ground. With my bow-based battle arts increasing, I now had more powerful means of attack. Taking the same skeleton boss as example, with drill shot I could likely pierce right through it, and if I used point wave, I could break it from the inside. As for Meteor, this one somehow creates an explosion on impact. It's sort of like an ultimate move. When I attempt to use it, my bow becomes a lot harder to draw, and stays that way until I release. Soyochan said that it was because this skill uses up my mana. It's a lot like attack magic apparently. That bluish aura that shows up around the arrowhead really does make it seem like magic. And it really does shoot like a meteor, creating a brilliant streak of light and causing an explosion where it lands. It was sort of unbelievable for a single arrow to do something like that. Plus, I couldn't really use my stealth tactics with this. One shot, and every enemy would know my location. So Meteor gets used pretty rarely. Scout. Have better, sharper awareness of enemy positions. Instinct. Instinctively sense many kinds of danger with this sixth sense-like ability. These skills boosted my perception so much, it became practically impossible for the enemy to find me first. Scout was like an upgrade to detect presence while thanks to instinct, we could avoid traps and ambushes. These two skills made our journey much safer. Block presence. Move quietly and blend into the shadows by suppressing your presence. And with this skill, it became harder for monsters to find me after I got my first shots in. Those dumb gomers can't even see me anymore. Conceal form. Move in silence and become the shadows by completely erasing your presence. After repeated ambush tactics, the skill further improved, or should I say evolved, into a much more powerful conceal form. With this skill, monsters who were far superior to Gomer in detecting enemies would find it a lot harder to sniff me out. I suspected that the skill even hit my scent very well since those wolf or dinosaur-like monsters couldn't find me if I focused on hiding. I sort of felt like I was invisible with how well hidden I could become, but if I was out in the open without the skill active, they'd see me normally. It's only when I was sneaking around that these powers worked exceedingly well. I'd also gotten myself other support skills. Hawkeye. Clearly see things in the distance with eyes like a hawk. Wind sense. Feel the wind, improve accuracy. High walk. Run like a gale. Hawkeye felt as if I was looking through binoculars, and wind sense let me better calculate the trajectory of my arrows. My ability to ambush was now boosted much higher. And for emergencies, I have high walk that I can use to easily run away. Soyochan's light as a feather, so I can run carrying her just fine. Though, to say which skill is the most useful of the bunch, it'd definitely be Bowmaster, one of my starter skills that didn't seem to do anything at first. This skill actually affects my archery technique as a whole. I'd realized this fact after many battles had passed. It not only improved my accuracy, but also made me aware how to properly move if I were to run and shoot at the same time. It taught me how to multi-knock, shoot 2 or 3 arrows at the same time. I also understood how to cut the arrows fletching in ways that let me make arcing shots. The more I used the bow, the more targets I hit, the better this skill got. Rather than my skills correcting my movements, Bowmaster made me able to make the motions on my own. And while I was truly becoming a master of the bow, Soyochan was also growing in tandem. Cursemaker upgrade. Use your mana to ingrain curse magic upon basic upgrades. Thus begins the path into the taboo knowledge of the abyss. Once Soyochan got that slightly dangerous sounding skill, she proceeded to upgrade my bow into something jaw-dropping. Blackhorn bow. A large bow made with high-grade horns of an earth dragon. It had undergone blackening under the effects of curse magic. My weapon now was a large black bow made with the 2 large horns from a huge dinosaur-type boss monster called a Triceratops. This jet black, glossy bow that looked like it had been lacquered had actually become incomparably harder to pull than how it was when I first got it. I don't think normal people could use something like this. Soyochan tried, but she couldn't go past a couple centimeters. But I can use it naturally. I don't know if it's because of all the archery practice I get, or if it's an effect of Bowmaster, but I really felt that this large bow fit me perfectly. And one shot from this blackhorn bow was so powerful, It was hard to describe in few words. I shot a large boar with it since it came charging at me, and to my surprise, it pierced the animal's forehead, went straight through, came out of its ass, and lodged into a tree 100 meters further behind. This much power should allow me to one-shot most things within 100 meters. Though I'd have to use a battle art to do in something as tough as an armor bear. Small fry like Goma should go down from much more farther than 100 meters. This bow was like a death machine for low-tiered monsters. And that was all with normal arrows. Actually, Soyochan's curse-making did a lot more to my arrows than my bow. Poison arrow, a poisonous arrow enchanted with poison. Viola arrow, a more potent poisonous arrow enchanted with viola poison. Parise arrow, a paralysis arrow enchanted with parise. Black arrow, a blackened arrow. Blackening, basic corruption using black mana. First of all, we have viola arrow. It's an improved version of the poison arrow, and it makes poisoning large-bodied monsters much easier. But there did exist monsters that had resistances to poison, so that wasn't guaranteed to always do the trick. But resistance for poison didn't necessarily mean resistance to other ailments. There were cases where poison didn't work but parise did. And when both of those failed and the monster had really good defense, I'd use Black Arrow. Blackening, one of Soyochan's curse magics, had the power to strengthen things by pumping mana into them. Thanks to this power, my now black arrows were much tougher than before. With battle arts combined with black arrows, even piercing through the tough exoskeletons of rook spiders was easy as pie. It turns out that the blackening also had the sub-effect of amplifying the extra power unleashed when I use a battle art. Black Arrow with a Meteor was my highest output technique so far. She also made arrows where the tips would create various effects upon impact, something like grenade arrows. Blaze Ball, a ball filled with extremely flammable oil with an igniter made using a firestone. Smoke Ball, a ball with smoke inside. Poison Gas Ball, a ball with gaseous poison inside. Siesta Ball, a ball with the fog of siesta inside. All of the above were the size of tennis balls, and Soyochan had made them all using her upgrading talents. The arrows whose heads were replaced by these balls did fall in range and deadliness, but they were meant to be shot in the middle of a pack of monsters. These shots would fly in a big arc, and hit in precise spots where I could potentially bring them all down in one go. The siesta ball is especially useful since enemies don't even realize what hit them. It was thanks to this one that we could invade a Goma stronghold with relative ease. There was a castle that housed a huge boss Goma, the Gogma, but with a combination of Black Arrow and battle arts along with my trusty Blackhorn bow, that boss met its end with one clean shot to the head. After many trials, I thought we'd gotten very strong. I thought wrong. Teleporting out of the Goma castle, we'd arrived at an ancient ruined city, and once we began exploring it, we soon met an enemy that proved too much for us. Shit, arrows are useless. This enemy was a knight in full body armor with the inside completely empty. It was a monster known as a living armor. They held weapons of much higher grade than any skeleton and had ample technique in using them. Worse still, they were completely fearless and had monstrous defense. Skeletons had been at least affected by poison, which worked to make their bones brittle, but the magic did nothing to the living armor. That went the same for viola poison and parise. This type of monster seemed to have full immunity to bad status effects. Then we'll just have to do this the hard way. Their armors were strong but my arrows could definitely pierce them. And pierce them they did. But they did only that. A living armor literally didn't have any weak points. I could snipe its head off, and it just kept attacking like normal, and even if I pincushioned it, it didn't feel any pain at all. Heck, even an arrow to the knee did nothing. I'm used to aiming quickly and precisely at a monster's weak point like their head or whatnot, but these armors didn't seem to have any such points. Any damage I dealt was equal throughout. A living armor probably had the worst compatibility with my combat style. Tuya-kun, we need to run. I don't think the armors can be beat without some light-based magic. If we want to stop them, we need to break them to pieces. Yeah, I don't think Point Wave will do much good either. We'll have to run for now. I bet I could partially destroy one using Meteor with a Black Arrow. But living armors weren't exactly boss monsters. There were many troops of them wandering throughout the town, and I don't think I could defeat all of them. Now, Tuya-kun. Smoke. Soyochan cast a smoke screen for us, while at the same time, I shot a smoke ball arrow at the living armor troop currently on our tail. The black smoke quickly spread and sealed their ability to detect us. Now only their archer type could attempt to get a lucky shot. And no way would that happen. But it did. 8. Worst case scenario. An arrow flew through the curtain of smoke, and by pure chance, hit Soyochan. She was running away, and it struck her from the back. An arrowhead covered in Soyochan's blood was jutting out from her flank. Soyochan. Damn it. The moment I witnessed that arrow tearing her flesh, my head started to go blank. Tuya-kun. Don't stop. Have to run. Even when she must have been in extreme pain, Soyochan refused to scream and gave me that warning. She was right, of course. The troop of living armors were gaining on us. We didn't have time to waste. Ah, Soyochan, I'm smitten by your strength of heart. You even woke me up when my head stopped working seeing you hurt. Calm down, I can't panic, it's over if I panic. Hold tight, Soyochan. Sorry, Tuya-kun. I lifted up Soyochan and used high walk to retreat from there as fast as I could. It's good that living armors weren't all that fast on their legs. We'd been exploring this ruined town for the better part of a week now, and in that time, we learned that the living armors seem to only patrol on a designated area. We also learned that if we leave this area, they won't come chasing. The ferry square was too far, but we did know a few places that are outside the living armors' range of activity, and in addition, had good vantage points, were easy to defend, and all around relatively safe. So I chose one of those places, a large apartment building at the bank of a lake. I ran inside and climbed to the top floor. We should be safe here. I wanted to get Soyochan's wounds healed as fast as humanly possible. Ha. Tuya-kun, I'm sorry the arrow, it. You're fine, you'll be fine, I'll fix you up right away alright. Her face was drained of blood, she'd gone completely pale. The arrow was still lodged inside her, so I don't think she had bled out that much yet. But with her face in that state, and that weak, feeble voice she now had, panic was quickly starting to boil within my heart. I'm scared, I'm so scared. I'm scared of losing Soyochan, I can't lose her. Damn it, I shouldn't have used that potion. Our last boss fight had been a tough one and I'd been gravely injured. Seeing me in such a state, Soyochan cried as she used the potion on me. This one potion that would randomly happened upon inside a loot chest. Damn it, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have borne any amount of pain the world threw at me and refused that potion from her. But it was too late for that now. The only thing we currently carried that had healing properties would be the 4-leafed clovers we'd been collecting ever since the first fairy square. Tuya-kun. You don't need to talk. I'm here for you, you'll be fine. I swear I'll get you healed up. I removed the arrow and used the clovers on the wound, being as careful as possible. Now, the only thing I could still do was hold her thin, pale hand and give her my utmost support. Thank you, Tuya-kun. God, if you're listening, please save Soyochan. I'll do anything if it's to save her. Anything you ask, so please, just this. Chapter 152, My First Treasure Box. Birds chirped sharply as they flew by overhead. I think I've seen this type in the jungle zones. This meant that I can assume that the plants and animals here may be similar. Or at least, the trees I saw around us were of the tropical type. Maybe I could even find mandragoras here. I'd found bananatitos already. We should be on alert for the new types of monsters on this level. Or maybe, since we're so deep into the dungeon, we could expect stronger, evolved forms of the monsters we've already seen. Let's limit our exploring to this area for today. We hadn't strayed too far from the fairy square yet. We needed to be cautious in any approach to a new area, and I figured I could collect our spoils there. With my intuition pharmacy and witch's cauldron, we could find and prepare food relatively easily. With Mei-chan here, getting large boars were a piece of cake. I had a feeling none of our other classmates had this much ability in pure food gathering. True, they can survive with just the fairy walnuts and water from the fountain, but thinking long term, it's healthier to add actual meat and vegetables to the menu. In other words, the difference is that it would bolster your vitality and stamina. The apparent effect may be small, but this was one of the few advantages only I had. I'm pretty sure we're better in that respect to the Soma party. They basically only knew about that one type of edible snake, and maybe shrimp worms. But there was also Tendakuan who had the ability to figure out, at one glance, every single one of the ingredients used in my healing ointments. He should find it easy to tell what's edible and what's not. There was also Cannibalizer Yokomichi. He just ate anything. Those two wouldn't be strapped for food anytime soon. I'll hunt down all the meat, and then we can cook up more delicious food. Mei-chan gets pumped up whenever food is the topic. She was fidgeting around, using her full awareness to seek out any prey that came nearby. Hunting is fine and all, but I kind of want to check out some of these houses actually. This place was very town-like in the fact that there were aisles and aisles of houses lined up. I'd taken a peek inside some, and basically, they were either like the empty rooms we've seen in the dungeon so far, or had some dregs of what used to be furniture. In short, nothing of value. Incidentally, the fairy square we landed in was actually inside a big temple-like building. I conjectured that other buildings similar to that one could house more fairy squares. Also, there were the many multi-story buildings we'd yet to explore for spoils. By spoils, I mean treasure boxes. Really, for some odd reason, I hadn't come across one of these elusive boxes in all my time here. Like, everyone else I've talked to had encountered them at least once. Oh, right, we might find more meat to be hunted inside too. My greed was for treasure, while Mei-chan's for meat. Well, I don't mind finding more of either. I've also been informed that Takanashi Kotori had a sage skill to activate mapping mechanisms in the dungeon. I'd learned a little of the ancient tongue thanks to Yamajun, so maybe I could find some kind of item or facility I can use for that. Alright, let's try checking out that warehouse, or factory-like place over there. I pointed at the biggest building around. It had a simple box shape, with half the exterior overgrown in foliage and thick pipes jutting out of it. The walls looked like brick while the pipes, well, they should be metal since they'd gone rusted and worn down. First we circled around the dilapidated warehouse. The front had this large gate, or maybe shutters, big enough to let in large trucks. It looked to be shut tight, with rust and overgrowth all over it. It may be not been locked, but I didn't want to waste the effort opening it. There were other doors to the building. Most were shut by nature like the large gate, but one of them we found open. This will be our point of infiltration. You're up, Rem. Gugaga. Rem made an energetic reply and, I guess she considered that a spear was bad for indoors fighting, took the lead with her sword in hand. I know Mei-chan is super strong, but life is still life. We can never be too careful in the dungeon, so as Rem was practically immune to instant death traps, I'd of course send her in ahead. I could infinitely revive her as long as I had the parts. Guess they still have power inside. Technically, it wasn't electricity but powered by mana, I suppose. This ancient-looking warehouse also had the white light panels ever present within the dungeon. Although, most of them were dimmer, some broken, and some even flickered like they'd run out. This building only had the rare window, so I appreciated the little light we had. I didn't want to rely on the dim light provided by my red knife. The place really isn't in good shape. Kotaru-kun, there's a tree root over there, so be careful walking. We were walking in a dim hallway. The rooms inside weren't too different from the ones in the smaller houses. Crumbling furniture, or completely eaten up by nature. The only things we'd gained so far would be some edible mushrooms and a bundle of herbs. Maybe the dark and damp environment was just right for this sort of vegetation. Guga. In the middle of our exploration, which seemed more like vegetable picking at this point, Rem stopped. There's a big room up ahead. Anne. I can hear something inside. Mei-chan reported in Rem's place. I myself couldn't hear anything at all yet, but as a berserker, her ears were a lot sharper. Either it's students fighting monsters, or monsters fighting themselves. Let's go have a look, preferably without whatever they are from noticing. We shouldn't be asking for danger like this, but we need to at least check if there's one of our classmates there. We went into sneak mode, and slowly made our way to the large hall. We stepped over the door that had been taken off, clearly, and, I see, so this really was a factory. There were 2, no 3, large cylindrical silo-like things stationed inside. Angled pipes surrounded these machines, and in the ground around them, there were many broken somethings strewn about. These somethings could be the goods produced by this factory, or tools to make said good, or anything really. I had no real idea. I was careful not to kick one accidentally and walked as silently as possible. Ouuuuauaa. Guvira, Oba. Once inside, I could finally hear what Mei-chan was likely referring to. This sounded like Gomas, and the other one, zombies, or something like that. What now? There's stairs over there, let's get a view from there. After we climbed the rusty stairs, there was a long pathway placed to get a perfect view of the factory as a whole. From the direction of the sounds, I surmised that the Gomas were deeper inside, close to the third of the large silos. The second-story hallway gave us a good view of their conflict. So I went ahead into spectator mode on their little battle. They looked like an elite Gov unit. What I saw were 7 Govs in combat, all with swords and war axes. There wasn't one Goma around them, so I figured I could call them an elite unit as they were composed of fully armed Govs. Their weapons looked good quality, and all of them were also equipped with a sturdy-looking bow. Their equipment itself spoke volumes of their strength. The Govs had formed a circle, and were fending off their enemies falling in from all directions. Their teamwork was also nothing to scoff at. Are those really zombies? They were humanoid monsters like zombies, but looked macho enough to rival the builds of the elite Gov warriors. Their attacks were fast and aggressive, possessing strength and agility unlike any zombie I'd ever seen. They didn't have skin, but red, bulging muscles all over their bodies. They had none of that decayed bone stuff going on either. Rather, I could see white exoskeleton-like parts sticking out from some areas on their bodies. Actually, they didn't look like zombies at all. Whatever, let's go with high zombie. They're a lot weaker than that gorilla boss, so I can beat them easy. She's talking about the Goliath. That was still supposed to be a boss, so of course it was strong. But Mei-chan took it down like it wasn't even small fry. Setting aside Mei-chan's overpoweredness, which can't be a good scale to compare to at all, I personally think that high zombies would be a pretty high-level opponent. I don't know if they were inside the factory all along or came chasing the Govs, but there were dozens of them. With their numbers, they really just needed to attack mindlessly, and it looked like the Gov unit was getting cornered. Against these crazed red zombies, the elite warriors were being worn down. Their numbers would surely be whittled down and then they'd be annihilated. The Govs were in a state where losing even one would turn the tides against them. Can you take on that many high zombies? No problem. They aren't as tough-bodied as they look, and their movements are simple. They'd go down if I crushed the head. Actually, even one living armor is more troublesome. And what about the Govs? I beat lots of those in the Goma castle. They only think they're strong by having weapons, but they aren't really. Piece of cake. Piece of cake it is then. This basically means that I can send Mei-chan into the fray and she'd come out with not a scratch. They're all monsters just the same, so personally, I just want them to die ASAP. But I'd feel like a dick if I asked Mei-chan to go into all that trouble, so I guess I could speed things up a bit. Alright, I need to get this timing right. Got it, this should be good enough. Entwine its escape, with weaving hair. Black hair bind. Full canto. That's been a while. I aimed, of course, for the losing side, the Govs. Black hair bind was a lot better in some ways to arrows or attack spells in that the caster wasn't the point of origin. It was perfect for covert hits. Gubu. Muga. With a sudden black tentacle suddenly wrapping around its arms and legs, one of the Govs let out a desperate scream. Govs had enough strength to tear those off easily, but currently, they were exhausted from prolonged battle with the numerous high zombies. And now, I'd gotten it to stop moving for that one moment. And it couldn't even rely on its fellow Gov to bail it out since I'd done the same to the 6 others. Biyuga. Gu. Givachit. One of them shrieked as a high zombie fiercely tackled it down. Zeba. Ziguba, NBA 8. Another one tried to save it and got jumped from behind. With 2 of their numbers down and out, the Gov's circle formation had broken. Now, they would simply, and slowly, get devoured. You can do it. Take as many of the zombies as you can before you die. As if encouraged by my little cheer, the Gove that had high zombies biting down on them already, used its last remaining weapon, a knife, to finish off as many as possible. And so, after fighting the good fight, the Gove unit was indeed decimated by the high zombie onslaught. On the winning side, the Zobs had also lost many of their own. There weren't even 10 remaining. GG, no re. I'm so moved. I'll remember your last struggle for all my days. Well then, Mei-chan, Rem, handle the rest. Yap. Gaga. While the remaining zombies were feasting on their spoils, that is, the bodies of the muscle-bound govs, that I guess, did have a lot of meat to them, the merciless Berserker, and the killing machine Mud Doll attacked. Anyway, I scavenged the cores. This'd be the second time like this since Goma's versus Pawn Ants. All their cores were small, but at least they all had them. Since Mei-chan carried the cores of all the monsters she herself defeated with her, she had a lot stored up. But all the ones I had were reappropriated by those Homo Bros Uyama and Sujino. I didn't want to rely on her savings, so I made sure to collect as much as I could. I do not want to be a leech. Next was collecting their gear. Although for that too, Mei-chan's weapons were super rare class right now from Sage tier upgrades. At least, Rem's stuff got an improvement, I guess. I helped myself to a spear, knife, and a small axe that looked like a tomahawk for my Mud Doll. Now that Rem was tall and had her steel wire musculature, she could easily put on a macho Gove's outerwear too. We didn't really need the dirty clothes, but the belt with pouches and weapon holsters looked useful. I equipped her with belts for her waist and shoulders along with the scavenged weapons. I think the higher quality bow was one of the better loot. Rem was pretty good with her bow as of now. She was, of course, nowhere at the level of someone with an archer job, but she got the job done, and well. Now if I made her arrows with Spider-Frog's anesthesia coated on, I bet she'll score some good kills. I had Rem carry one bow, and I carried another as a spare for her. There weren't any more monsters in the factory. A few large bugs scattering around, and a snake that slipped by. That damn snake, it ran inside a crack in the wall as soon as it saw us. Mei-chan got real sad at the missed opportunity to catch it. Guess there wasn't much here after all. Let's head back after this room. We were on the 3rd and top floor of the factory. At the very back of the hall, there was a room sealed with double doors. If there isn't anything inside, this whole exploration will have been for nothing basically. Fine then, I already know my luck never holds up in this sort of thing. So without too much anticipation, open sesame. Well, not me, Mei-chan did it. Forcefully. Ah, a treasure box. Kotaro-kun, look, a treasure box. What, where? Once Mei-chan opened the sturdy door with a bang, she happily reported some great news. I was like, holy guacamole, and ran in without thinking and, cough cough, the place is arid. Where is it? Hacking on the stagnant smoke inside, I looked around and couldn't see anything treasure box-like at all. By treasure box-like, I of course mean a large wooden chest with a keyhole. Inside the room, I could only see metal shelves that looked like lockers, and container boxes of various sizes. That one, that's a treasure box. Oh. Mei-chan pointed out one of the several containers. It had a length of 1 meter, a 50 centimeters breadth, and a 30 centimeters height. The box was somewhat black, kind of like metal, but not really. Well, it did feel like metal though. As if it had rested there for a long time, the so-called treasure box had weedage all around it, halfway up its height in fact. Kind of, well, disappointing. But who cares, as long as I get stuff inside, we're good. It's locked her. So I dragged it away from the other containers, and started poking and prodding on it, but the lid didn't open at all. Actually, where was the lid anyway? I think they said you had to inject mana inside. I see. Wait, what does that even mean, injecting ma? Whoa. Suddenly, the treasure box made a whirling sound and let off light. Blue lines of light ran along its length, and the next instant, a click, as if the lock was undone, and then the box's top slid off. Oh. I was bewildered at what just happened. It seemed more sci-fi than magic, and the box also had the same blue glow inside. As for what was inside, this is a staff. It certainly seemed like a magic staff. It was like a twisting tree branch with sharp claws on the tip like an eagle's foot. No, I've seen something like this before. Ah, the boss in the Goma fortress had this. The explosion stick. Other than it missing the red firestone, this staff looked almost identical. Wait, what if? Settling down my bubbling excitement, I brought out from my bag a green ball that had been a paperweight for a long while now. It was the wind mana stone that had once been on Nishiyama-san's own staff. Come on, this has to work. The claws on this new staff moved and latched onto the fist-sized wind stone. And, heart still pounding, I took a swing. Air Sajita. With a whistle, a single line of wind with a faint emerald glow shot off from the staff. This was, without doubt, an attack spell. All this time after I'd become a shaman. For the first time ever, I used not curse, but real magic. YS. Awesome, Kotaru-kun. Congrats. And so, from my first treasure box, I obtained my first magic staff. Chapter 153, Doki Doki New Life. With my new magic staff in hand, I exited the factory eager. I seriously need to have a go with this. Sure, you can shoot at the next monster then. Mei-chan looked at me gently, like a mother at her child who'd become hyperactive after receiving a toy he'd been begging for a long time. Right, so I think it's safe to conclude that exploring this factory led to a very good haul, but we still had a lot more ground to cover. It was too early to return to the Fairy Square today, so with my new toy, we continued our survey of the ruined town. Kotaru-kun. Are those monsters too? Currently, we kept ourselves hidden from what appeared to be a herd of some new breed of monster. The place they were gathered at resembled a park. This park was overgrown with trees and bushes, and there was a small pond. These creatures that looked like sheep were munching on the grass in that park, so clearly they were herbivorous. Their white, fluffy bodies reminded me of those accursed cloud creatures, but actually, this fluffiness was due to genuine body hair. And though white and fluffy gave the image of sheep, these round-bodied animals had longish necks extending out, making them more like alpacas really. No, those are normal animals. Called Jaja apparently. These Jajas were part of the info Yamajun had gotten on his notebook updates. The text updates on our notebooks were personalized and quite literally all over the place. And from what I've seen, Yamajun's was the most comprehensive. With that in mind, Yamajun had not only prepared an ancient tongue practice set, but also a separate notebook with all the info on monsters and such that he knew of. These notebooks weren't just important memories of him, they were very useful in the dungeon. Are they edible? Yep, they're herbivores and work pretty well as food. It's actually recommended that we hunt some if we run across them. Mei-chan had stars in her eyes and looked like she was itching to rush them with her halberd. But Jajas are a lot like antelope, they're sensitive to their surroundings and run pretty fast. Let's let Rem snipe them from here. Coincidentally, we were downwind from the Jajas, and they hadn't noticed us. I believed that it would be prudent to hunt using a bow in this case. Well, I guess Mei-chan could technically throw a spear to the same effect. I could totally see her getting a 2-in-1 kill. Alright, go for it, Rem. Goo gaga. Gaga. Rem retrieved the bow hung on her back and was about to draw, when all of a sudden, all the Jajas that had been obliviously munching away raised up their heads. Did they notice? The Jajas went, Ma, Moa, and ran off. Ah man, they got away. Wonder how they noticed. Ignoring Mei-chan, who looked incredibly sorry at the missed opportunity for more meat, I tried thinking of the cause. If they'd heard us, they'd have already fled by the time we caught sight of them. Plus, the wind direction hadn't changed either, so it's hard to imagine they sensed us by scent. That leaves stuff like mana flow, or bloodlust. But before I could think more, the answer revealed itself. BRFFF. BRRFFFF. Turning a corner, arrived a large horned monster. With its single distinctive horn and brown coat, it was unmistakably that one monster I'd encountered in the jungle zone. I now knew it was called a Royalop from Yamajun's comprehensive notes. The first time I met this thing, a fricking salamander swooped in and ate it before it had the chance to even blink, but I don't think I'll have the same kind of luck here. This Royalops walked with a composed gait as if nothing in the area could cause it any harm. It arrived at the spot the Jajas were herding at and began chewing away at the grass. That grass sure is popular. So those Jajas had obviously run away because of this monster. Don't think one arrow will be enough for that one. Ah, I'll handle it. Mei-chan, with her ever-present love for meat, volunteered. Rather than thinking it dangerous, she probably thought it a better turnout since this bigger monster equaled more meat. The Royalops was, as one might guess, a brute strength type. But Mei-chan, who treated even Goliaths as small fry, shouldn't even break a sweat against it. Sure. Royalops meat isn't bad either, so let's change dinner to that. It's a monster too, so it'll likely fight back instead of running away. Leave it to me, Kotaro-kun. Here, Goo. Mei-chan charged at the grazing beast. Bagoo. The Royalops, seeing the human coming towards it, seemed to become enraged. It could be because its meal was interrupted, but when I met one of its kind, it had very similar behavior, so maybe it just treats humans as enemies. Maybe it's this exact kind of behavior that designates them as monsters. Let's do this. Mei-chan put strength into her arms as she held her halberd in a fighting stance. She was planning to end this in one deadly strike. Mei-chan and the Royalops stared at each other for a moment. Then, the mindless power brawler of a monster charged headfirst. It was like a truck coming at you at full speed. Even my current rem wouldn't be able to take that head on. However, Mei-chan was a berserker. HMP. Ha. She swung down her halberd with a fierce war cry, making a direct and critical hit on the Royalop's fast-approaching skull. A loud, dull, breaking sound later, the Royalops was on the ground, defeated, yet still sliding from the remaining momentum. It didn't move, nor would it any longer. It died from Mei-chan's one attack, its brain destroyed together with the cranium surrounding it. Whoa. Mei-chan's fucking badass. This incomprehensible might that could topple monsters many times her size without even using a battle art. The Mei-chan I was currently witnessing had to be stronger than what my mind could imagine. She was like those guys, Soma-kun and Tendao-kun, limitless. And that made her all the more reliable. In this dungeon, she was my greatest hope. We couldn't just take the Royalops along as we explored, so after draining the blood at the nearby pond, we cut it up into sizable chunks and carried it back to the fairy square. Let's keep most of this on ice. Sure, we'll have lots of time to enjoy it. Yup, her inner hardcore chef was really stoked at the massive amount of meat we'd amassed. Truly, with my witch's cauldron and its plethora of cooking implements, we had a lot more to gain in a lot less time. So without further ado, I went on to prepare the curse. Considering the quantity of meat we had, I opted to make a fridge-type cauldron with the size of a bathtub. Kotaro-kun, is there any way I can use this pot? I wonder. It was always me who'd been using the witch's cauldron to heat or cool or auto-mix food. I am the caster after all. Others basically couldn't control it. Actually, it'd be seriously problematic if they could, thinking of the company I kept for the past while. My ability to use this cauldron was an important role for me only, as well as a boost to my value as a party member. But since I was now only with Mei-chan, I'd be lying if I said that leaving the cooking to her was anything but convenient. Honestly, I'd become a bottleneck if she had to assist in my amateur cooking. Let's try it out. Awesome. And so we tried it out. It half worked, I guess. So you can use it with mana, but you'll need me to change the type. Once I casted a cauldron and set up its effect, Mei-chan was able to use it. It was actually very similar to how that treasure box opened. She just had to let some of her mana flow in and it worked. But it turned out impossible for her to change the cauldron's effect. For example, if it was a fridge type, Mei-chan was able to turn it on and off, but not change it to a stove type. Which meant I just had to make a few different ones for her. It'd take some work, but for Mei-chan, I was glad to put in the effort. Thanks Kotaro-kun. I can make lots of stuff now, just you wait. Great, then I'll leave chef duty to you. And so, Mei-chan gleefully went on to do her thing, so I took that time to go and make the bath and beds. I really was making a lot of witches' cauldrons today. This one will be for a bath, and since Mei-chan will be using it, I should probably make it bigger than usual. As I displaced all the mud and dirt with Rem, my mind drifted. It was a big hassle bringing back the whole Royalops. Basically, Mei-chan did it. We walked straight back to the square this time, but it would have been really annoying if monsters attacked while she was carrying all that load. Seriously, how awful would it be to die because we got greedy and tried to carry too much food? We need a porter. As of now, I was able to make 5 instances of Rem. In the jungle zone, I'd made Rem, Raptor, number 2, number 3 and number 4, so 5 in total. If my MP stores, as it were, had grown by now, I might be able to make a 6th. Of course, there was the fact that if I wanted to have a stronger Rem, I'd need more mana to expend on a lower number of Rems. This wouldn't change even if I used high-quality parts every time and made Rems after recovering mana every time. Like, I could make 5 Rems, each with all of my mana. But would all those Rems be able to perform with the same level of technique and precision as a single one? No, I didn't think so. Other than the mana needed to create a mud doll, there was also mana needed to use, or rather, have control over them. With just the 1 Rem right now, I didn't really feel it, but this supply of mana would increase in proportion to the number of Rems I had. The power of my vile mud doll skill would determine how much obedience I would have over all those Rems with that extra drain of mana on me. Though, there could also be a hidden parameter or talent that designates my level of control. It was sad that I couldn't make an army with good parts alone, but I wanted to challenge myself, improve. I felt like I should be able to make 2, no, 3 decent Rems. And I could make one of those specialized in carrying our stuff. A porter. Folks with battle-oriented jobs didn't really need to carry much apart from their weapons. Sure, they needed their cores, but fairy squares provided shelter and sustenance well enough. They could practically travel empty-handed. But a shaman needed his materials. I also had meat and other food stored up, so I needed a way to easily carry everything. Spare weapons, all my concoctions. I had things I couldn't do without. It's not like I was being greedy. I, as a shaman, simply needed these things to display my worth. Meh, I guess I'll use a Gove or High Zombie. With idle thoughts, I made preparations for the hot bath, I made our beds, then also restocked on my meds and studied up on Yamajune's notes on the ancient tongue. After a while of making myself busy, the smell of delicious food had drifted in. Kotaru-kun, dinner's ready. And look at that. Mei-chan, the cooking club extraordinaire, already made a ton of piping hot food. I hadn't tried Royalops before, but I was nonetheless expecting this to be good. I think a simple steak is best for this sort of meat. From one of the witch's cauldrons, one I made shallow to resemble a frying pan, the sizzling of meat could be heard. On it, I saw a thick juicy slab of roasting meat. The cauldron next to it was in the shape of a bowl and had pieces of meat, cooked somewhat rare, garnished all over it. I didn't know what part of the Royalops this meat was from, but the juicy red meat glistening in its own oils was a sight to behold. There's soup too. The next cauldron had simmering mushroom and vegetable soup. I never even imagined splitting the dishes like this. Sorry, I only chucked everything in there all the time. I really wanted to make rice, but please bear it for now with the mashed banana tato. Oh my lord, is that carbs I see? I mean, sure, it's easy to boil and mash these Isekai potato substitutes, but the idea honestly never crossed my mind. Sorry, the whole menu looks all thrown together. This is the best I could manage with the ingredients we have on hand. Hey, what are you talking about? This is amazing, Mei-chan. You're the only one who could even come up with something like this. This had to be the first time ever that people ate an actual meal in this god-forsaken dungeon. Personally, I thought it was history in the making. Now, it'd be rude to waste any more time explaining. I need only say this. Itadakimasu, Keikotaru-kun, is this really? Mei-chan had her turn, turning me wide-eyed with her amazing dinner, so now it was time I returned the favor. Sure is. It really is. A bath. OMG, how? Well, I just heated up water in a big enough witch's cauldron. I can't believe this, Kotaru-kun. You're a genius. No, well, anyone could figure this one out. But no harm in taking the compliment. Go ahead, you can use it first. I can. Indeed you can. It was great to see that innocent joy of hers. I don't think any Japanese would refuse the chance to take a hot bath. That goes especially for the ladies. Even that bitch Reina lost completely to the allure that is a good bath. Alright, I'll be outside then. No, don't. As I turned around and was about to leave, Mei-chan quickly held me in place by the shoulder. Ha! Wait, what's going on here? It's dangerous outside the square. No, look, if I don't do that, there's a chance I might see, right? Who cares about that? Besides, there's no telling when it might get dangerous for you out there in the open. I'm serious, you cannot go. Wow, that's Mei-chan for you. She easily crushed down a modern Japanese girl's sense of values on nudity and prioritized safety, actually considering the perilous dungeon environment we were in. I honestly thought the same, that I was taking on a significant risk in avoiding any path that would lead to me seeing her naked. The instigator for this behavior on my part would be the worst harem party. Even if that masturbation incident never happened, if I, by some deep misfortune, ended up seeing those girls during their bathing, accident or not, I'd end up in deep shit anyway. Akin to a witch trial, guilty on sight. If this happened with Randu-san and the gals, they'd probably understand if it was an accident. Though they'd never look at me the same. In Reina's case, if she so much as thought I peeked on her, I was instantly mortal enemies with all her guardian spirits and all the other guys in the party, except Yamajun. The act of peeking on a girl in the bath. Not the intentional and criminal kind, but the accidental and all of a sudden kind. It's one of those highly prevalent clichés in the anime, manga, and light novels I liked so much. The lucky pervert scene. I can't deny wanting that sort of stuff to happen to me. And yet, in reality, such events put me ever so close to death's door. They could very well be the hardest difficulty insta-kill trap. Knowing this danger, I put priority on avoiding seeing girls naked over my desire to play out some perverted fantasies. There was that time Randu-san had playfully said, "Don't peek now," but even that was a dire warning for me. It was for my own safety and well-being that I put the utmost care to cause absolutely zero misunderstandings in regards to girls' private activities, whether it be bathing, wiping down their bodies, or even changing clothes. I was being considerate with my life on the line. I've thought countless times how pointless it was, how incredibly unfair. But I wouldn't risk my life for it. Plus, it was simply impossible for me to understand girls who acted on emotion more than anything. And yet there she was, Mei-chan. She actually put some thought into this danger I've always put myself through. Thank you, Mei-chan. You don't know how much I appreciate that. So much that I could cry right now. This act of acting logically when pitting feelings against actual physical danger, I never felt how important this was until now. Sure, then. Want to get in, together? I couldn't think, as if I was shot in the head. No, wait, calm down, this was Mei-chan testing me. Or a joke, who knows? No, I could only hope it was a joke. It's that, Mei-chan didn't actually see me as the opposite sex. I sort of felt like she was treating me like a grade school kid. I claim that she could even consider saying that line only because she thinks of me as a weak little thing, someone to protect and safeguard, no danger to her whatsoever. So calm the fuck down, my overactive libido. Do not expect anything. Ha. I chuckled dryly, trying to show that yes, I know she's joking. Oh, I know, I'll take your clothes off for you. What did she mean? Oh, I know, I didn't get it at all, and her hands were already on my gakuren, taking off the buttons. Wait, what? You weren't joking, really? Mei-chan, really? Mei-chan, give me 5 minutes. Ha. Okay. I gathered up my marbles and took some distance from her. I looked right, then left, confirming what I needed to confirm. Okay, this should work. Black hair by an end. I went all out. First I made black hair ropes hang on both sides of the bath. The fairy square always had lines of its distinct walnut trees on both sides, so I was able to affix the ropes on their branches, both at a height of 3 meters up. I then used spiderweave wind to knit together a sheet of cloth that bisected the bath. Since I did this very fast, in addition to the fact that I wasn't that good at knitting to begin with, the sheet of cloth was of amateur quality. But what mattered was that the other side was not visible. And so, in the span of those 5 minutes, I'd made a shoddy but effective curtain to divide the bath. This curtain was made of black hair and was therefore black. In other words, the non-see-throughness was even more prevalent. Ha, ha. Done. I'll be using that side. Let's enjoy a good bath then. I thus went to the other side of the bathing hole, leaving those last words, of sorts. With this barrier in place, things like a hot bath in the fairy square could now be enjoyed in privacy. Geez, you don't need to worry that much. I wouldn't calm down without something like this. Foo. Thanks for being so considerate, Kotaro-kun. I think you were being a lot more considerate though. Mei-chan might have a pure and well-intentioned trust towards me, but I on the other hand, had trust in her, yes, but I also found her extremely hot. And in there lay the problem. If she happened to find out that I'd been always looking at her with deplorably lewd eyes, who knows what might happen to that trust. All said and done, I couldn't make an exception to my no perversions rule, even for Mei-chan. And if, this here's a big if and I might as well write it off as hubris, Mei-chan actually liked me, as in liked me, well, then I'd have no issue at all having a dip together. I'd go all the way even, thank you very much. But then again, she might not see me that way. So long as I wasn't guaranteed that our feelings were 100% mutual, I'd rather not step in risky territory. Beta? Nope, not at all. This was simply another way I avoided dying. If we were back in school, back in our ordinary lives in Japan, I'd take the risk. I'd brace myself and confess to her. But here in the dungeon, her rejecting me was akin to being handed a ticket to the afterlife. Mei-chan was on my side because she trusted me, and this relationship between her and I was built upon that trust. I didn't want to mess up what we had. Alright, let's swear it. Once we're out of this dungeon, I'm going to confess to Mei-chan. If I don't swear this here and now, my feelings would stay as messy as ever. Woo, this is a hammock, right? Awesome. Alright, the bath was done and over with, despite the perturbations in my heart. And now we'd get some sleep. Mei-chan was really happy with the spiderweave hammock thing I had going. Foo. Want to sleep together? Yup, Mei-chan's trying to kill me, I'm certain of it. It looked like partying with her was going to be a test of my mental fortitude. Chapter 154, Ensnared Again. Man, how great is it to not have to eat leftovers for once. Really? I don't mind at all. Mei-chan had prepared breakfast as if it was the obvious thing to do, and unlike the gratuitous feast of Royalops yesterday, it was a breakfast-oriented meal that was easy on the stomach. By the way, where'd you get these dumplings for the soup? For ingredients she was only supposed to have meat, potatoes, and some vegetables. Where exactly did she get dumplings from? I made them using bananatato starch. They taste vaguely different from actual potatoes, but I don't think it turned out bad. Do you not like the taste? Perish the thought. That reminds me, Japanese cooking starch is made with flower bulbs from a plant called the dogtooth violet, but most of the store-bought stuff is actually potato-based. I sort of remember learning this in home economics class in grade school, maybe, I think. Anyway, this meant that as long as we had potatoes, we could process them into starch. Now this I'd have never even hit upon. And this processing was made possible only because she had Witch's Cauldron at her disposal. It's delicious. No really, I can't believe you made dumplings. One of the awesome things about Mei-chan, she had the culinary know-how to put an array of variation with just a few ingredients and in addition, had the skill and experience to put that knowledge to use. I've seen variety shows on TV where a professional cook makes masterworks of food with very limited ingredients, much to the elation of the in-studio audience. Just goes to show, pros are pros even when you take away the fancy stuff. And this, I wanted to make herb tea, what do you think? The taste is a bit tangy, but it totally works as tea. I see, yeah, the flavor is a bit strong huh? I'm going to have to rework this one. Hey, it's great enough to have something other than water for once. You did great. Along with this after-meal tea, this was probably the most satisfying breakfast I've had in the dungeon. Now that that's done, let's head out. Okay. Goo-gaga. The two of them replied energetically to my proposition, and we set out to continue exploring our surrounding areas. We didn't have any intention of heading for the next fairy square, so all our Royalop's meat, the collection of witches' cauldrons that was Mei-chan's kitchen, and the bath was left as is. I wanted to make a porter rem and a few more extras, so we'd be staying in that square for another 2 to 3 days at least. So anyway, today we headed the opposite direction from yesterday's factory. This side had rows and rows of what appeared to be civilian housing. There weren't any large buildings like the factory that stuck out like a sore thumb. Most of these were box-shaped 3-story apartment building types. Okay, let's check out that big one there. The only one that stood out to me was this tall building that looked like a 10-story apartment complex. Though, it could turn out to be something else once we get close. Hoping for some treasure boxes. 5 minutes after we started walking. Ah, look Kotaru-kun, there's Jajas. We'd come across a small herd. There were smaller ones with them, children I guess. This kind of nature overtaking a ruined town and animals roaming about really perfected the whole post-apocalyptic image. Like, there were zombies and everything. We still have a lot of Royalops, so let's let those ones go. Oh, but I think it'd be better to have some variety, you know? She had a point. Us kids who were born in an era of consumption are quick to get bored of the same old food. We wanted variation in our meat too. Alright, but we can't carry them now. We can get one if we see a herd on the return trip. Alright, makes sense. We simply couldn't afford to hunt down all the prey that came our way if we wanted to actually do some exploring. That Tendao-kun with his item inventory storage skill. Such a cheat. Mei-chan gave a last regretful glance at the Jajas, and we went on our way. Kaihoa. A sudden piercing cry. I'd heard one of these just yesterday. Hi zombies. And there they were. A pack of high zombies with their red, bulging outer muscles started sprinting out of the alleys between the civilian buildings. I don't know if they sensed us by sound, smell, or mana, but these undead were running right at us with perfect athletic form. Great, I can test my staff on them. Ah, wait, too fast, too. Fuck it, air Sagitta. I launched my first in-battle attack magic in a panic, completely unable to show off like I pictured it. I could feel a little mana flowing into the staff, and right after, a glowing green blade of wind flew out. The air Sagitta, swift as an arrow as its namesake implied, hit straight into a fast-approaching high zombie's torso. Its large muscle-bound body was gashed horizontally, and blood burst out of the wound. The high zombie was knocked back, stopping its full-speed dash. Whoa, GI, Kia. But the high zombie ignored the large wound on its chest and restarted its sprint, drenched in blood. What the, how much frickin' HP does this guy have? I felt a bit down that I couldn't kill it in one hit, but I was more concerned about how it started running full speed at us again, as if the wound was nothing. One more, wait no, if I need 2 shots, the other zobs will get that much more time to close in. Woga, AA. And then, before I could fire that second shot, the high zombie was knocked dead. There was an arrow sticking out squarely in the middle of its forehead. Ram. GR. Gugaga. That was a nice assist, partner. Foo. Tremor break. And while I was celebrating that combo kill, Mei-chan had already finished off the rest of the pack with a single battle art. Those tough-bodied undead that could withstand a direct air Sagitta had their heads and limbs ripped and sent off to miscellaneous directions as they were struck by Mei-chan's one attack. All their bodies hit the ground with a thud and stayed that way. Now then, about this profound difference in strength between my attack magic and Mei-chan's battle art. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to Shaman stuff. Okay, and I can protect you, don't you worry. Alright, so that's how I, who started getting a little full of myself with the new staff, was brought down a peg, and decided that I should just stick to what I did best. The spell staff didn't really work out, but we couldn't stop the area survey yet. On our way to our destination that was the high-rise apartment building, we had 2 more monster encounters. The first were high zombies like the one just now, and the second were monsters similar to the red dog, but bigger and more scary looking, more like a wolf really. Yeah, I'll just call them red wolves. In both encounters, I did a little bit of black hair binding here and there while Mei-chan and Rem took care of the rest. No problems at all. Phew, finally. We'd made it to the building after a couple of frankly disappointing fights. The door, yeah, that won't work. The front entrance was piled over in rubble. There weren't any nooks or crannies even a scrawny guy like me could squeeze through. Okay then, let's just try the back or some window. In the middle of my line, I was suddenly seeing white lines. Oh, it's like déjà vu. Wait, no. I actually had this exact same experience once already. Right, I remembered instantly. And by the time that instant realization happened, the white lines, the spiderwebs had already ensnared me, lifting. Wah! Kotaru-kun. Ha! Caught in the spider threads, I was beginning to be lifted up and away super fast. But then, I stopped. Mei-chan had caught the line of webbing that was stringing me up. Currently, I was 2 stories and a bit above ground. Holy crap, did she literally jump and grab at this height? Me. With a strong HMPH, Mei-chan split apart the strong webbing, grabbed me in a hug and, boobies, so soft, no, and we safely landed after a short free fall. It's an Arachnne. Rem, we gotta catch it. Gaga. Rem already had her bow on the ready as if she'd anticipated my plan. Looking upwards, I could see it, the monster with a humanoid upper body and spider's torso and legs, an Arachnne. The creature was stuck to the wall outside the highest floor of the building. So apparently they appeared in this zone too. I guess the tall buildings made better dwellings than even forest dome trees. Anyway, Rem's arrow had luckily, no, I guess I should call it a trained skill already, so Rem had skillfully shot into the Arachnne that was now trying to escape. The arrow hit it in its human half-stomach. Kaya. It screamed, reeled, and then fell. But quickly got back to its senses and used its 6 spidery legs to hold itself to the walls once again. Don't touch, Kotaru-kun. Ah. And before Rem could ready a second shot, Mei-chan roared, grabbed her trusty halberd and launched it skywards. The dark halberd accelerated parallel to the wall at a tremendous speed, its large axe blade crushing into the dumbfounded Arachnne. Ah. The creature was detached from its hold. It descended, screaming in a feminine voice, and falling the whole 30 meters and crash. Its body made a painful sound as the Arachnne splattered hard into the ground. A moment later, the halberd that Mei-chan had sent up to hunt down the creature was similarly descending, while spinning. Crap, it's gonna. But it looks like only I was concerned of the danger as Mei-chan casually raised up a hand and, without even looking, snatched her weapon from the air. What the actual fuck? Kotaru-kun, are you alright? Are you hurt? Her berserker's wrathful glare that she'd directed at the Arachnne was all but gone as it was replaced with one of worry, like that of a mother towards her child, as she came up to me. I'm fine. Thanks for the super quick save there, Mei-chan. I still can't believe she rescued me from an Arachne's surprise trap. That was some outrageous reaction speed. Like, I even began thinking she could handle it if I was shot with a sniper rifle. Really? You're sure you're not hurt anywhere? Nope, I'm fine, just got tied up a bit. Actually, can you help me out of this? Oops, on it. That's right, I was still wrapped up nice and tight by spiderweb. We can talk and whatnot after I get this off of me. Thanks for that. Yeah, if you weren't here, I'd be spider food already. No, I'm sorry, I didn't think something would attack from so high up. I almost didn't make it, you know? Yeah, I guess we needed better countermeasures for surprise attacks like that one. But man, she's a lifesaver. If I'd gotten forcefully kicked from the party like that again, I don't think I'd have the willpower to continue anymore. Well, anyway, this monster's just what I needed actually. Goo-gaga. Rem agreed. The two of us already knew how useful Arachnes are. One corpse doll, coming right up. Once I finished up making my new Arachne Mark II, we continued where we left off before the surprise attack. We searched all over the 10-story building but no luck. We found 2 treasure boxes, empty. They'd probably been emptied by other students or some stupid govs. But for me personally, grabbing the Arachne made the trip worth it. Nice, this'll work perfect for transport. I was currently looking at the 2 empty treasure boxes we found, now securely tied on to Arachne MK2 SPAC for transport. I have this little theory that these mana-powered boxes have the ability to store and preserve items inside for a long time. They have the ability to open and close via mana, so it wasn't a big leap to assume some high-tech storage functionality too. Basically, I'm saying that we didn't need to keep only treasure inside, but also anything else we wanted. Food definitely, and there was also ointment A and all my other meds. All my shamanic pastes didn't exactly have a long shelf life, so I could preserve their quality by storing them in these boxes. Oh, using treasure boxes as mini fridges, that's pretty smart, Kotaro-kun. Haha, well I was looking for a new box anyway, and these definitely fit the bill. Feeling all warm and fuzzy with Mei-chan slathering on the praise, we began heading back to our home square. Ah, Jajas. I see Jajas. Great timing, we have Arachnne to carry it too, so go for it. I watched warmly as Mei-chan went yeri and dashed off with her halberd, eager to bring back one of those docile herbivores as her prize. I had Arachnne use its webbing to tie up the Jaja and carry it back to the fairy square. Just a little more now. We'll be finally setting out from here once we're well and fully prepared. Chapter 155, The Bridge. It's about time. Let's head for the next fairy square. Okay. Right, so we had an Arachnne MK2, and a couple days later, I decided it was high time we get out of here. We filled the treasure boxes chock full of Royalops and Jaja meat, along with a lot more meds than I can usually carry and lots of other bits and pieces. Plus, since I finally got myself a new Arachnne, I had the privilege of collecting her Arachnne poison aplenty. I now had more spider frogs anesthesia in my arsenal. Though now, the frog poison had become the bottleneck. In addition to that, I used Witch's Cauldron to dilute the potent paralysis concoction and made something that instead only dulls pain. In other words, a painkiller. I get absolutely useless when I'm in pain, so this is mostly for my benefit. And, let's see, we also got a fair number of spare weapons from hunting down the gubs in this area, so that's about all the stuff we were carrying. Finally, I made another mud doll rem, so rem number 3. This seemed to be the maximum number I could efficiently control. And, actually it's been a while since we'd done this, but we used the good old compass to guide us to our destination. We'd done a lot of exploring in these parts, so for a while, we walked through known territory. Ouya. And looky there, it's our favorite high zombies. Punctual as ever. I sometimes wondered where they all come from. My best guess is they're like skeletons, spawned out of somewhere or other. Get back, Kotaro-kun. Sure, but you too, Mei-chan. Wait, what? I want to see how the REM team handles this level of threat. Let's leave it to them. Oh, alrighty then. Go get Rem-chan. Grr, gagaga. Heeding my expectations and Mei-chan's cheers, Rem and Rem number 3 ran ahead and engaged the pack of high zobs. Arachnne MK2 on the other hand was on rear support, web-slinging away. The high zombies who only knew charge and nothing else were hit and bound by shots of spiderweb, falling face first into the dirt. That was where Rem and number 3 came in, chopping off their heads one by one. Uvoa. The dumb high zombies, because they were indeed dumb, took no hint at how the ones before them were taken out, and charged in the same way. Rem held them off well enough until Arachnne came in with the webs and then finished off the zombies efficiently. Rems 1, 2, and 3 were all one in the same soul, so their teamwork was nothing but perfection itself. The strongest Rem, the one made with Goliath parts, was simply stronger than your average high zombie, and she was dual-wielding a sword and axe to easily end any zombie that came her way. As for Rem number 3, she was made with lower-grade parts, yes, but I guess because I put in other good parts over the high zombie and Gove base body, she could hold her own too. Nice, well done, Rem. Gugaga. After a while, the high zombies were all cleaned up, and Rem let out a triumphant victory cry. Looking good, looking very good. This way I don't have to rely on Mei-chan so much. Satisfied with the remtastic results, we went on ahead, following the compass. We had 3 more monster fights after that, all of which the Rems made quick work of. And around midday, we'd arrived at an area cleared of any buildings. Looks like a lake. I questioned since it wasn't exactly the picture of a lake with plants and trees growing around it. The body of water was enclosed in hard concrete-like stone walls, making it a man-made lake going through the ruined town. There was a few meters fall down to the lake's surface, and it looked like the people who may have once lived here also saw this as a danger, as they'd made iron fencing go all around the edges. Well, not very functional fencing at any rate, since it was rusted over everywhere with bits and pieces missing even. Kotaro-kun, look, there's a bridge over there. And it looks like that's the only way across too. The concrete construct was connected by a long suspension bridge. This sturdy bridge was wide enough to handle 4 lanes of vehicle traffic easily. I looked to my left and right. Nothing, only this bridge. Both sides ended in this geofront's walls, so it seemed that this was the only way to the other side. Yeah, something about this doesn't feel right with me. What's wrong? Big open area with only one available path. Call me crazy, but this just screams ambush. Ah, I can kinda see that. But in the end, we had to get to the other side somehow, so we needed to cross the bridge. Plus, I don't see any merit in something like Gubs camping on the bridge, since all their food and resources were in the more building-dense areas. This was an FPS problem, and shouldn't be one for us. Coast does seem clear. We didn't dare let out guard down. Mei-chan focused her senses and also found no monsters or anything around. If we're lucky, we can get this over with fast. Alright, here goes nothing. Stop, Kotaro-kun. Just as I took some steps across the bridge, Mei-chan yelled out to me, and in the literal blink of an eye, whoop, something just pierced the concrete-like ground in front of me, digging into it. A very obvious something, in fact. One with a head, body, and tail. An arrow. What in the, what, where? Stop right there. I heard a male voice from I didn't know where. I didn't stop because of the voice, but because of what it seemingly implied. That arrow had literally shot through concrete. If I'd taken one more step, it would have shot through my foot and both me and my mystery sniper would be in for some hardcore pain. Who are you? Come out and face us. It's Sakurai. Momokawa, that last shot was a warning. Try crossing the bridge and I won't miss. Sakurai. So, Sakurai Tuya. He was in the archery club like Soma Sakura, but unlike many of the boys who joined, he was just in it for the sport. He was pretty good too, nationals level even, and not only that, he had the looks to be called handsome. He was also above the average in school and sports, but Soma Yuto dominated in all those, well, something like that. On the other hand, if we consider Soma Yuto an exception among exceptions, Sakurai could be considered one of the very high-spec boys in class. Just my luck. These sort of blessed people always got a ton stronger when they got powered by their jobs. Case in point, he already had me on lock-on. He could kill me any time of his choosing. Basically, he'd already gotten the tactical victory. Fine, we won't cross. You're actually lucky, Sakurai-kun. If you'd killed me with that you'd get killed too. It's a skill. Doesn't sound too convenient if you have to die too. You can say that again. But at least now, he won't just shoot me in the head all of a sudden. It was too much of a risk and I'll bet he wasn't willing to take it. Alright, I'll bite. What do you want? Quick on the uptake, aren't you, Momokawa? I do it all the time. I'd avoided the headshot this time because his goal wasn't my death. Him giving me that warning shot clued me in that he wanted something. He could just want our cause. Also, I not only knew he wanted something, I had a fair inkling as to his abilities too. I couldn't see where he shot me from, which made it clear that he was a ways beyond the bridge at least. He could be camping out in one of the tall buildings I could see from here, which also meant that he could shoot accurately from hundreds of meters away. There was the fact that he possessed enough power and accuracy for that warning shot just now, but here's the kicker. How come we were conversing normally throughout all this? I could sort of feel that Sakurai-kun's voice was traveling to me by some sort of wind. I, on the other hand, was just talking normally, but he could hear me just fine. In other words, this guy had sharp enough senses that he could hear someone from hundreds of kilometers away, or he had some sort of magic to do it. His tremendous power, accuracy, and sensitivity to even the faintest sounds made him the absolute worst enemy we could possibly face in this wide-open location. Momokawa, do you have a potion? I'm assuming you mean that healing stuff you get from a treasure box. That's the one. I was wrong. It seems Sakurai-kun needs a potion more than cause. Was he hurt? No, not likely. I bet it's for someone else. Just asking. But is Hinajiku-san hurt? Hey, why do you know that? The only reason that I can think of for why you'd go around threatening people for potions is if someone really important to you got hurt bad. And I can't imagine that someone being anyone other than Hinajuku-san. Yeah, I was well aware of their relationship, like pretty much everyone else. We were in the same class, so I knew about them since 10th grade. They were both really into each other. Even more hardcore than the pink atmosphere that the Soma siblings made. Heck, there was even that time when someone accused if they were really together, and they started making out right then and there, which was when a teacher had to come in and take them to the counseling room. What I mean is, if you know about them, then it isn't hard to imagine their predicament. Alright, you figured it out. Soyochan's hurt. She needs a potion. I see. Sorry, we don't have one. I'm only going to say it one more time. Your life is on the line, so answer very carefully. Do you have a potion? I swear I don't have one. I don't have any potions, but I do have a good healing ointment. Will you be willing to take that? What do you mean healing ointment? You mean the clovers? It has to do with my job. I make them. And they're better than clovers. No deal, I can't trust you. If you can make healing stuff, I'm sure you can make poisons too. Right in the money. And here I was planning to get them indebted to me with my meds and become allies. This guy was too overcautious for his own good. If you really want to save Hinajuku-san, you're going to have to trust me. No, I won't. I've already drawn my bow at you once. And you're not the type that lets any enemy scot-free. I don't think I've ever done you any harm, so what's the problem, Sakurai-kun? Yeah, I don't hate you or anything. Well, it's more like, I can see it on your face, Momokawa. You've been through some tough shit. You've probably killed people too. Holy crap, was he for real, or just bluffing with me? Or maybe it's that, my face had transformed so much over my time here that people could just tell from a look. Let's say I have then. I'm still willing to trade fairly. I just want to pass this bridge and I don't want to have to fight you. Just trust me, Sakurai-kun. I don't have a potion, but I have the means and am willing to save Hinajuku-san. That's too bad, Momokawa. I'm not in a position where I can afford to take risks. No potion, no deal. You want to pass this bridge, you bring me a potion. Alright, fine, we'll find that potion for you. But on the off chance you change your mind and want my ointments, just send an arrow down with a letter saying you do. I'll be glad to oblige. You've probably guessed this much already, but I'm an archer. Everything you see right now is within my range. Don't you dare try and slip past me. Roger that. Well, I guess we'll be back. It might sound strange coming from me, but I do hope you can get that potion for me. I just want to save my Soyochan, that's it. I don't want to get in a fight with you. Especially with Futaba-san over there. Even I can tell she's bad news. Wowzers, what is this guy? Not only could he tell that this was Mei-chan instantly, he even caught a whiff of how strong of a berserker she was. His instincts were at the level of a thief job. We left the bridge, and now some distance away I dejectedly muttered. Sakurai Tuiaha. He's gonna be a pain to deal with. It was only after we got far away from the bridge blockaded by Sniper Sakurai that I could finally calm my nerves. It was honestly almost suffocating talking with him on that bridge. I'm not badass enough to stay chill with a gun pointed at my face, so bite me. No, I know it was a bow and arrow, but with enough experience in the archer job, he might as well have a sniper rifle. Heck, with some bow-based battle arts, it was probably more of an antimaterial rifle. While I was chewing on the problem, we headed inside a random close-by building, and having the Rems stay on guard, got some rest. I sighed audibly as I rested my butt on a crate or something, which is when a pair of big bouncy boobies, Mei-chan, came and stood in front of me. Kotaru-kun. I think we should go and defeat him. What was that? I was too focused on the boobies and didn't quite catch it. Okay, so I think she suggested a pretty violent solution just now. Let's not go there yet. I know we sort of butted heads back there, but I still think there's some room for discussion. No, you don't get it. It's true that I'm extremely mad at him for shooting at you, but that's not the only thing. Basically, Sakurai-kun won't become our ally. He only cares about Hinajuku-san and no one else. You mean about the 3 people limit thing? Yes. Sakurai-kun is dead set on using it with Hinajuku-san, no matter what. He's absolutely ready to kill any of his classmates for that one goal. I kind of don't want to imagine he's gone that deranged. But I wasn't naive enough to refute the idea. I could see where Mei-chan was coming from. While I took time to consider the ins and outs of the situation, Mei-chan had already sensed and deciphered that Sakurai-kun was a dangerous threat to us. It's because Sakurai-kun loves Hinajuku-san just that much. He's ready to do anything for her. It's not bad as a premise, but yeah, it's because he loves her that he's ready to sacrifice everything else. Even love is dangerous now. Loving someone meant that you treated that someone as special, and in comparison, everyone else was suddenly worth a lot less to you. I could even call it a form of discrimination. Alright, enough of this useless philosophical hubbub. We needed to think up a plan for this bridge problem. Honestly, I really don't want him as an enemy, you know? Yeah, same here. I can't do much against attacks from that far. The close-range specialist Berserker vs the long-range specialist Archer. That's some compatibility, alright. Oh well, let's try finding another route across. I wasn't even thinking about finding a potion for them. Really, why would I? If we can get past him, then that's fine and all, but if that means Hinajuku-san is recovered, that just bolsters their strength. I just didn't get why a 9/10 like Sakurai-kun is so infatuated with a 5/10 like Hinajuku-san. I mean, she was so normal looking that put amongst the other girls in 2-7 who were practically all high on the scale, I could even call her ugly. Plus, it wasn't like she had good grades or anything. I don't think she had any particularly outstanding trait at all. But even an average everyday girl like her could prove to be a threat with a job and its skills. And with Sakurai-kun cheering her on, even that normal girl would want to try fighting with him instead of letting him carry her. I'd have no problem if she was a weak little thing like Reina without her spirits, but there's always that what if. What if she was strong, and combined with Sakurai-kun, they became much stronger? So basically, if we had to fight Sakurai-kun, it had to be now, as he was going solo, or around when Hinajuku-san dies somehow or other. That was our game plan. If he keeps refusing my meds, then Hinajuku-san just has to die. We aren't generous enough to give away a precious potion to save her even if we do find one. I realize this all sounds really cold and calculating on my part. But I wasn't the one who drew his weapon first, Sakurai-kun did. If only he had the courage to beg us to somehow save her, I might have even sympathized and made plans to have them join our team. Sorry, not sorry. But I don't think we can circle around the lake without him spotting us. With his level, he can shoot at us even from that far. I know. We really don't have any good options in crossing over that lake. But what say you about crossing under it? Under? I'm talking about the sewers. That's the plan. Sneak past the super sniper through the sewers. Chapter 156, Operation Crossing the Bridge 1. See? There's a manhole right here. Ah, you're right. I was showing Mei-chan to a round, metallic lid fixed on the roadside, a manhole from any angle you look at it. I'd noticed that these were here on the first day we started exploring this Isekai town, but chose not to bother looking through dirty sewers since I had no particular reason to. Until now, that is. I mean, Sakurai-kun can't do anything if we're underground, right? Yeah, I don't think he can penetrate this deep. Actually, I don't think he'll be able to sense us going through the sewers at all. Mei-chan affirmed my theory, and I believed in her intuition. Now there was the issue of whether the sewers linked to the other side of the lake. I wasn't exactly a fan of going in there if I could help it, but like the saying goes, when push comes to shove. Let's get it over with, I guess. How are we supposed to get this open, anyway? I think they used some special metal rod that fit in the holes. The dungeon's manholes also had the little holes on the lid. Although, they weren't something we could stick some fingers in and pull. This sure sucks. And with the shape it's got, it doesn't look like I can use my tentacles either. Thmef. Mei-chan stomped and the manhole popped up and out of the way. There we go. Thanks. Alright, so let's send Rem in first. I thanked Mei-chan for her excellent usage of brute force, and had Rem number 3, our proverbial canary, dive in and check for danger. I scanned the sewers from above. Inside, I could see that it was lit up with the same white light panels found all over the dungeon, so there won't be any problem checking our surroundings once inside. This was a dungeon sewer, so it wouldn't be strange to find monsters living inside, for example, insect types or giant alligators. In the sewer zone I was previously at, there were jiras, those fishgoma-like monsters, so those could be in there too. Gugo, Gugaga. A little time later, number 3, who I'd sent in to scout, had returned. All clear, it looks like. I'll go in first then. Sure, thanks. Mei-chan volunteered to go in first. She didn't use the attached ladder and just jumped all the way down. There was a good bit of distance to the bottom, but she... You know what, I'm not going to bother. She was now very used to her berserker body, so she had no problem with feats of acrobatics like this, I'm sure. She wouldn't do it if she was unsure of whether she'd land unscathed. As a shaman, I needed to do research and experiments to figure out the extent of my abilities, but maybe other types of jobs had a learning curve more instinct-based. Or at least, that's how I think Mei-chan had it. Kotaro-kun, it's safe down here. Okay, Rem's there and Mei-chan's confirmed the safety too. This was more than enough. I should get going. Kshasha. Ah, sorry Arachnne, you're gonna have to wait here. This was simply because of the fact that Arachnne Mk2 was too big to fit through the hole. Oh right, and Mei-chan's main weapon, the halberd, and that big shield won't fit either, so we were not taking those. We were only going in to see how the route looked, so we weren't abandoning our stuff or anything like that. It's not that different from the sewer zone actually. The construction was practically the same as the sewer zone I once traveled with Tendakuen and the Yankee Party. So I was honestly expecting suddenly hearing Gayo and getting assaulted by a school of jiras. But that hadn't happened at all. So far. Since this was a peopleless ancient town, there wasn't any wastage flowing with the water in these sewers, and it actually didn't smell so bad. Actually, now that I think about it, every place where those jiras popped up stunk like ass. I bet it was those fish mofos that were stinking up that whole zone. Kotaro-kun, I think around here should be where the lake is. Mei-chan, with ever the sharp senses, could easily navigate inside these repetitive sewer tunnels. You mean if we go straight through here, we'll be on the other side? Yeah, it should be this direction. Right, let's go then. There weren't any bends or branching paths, so we just went straight. For about 3 minutes, after which we had to stop. Damn, it's completely caved in. Great. Just great. The whole tunnel was caved in right at the point where we'd be completely across. Large blocks of the concrete-like stone had closed off our path, though it wasn't exactly sealed tight. There was just enough space to let a little amount of sewage through. Gaga. I tried having number 3 squeeze in from somewhere, but she found no gaps wide enough. And even if we could squeeze into the sewage way somehow, I don't know how long we'd have to hold our breath before coming out the other side. And I wasn't willing to go that risk. Looks like this is a dead end. Let's go back and look for another route, I suggested. Yeah, too bad Mei-chan agreed. We headed back the way we came. We arrived at the bottom of the manhole where Arachnne was on standby. I put my hand on the ladder to climb up when... wait, Kotaro-kun. I'll go up first. No telling if there's a monster waiting outside, right? I mean, Arachnne was outside and she could probably drive most things off, but Mei-chan had a point. Say, the moment I pop out my head, a raging Royalop stampedes over the manhole like an out-of-control truck. I'd have my head turned to paste before I know it. Plus, I didn't think Arachnne would be able to handle that larger beast if it does decide to charge. I mean, there's always the possibility of such an attack, but the chances of it really happening was incredibly low. Still, Mei-chan asked to go first with my safety in mind, so the least I could do was agree to her kindness. And as I was watching her climb up, suddenly, a bolt of electricity passed through my head. Wait. Isn't this where I get to see her panties? She only had on that swaying, pleated skirt while she was making the climb. In addition, Mei-chan didn't wear spats, those accursed barriers that subverted panty shots. In other words, from underneath, the only piece of shielding that separated my eyes from her flesh would be a mere pair of panties. I'd painstakingly held myself back from a lot of similar situations that drove my self-control to its very edges, but this I could actualize by simply looking up. If this isn't what you call a once-in-a-lifetime chance, I don't know what is. No wait, think about this. This is definitely Mei-chan's trap. The moment I lose to my libido, I look up, and then, Mei-chan and my eyes meet, thus spelling the end of my dungeon survival. She was testing me, fully aware of the possibility that her panties were in plain view. This was my battlefield, my chance to prove that I was in fact a gentleman. Damn it. I won't, but Kotaro-kun, all clear up here. Come on up. Oh, okay. Fan service time was already up, okay. In the time I spent pathetically deliberating, Mei-chan had already climbed to the top, which wasn't that far up, and called down to me. Damn it all. I just wasted that big chance. No, I know, it was better this way. 'Twas for the best. Bad day today. In the end, we couldn't find a sewer tunnel that led to the other side of the lake. This was just a bad day for me. First, the bridge was blocked by Sniper Sakurai. Then, my big plan about using the sewers as a safe route only led to dead ends. Finally, I even had to endure the sheer pain of resisting the act of looking at Mei-chan's panties. Nothing good at all was happening today. After all that walking and climbing without any result, I'd gotten pretty tired, and checking my watch, it was night time already, so we ended up heading back to the ferry square. All my energy from the morning when I thought we'd be finally leaving our first ferry square in this zone, and this is where we end up, returning after a day trip. Kotaro-kun, dinner's ready. Looks like it's German fries for dinner today. She made it using bananatatoes and Royalop's bacon. Apparently she'd used some of the plants I'd collected that worked well as spices, but I wasn't able to get a good taste of it. I was constantly thinking how we'd really have to fight Sakurai-kun at this rate. Seriously, how the hell am I supposed to bypass that archer who's become so incredibly overpowered? I needed a way to get close to him. Specifically, I needed a way to get Mei-chan close enough to him. Close enough to give her a fighting chance. Her usual defensive equipment, the Dark Tower shield, was quite bulky and looked like it could withstand massive blows. But would it be enough to block a serious shot from Sakurai-kun? I didn't know, and I was worried. I had a feeling that if he used one of his archery battle arts, he might just pierce it through. This led me to believe that trying for a mad dash across the bridge holding only the shield overhead was a suicidal idea. Then what if I add Rem to the mix? No, even if there's two enemies running across, Sakurai-kun would know to target Mei-chan first. The guy had an insane level of intuition, and he was very likely to figure out that Rem wasn't that tough an opponent. Then there's the problem of whether, even if Rem makes it there, can she, with her increased strength from the Goliath parts, even defeat this archer? He might not have specialized battle arts for melee combat, but he might still be flexible enough to use a dagger or sword, and might still have decent enough skill in close combat to beat Rem. This tactic is unreliable. Getting Mei-chan to face him is definitely the more practical choice. But I didn't have a way to accomplish that safely. If only my clone had pain return. Pain return was one of the skills that only worked with my real body, and didn't transfer over at all to my two-shade clone. Heck, if I could get that sort of cheat combo attack, I would have become a master suicider. No wait, he won't actually know it's the clone, will he? I already told him about my pain return. Meaning, that he definitely won't headshot me immediately. He'd probably try grazing an arrow past my skin to see if the damage does get reflected. Yeah, won't work. The moment he does that, he'll kill the clone in the second shot. He'll see that pain return wasn't happening when he hurt something that looks just like me, so inevitably, he'll think that I was just bluffing about this countering skill and will mercilessly shoot to kill from there on after. As a result, the most I could do with the clone was have it die in combat in the middle of the bridge, still far from Sakurai-kun's location. Oh, I know. I don't actually have to make the clone go by itself. There was finally a plan unraveling in my mind. That's it, I'll just have Mei-chan carry clone me as her shield. I yelled in a stroke of genius and stood up from the bath cauldron in that state of excitement. Kotaro-kun, you called me? I didn't. I didn't call you, so relax. I was sure that if I didn't stop her right away, Mei-chan would easily sweep aside the thin black hair curtain and invade my bathing area. Like, holy crap, if I was another 2 seconds late, we'd definitely be in a ridiculously awkward situation right now. I mean, sure, I had a hidden desire to somehow accidentally end up peeking on Mei-chan taking a bath, but then again, I wasn't exactly enthused about revealing my own birthday suit to her. I'm just saying that my you-know-what isn't exactly a size I can boast about. But that doesn't mean it's especially short or small or anything. It's normal-sized. Yup, completely normal. Alright, I'll try it out as soon as I'm done with the bath. I ended my soak in a little less than 5 minutes, after which I called Mei-chan, for real this time. I'm thinking of doing a little experiment, so help me out. Experiment? Yeah, I want to see if you can tell me apart from my clone. I'd of course already told Mei-chan about my newly acquired curses, including 2 shade, but I had yet to show her this one in action. This will be the first time she's seeing my clone curse. So can you turn around for a bit? Sure. Alright, let's do this nice and proper. Expand, reflect, and so walk. It is all yet is one, for reality is none. 2 shade. I used the full canto for maximum effect. Fuzzy black smoke began rising up from the shadow extending from my feet, and in the blink of an eye, the darkness molded into human form and took a shape completely identical to me. The clones I'd used before, when fighting Reina, were all wearing the school gakuren, but since this curse copies whatever I'm wearing currently, this time, it was more casual, with an open tracksuit and t-shirt inside. Okay, done. You can turn back this way. What the? There really are 2 Kotaru-kuns. Mei-chan was super surprised. I'd had this reaction from others too, so I knew that me and my clone were one and the same as far as outside appearance goes. You could look at it from any side or angle you want, but there'd be absolutely no difference. There was no player 2 color scheme and neither was the clone slightly transparent. No difference at all. As you can see, there's no difference on the outside, but I'm trying to test if people with good instincts can tell somehow. Basically, since you have really good Berserker instincts, I want you to see if you can tell which one the real me is. Sakurai-kun seems to have good instinctive judgment too, so I want to make sure I can use this against him. I had the clone talk first, and I continued after. One thing to note here is that the voice didn't change at all between the 2 of us. So pretty much like no changes in the VA. Oh, I see. Let's see, nope, I can't tell at all, Mei-chan sulked. Really? You can't tell? I asked. I'm the real Kotaru, can't you tell? I forced. His lying, I'm the real one, it's me, Mei-chan, I pleaded. Wait, what, I don't know, Mei-chan began deliberating nervously. I thought I'd mess around a bit, and started doing the old cliché where a shape-shifting monster starts causing confusion among friends and allies. Mei-chan was looking to back and forth to the 2 of us with an increasingly frustrated expression. So you really can't tell? Yeah, I honestly really can't tell. But I have a feeling. It's you. And without any warning to me or hesitation on her part, Mei-chan picked out the real body, in other words, my body, and swooped me up in a tight hug. What the, hey? Her chest was touching my face. No, it was more correct to describe my face as completely muffled. Holy moly. What is this soft and warm? What's with this great smell? What in the what is I don't even. Did I get it right? Sure did. Hooray. She cheered and squeezed me even tighter. Yeah, I can die, like this, in boobies. Phew. I sighed to calm myself after being released. So how did you get it anyway? I wonder, intuition maybe? I just kind of got this has to be Kotaru-kun's real body kind of feeling. Oh shit. If her intuition is this hardcore, there's a big chance Sakurai-kun might be able to do it too. Once he figures out that my shield clone is in fact a clone, the whole plan will go up in smoke. Okay, can I try again? Sure, I don't mind. I needed to see what sort of success rate this intuition of hers was capable of. If it turns out that she gets it right 50% of the time, I can still mark it down as dumb luck. I got it, you're the real Kotaru-kun, and so I kept getting smothered in boobies. Mei-chan, what compels you to hug me so? Having had my face drowned in those enormous jugs 10 times in a row, my brain had already turned to mush and I lost the mental faculties to even question her actions anymore. Yeah, this is fine. Ha. I came to my senses with a start. Kotaro-kun, you seemed really out of it. What's wrong? I mean, I'd have to be legitimately homosexual if I didn't feel anything from that sheer amount of boobs to the face goodness. But now was not the time to lose myself to pleasure. Damn it, my head still wasn't working straight. It was still filled to the brim with Mei-chan's boobs. Well, anyway, so Mei-chan, you kinda just had 100% accuracy there. Was it really that easy to tell? Well, she said, thinking on her words, I can somehow just tell, you know. But I don't think others could do it as well as me. So you mean, it's because we've known each other for this long? Maybe you can sense a vague difference in presence or something. Yeah, I bet it's just that. I'm pretty sure I can say that I know you best. That sweet yet deadly experiment done with, what I learned was that there wasn't a big chance that Sakurai-kun would see through the clone decoy. But then again, it wasn't perfect. And I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I wanted to get one more countermeasure in place, if at all possible. So what is it that I'm missing? Chapter 157, Operation Crossing the Bridge 2. Air Sagitta. The fired wind blade exploded upon touching the dry ground, scattering clouds of dust. But that was all it did. Not good. This is no longer the level of smokescreen. The easiest way to protect ourselves from the sniper was by finding a shelter to hide. The arrows fired by Sakurai-kun weren't unmanned drones or guided missiles which could track the target with sonar or thermograph. In short, disturbing his vision with some sort of smokescreen should be enough to drop the precision of his aim. Normally, hitting a target that couldn't be seen was an impossible feat even for a bowmaster, but the owner of Archer Vocation had that kind of ability. They could hit unseen targets to a certain extent with their clairvoyance-like ability. Yup, Shimokawa's Aqua Mist is an amazing magic after all. It was an excellent magic that would allow us to get out of a predicament. Since Aqua Mist instantly covered wide area upon casting, it was an extremely outstanding magic. As if that wasn't enough, the mist would rob everyone save its caster's field of vision. Since it took a lot of time just to create one smokescreen, it was basically impossible without skill or magic. Even though I tried to fire Air Sagitta to create cloud of dust, it wasn't thick enough to hide a human figure and easily scattered away. If we wanted to create a real smokescreen, an instrument that would keep producing smoke was a must. Should I make smoke grenade in this dungeon? I could create such an instrument in a crafting game, but creating it in real life was quite a challenge. I mean, it was literally impossible seeing that I didn't even know its materials, the tools needed, and manufacturing process. I can extract oil for torch, but that alone is far from enough. I returned towards the plaza while pondering over such matters. The current status of this fairy plaza was as follows. The area around the water fountain had become the bathroom and Mei-chan's kitchen, the area around the tree's bedroom complete with suspended hammock, and lastly, the area around the entrance a sort of storage for various kinds of loots and materials. I gathered many ingredients from around this area, trying to think of a new plan by using these materials to defeat the sniper, Sakurai. Even though the ruined city was no different from the jungle after being abandoned for thousands of years, we could actually harvest original materials of this area. Even though we had gathered all kinds of materials and treasure boxes from around this area, its effects were insignificant. The most it did was enrich our daily diets. Currently, Mei-chan was busy preparing her original spice blend made from a combination of several herbs. I could look forward to tonight's dinner. We should be able to create new items and weapons with this simple alchemy formation. Well, I guess I was asking for the impossible. Anyhow, I guess I have to make full use of what we have in our hands. On the other hand, if we're talking about something special I had in my hand right now, maybe it was that summoner's skull which I had kept in different place. Maybe I need to add this skull into REM in order to learn summoning skill. That's a bit impossible. Let's try it for the time being. No. Well, this is indeed the right time to test this skull, but I definitely won't do that. I mean, I was bewildered upon finding out that I don't want to turn REM into my guinea pig. Well, Maybe I should just destroy this useless skull then. I mean, Air Sagitta was more useful. A flash of insight suddenly came upon me when I gripped the cane in frustration. This skull seems like a perfect fit for this cane. I just felt that way when I compared the wind elemental's sphere fitted on the cane with the skull. Regarding the size, though the summoner's skull, which was originally a human skull, was bigger, it was a perfect fit if I placed it inside the bird claw-like ornament at the tip of the cane. No, I mean, it's way too simple. Well, since there was nothing to lose from trying, I detached the wind sphere from the bird's claws ornament and replaced it with the skull. The white skull fitted perfectly into the grasp of the claw when I fitted it in. In addition, it didn't get disconnected when I swung the cane lightly. Yup, it was a perfect fit. Come forth, salamander. I struck an extremely embarrassing pose as I swung the cane. But absolutely nothing happened. Right. Fool's cane. The fool swinging the cane meaninglessly wouldn't be able to unravel the miracle of the saint. It's just an ordinary swing. I felt a weak current running into my brain. This had happened before, but now I could see it. This is a new curse. The same thing happened whenever I received a new curse that wasn't granted directly by Ruin Hildesama. Like when I received Black Blood or Vessel of Poison. It was usually the kind of curse that directly altered my own flesh. But what I experienced just now was a reaction when I swung the cane, not related to my flesh but my movement. Surely, shamans had this image of equipping themselves with cane like a wizard or sorcerer, and if my memory serves me right, this was the first time I swung a cane. Could it be that shaking the fool's cane isn't the only way to activate it? Even if I've limited way in my hands, please spare me from some sort of hidden skill or whatever it was, Ruin Hildesama. I mean, I was the kind of child who was planning ahead after I had a full grasp of my own ability rather than relying on some sort of awakening like the fighter from a vegetable planet. Oh whatever. Ignoring the usual wacky flavor text, I guess I have to try the power of this cane. And then, I struck into a pose again and shouted like before. Come forth, salamander. But absolutely nothing happened. TCH, as expected, summoning a salamander was pretty much impossible here. I mean, it's okay even if the one who got summoned was that electric black T-Rex. I guess summoning such a powerful monster without any cost was practically impossible. Anything is fine. Come on, show your worth as Summoner's Skull. When I swung the cane wildly, UWA, what the heck? This guy actually sucked my mana. When I roused myself to recreate REM, suddenly, I felt the sensation of mana being drained from my body. When I used my curse, it felt like the mana was sucked from my entire body, but now, it was clearly sucked from my hand, and that large quantity of mana was flowing into the cane. And just like that, my mana became the source to invoke the Fool's Cane. To be exact, it created a magic circle on its own. It was a magic circle that I had never seen before. It was around 1 meter in diameter. The pattern and letters written inside weren't that complex either. It was pretty simple to the point that even I could understand it. This magic circle wasn't written with a line of light, it looked like it was written with blood, like some sort of curse. And that eerie magic circle kept appearing, 1, 2, 3, and finally stopped after the 30 magic circles had formed. And then, after all those magic circles appeared together, a figure formed inside. This is. The inside of the magic circle appeared to be similar to Vile's clay doll, a whirling of chaos. The figure that appeared from inside like a drunk man was a skeleton. It was a black, weak skeleton similar to the early form of Rem. It was about as tall as me, its frail-looking body enough to convince me about its low specs. But there were 30 of them appearing together from 30 magic circles. All 30 black skeletons were lining up in front of me. Ooh, this is the first time I've gathered so many allies. Maybe this is the true power of a summoner. Simple summoning circle calling forth familiarity using the simple version of the simplified summoning circle. The reason the magic circle looks so eerie is that it is a kind of curse. Skeleton basic form of familiarity. The reason for its black color is a curse. Tuning wave, echo, a method for subordination or mutual understanding by tuning one's mana with the other party. It is the basis for spirit magic. While such an explanation appeared in my mind just like the usual curses explanation, It felt different to me for some reason. I mean, these 3 skills were supposed to be a summoner's skill. Is this the basic skill for summoner? Awesome. In short, the Fool's Cane allowed me to use the basic skill of the vocation of the skull that I fixed on the cane. It might allow me to learn more skills from the other vocations as I kept using it despite being a shaman, a feature similar to growth type cheat. But since my vocation was originally a weak vocation, I didn't think that I would grow into some sort of TUE character despite all the new skills I got from the cane. There was also a high possibility that I could only use the basic skill of each vocation, even if for example there was a mastery level of each skill. It was nothing more than how skillfully I used that said skill. In the first place, my experience had told me that I shouldn't expect something easy like growth type cheat since my vocation was the kind of vocation that gave me a new skill after surpassing trial and tribulation. But of course, it didn't mean that I should just dismiss the effect of basic skills since even if it was basic, it was still a useful skill depending on how I used it. Okay then, let's try this so-called summoner's power section. Yup, these guys are small fries after all. I led those 30 black skeletons for a field test and as a result, more than half of them were lost against 6 high zombies. Garuru, Gagaga, Kisha. In the end, it was the combination of Rem and Arachnne that defeated the zombies. I'd expected this result to some extent, but I'd never expected for them to be this weak. Or rather, they're way too weak. It seems their inside really isn't Rem. And as if to affirm my suspicion, Rem the First gave a hand sign as if telling me that I was right. The black skeleton called with Fool's Cane's summon art was slow and way too fragile. I mean, Rem who accompanied me all the way until this point had reached the point at which she could move way faster than those black skeletons even in her black skeleton form. Well, I couldn't deny the fact that high zombies' power and speed were above the black skeletons, but their movements were too monotonous. Defeating them should be fairly simple for the black skeletons. And yet, those high zombies wiped the floor with my 30 black skeletons whose movements were more or less similar to wild skeletons. As if, they're basically wild skeletons painted black, nothing special except their black color. As expected, Rem was the only familiar-like existence for me. Created by the combination of Vile's clay doll and corpse doll of resentment. Maybe because the corpse part was the derivation of clay doll, the content was still one and the same Rem, but maybe because the black skeletons weren't an existence that was created with a curse or summoning arts, their content might be a completely different existence. Note, corpse doll and clay doll differ only by 1 kanji, which made me wonder, just where did they get their own ego? If I've to say in a more familiar term, the black skeletons summoned by the cane, their low specs body aside, looked like they were also being controlled by shitty game AI. Will they grow like Rem if I trained them in the same way as Rem? But then, I got this feeling that trying to prove that was a waste of time. They are just powerless skeletons with nothing but numbers as their advantage. If we're talking about the merits of the summoned skeletons, they were cheap and easy to summon, a readily available bait or sacrificial pawn. But of course, Rem was more than enough to assume that role. She could even think for herself. Things would be easier for me if the content of those black skeletons was Rem. It was a convenient skill for withdrawal and preemptive strike though. Well, it might be possible to erase all the summoned black skeletons at once with something like space magic though. After I summoned the first batch of the skeletons, it was possible to UN summon them after they finished their duties, and resummon them again in a flash. In short, recycling. Naturally, doing that would still consume my mana, but only the mana needed to deploy the summoning circle. But there was a single fatal weakness of this strategy, which was already obvious from my field test. At least, bring your weapon back too, damn it. Yes, the thing that came out of the summoning circle was really just a skeleton. In the field test this time, I used Arachnne as our baggage carrier, which included weapons such as swords and spears for the skeletons. However, when those guys got unsummoned, only their bodies vanished, leaving their weapons behind. This is just my conjecture, but the summoning circle could only materialize something made from mana. Since those skeletons were created with summoning arts, it was possible to return them to their mana forms and assemble them again. But the equipment that I gave to them was left in the place where they vanished since it couldn't be converted to mana. In short, storing physical matter not made from mana in a summoning circle was impossible. Damn it, as I expected, Tendakuin's item inventory is fucking cheat. He could literally throw everything into that golden magic circle, including that king sword, his main weapon, the materials he gave to me, literally everything. It was an extremely wonderful skill with limitless capacity. It might be possible to upgrade simple summoning circle if the level of summoning skill got upgraded. And if that happened, I might be able to create simple storage for physical items. Welp, let's forget about that for the time being. My main objective right now is how to utilize what I've in hand. First, I had a rough grasp about the effect of simple summoning circle and skeleton, which left me with the last of the 3 skills Echo. In short, I could turn any monster into my subordinate as long as my magical power is strong enough. Isn't this the so-called tame thingy? Another game-like skill, huh? Sure enough, Summoner's playstyle was something along the lines of using this Echo in taming weak monsters first and gradually moving on to stronger ones as they gained more masteries of their skills, which in turn increased their combat potential. Trying this skill on a strong monster might be difficult, but it might be possible if I try this skill on high zombies. It had been a while since I did this kind of experiment, since that time when I was experimenting with poison. Arachnne Rem was really useful during this kind of experiment. WOAH. And then, she captured one of those zombies who raised a death cry in less than 30 minutes. Since it's more powerful than Goma, she wrapped that zombie into a cocoon thread and hung it upside down on a tree. Well then, it's experiment time, hung Mankuin. I was facing the hung-up high zombie, poking fool's cane at it. Section. 1 hour later, the zombie that was hanging upside down on a tree branch had already transformed into what you might call a lump of mysterious meat. Failure, huh? The high zombie's taming attempt failed. It was an utter failure. I could invoke Echo with no problem. The problem was its effect. It was simply too weak. Damn it, it doesn't work on such weaklings. I guess taming is pretty much impossible. Or rather, I was simply unsuitable for this magic. Or else, it might be just how unique mind-type magic was. Since its effects were hardly shown, it was really difficult to gauge the effects of this magic. If I'd to explain the effect of mind magic, I guess it would be like paint. The main function of this magic was to paint my enemy's mind with my color. As long as I could paint the majority of my opponent's mind with my color, I would pretty much succeed in turning them into my subordinate. In short, paint it my color. If it does not work on high zombie, I guess it won't work on Govu either, and I don't think it'll work on Red Dog and Goma either. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean that there was no monster that I could tame? Why, you must be kidding me, right? Oh, this magic can't even tame monsters despite being a skill that is supposed to be able to do so. Just what kind of shitty game is this? Anyhow, since my vocation was the kind of vocation that belonged to a spellcaster type called Shaman, my status should be optimized to use magic, including the amount of my magical power. That's why my magical power shouldn't be that low. But I'd yet to make sure whether this skill called Echo would work against the weakest monster in this dungeon, Goma. Even at the best, this was nothing more than a shitty skill. Be happy, Red Fever, you got a comrade. I never expected a day that I missed Goma would come. There's none of those in this area after all. If that was the case, I guess using a black skeleton was more practical for me. What should I do now? I was crestfallen, heaving a sigh while looking at the summoner's skull fitted on the fool's cane with the high zombie hanging upside down as the background. I had no idea which one of my classmates' skulls was this skull. Could it be that this shitty skill was the reason for that person's death? If that was the case, my condolences, comrade. Well, I wouldn't give you my condolences if summoner was one of the cheat vocations though. I mean, if it was a cheat vocation, the chances were high that the person got overly confident of his power only to have Tendao turn the table against that person. When I was in the middle of my escapade, the chirp of a small bird reached my ears. The bird that was chirping in this jungle was a bird similar to a tree sparrow whose chirping awakened me when I first arrived in this dungeon. I thought they were adorable birds, different from the wild little birds, but I was wrong. They were gathered around the corpse of a high zombie, pecking its body with their little beaks. Echo. The moment I used that skill, one of the little birds twitched and stopped moving. Did I just succeed? I noticed that the skill would work out somehow. It was just my intuition. But the feeling became more apparent when I invoked Echo. In a high zombies case, I felt it was impossible. It felt like trying to paint an entire canvas with 0.3 and mechanical pencil, but when it came to the tree sparrow, the tuning felt like I had dumped a can of paint on the canvas. When I tried to give it an order to come to me, it flapped its wings and perched on my shoulder. Oh, it seems I just heard something really amazing. It turned out, the reason why dominating monsters with mana was so difficult was that they already had mana in their body, forming some sort of resistance to it. But that wasn't the case because a normal wild animal didn't have mana. To begin with, it was easier to tame them. Well, the reason was trivial for me anyway. What was more important was the fact that I could finally tame them. Now then, let's see if the animal that was tamed with Echo could be summoned with a summoning circle. Yeah, it's possible. When I swung my cane, the tree sparrow perching on my shoulder went down towards the small red summoning circle that appeared on the ground, and disappeared with a puff, leaving a trail of black smoke behind. And when I swung my cane one more time, the black mist came out again, forming the shape of a tree sparrow. Hell yeah. It turned Echo was working on a small animal such as a tree sparrow. In addition, I could summon the subordinated animal with a summoning circle too. In the case of skeletons, 30 bodies at once was my limit. But if it was only this tree sparrow, I could go as far as 100. Or maybe, I could go for a bigger bird. I did it. Now I can do something about Sakurai-kun with this section. Finally, our preparation to break through Sakurai sniping blockade was completed. My first card was equipping Mei-chan with my avatar created with Twin Shadow, a psychological tactic to induce hesitation in Sakurai-kun. The second card was me rushing in with my makeshift air force while Mei-chan kept Sakurai-kun busy. Hey, speaking of flying in the air, it sounds like a cheat. I was grinning from ear to ear while grasping on the fool's cane which had the summoner's skull fitted on its tip, looking up at the sky far away from the geofront. Up there was the gathering of numerous birds of various sizes and species. Yosh, now turn back. I swung my cane once as I gave such an order, following which the birds fell down, flapping their wings as they landed on the ground. The bird that gathered under me was the bird that I found around this area with the effect of Echo. There were various kinds of birds starting from small-sized, tree sparrow-like birds to big-sized, colorful parrot-like birds. But then, I could send them back home using a summoning circle just by saying return. It was an extremely reliable function for a summoner's familiar. But there was one bird left behind when I ordered them to return. It had a crow-like figure both in color and appearance, looking like your normal average bird. This one was the only one who was different from the other birds. It was a corpse doll's rem after all. As I thought, it is easier to use those birds by appointing rem as their leader. I'd already understood something from the very first skeleton summoning experiment that the familiar created with summon skill or the familiar tamed with Echo had extremely low intelligence. They'd follow my order faithfully, but that's all, for they couldn't adapt to the situation. At least, I knew that trying to teach them tactics or swordcraft in one day was literally impossible. That's why when it came to actual combat, I'd to give precise orders, but this was just the right time. Things would become more complicated when I gave different orders to several familiars at once. Things would be far easier if I could give them a command with a click from the mouse, just like those PC games. Though things might be easier for me as I gained mastery over that area, the current me wasn't as skilled when it came to manipulating the object outside my field of vision. For example, when I ordered the birds to fly, they would fly till far ahead in the blink of an eye. When I tried to directly control the familiar, I found out that the live operation was restricted to some extent. And in this situation in which the aerial operation was hopeless, Rem became my own solution. Rem's thinking capabilities and movements were still going strong even after the number of her clones increased again. Well, it might be because she had parallel ability built into her specs. That's why having one Rem, bird Rem to be exact, commanding the flock of birds in my place reduced my burden as the summoner. All I needed was to explain the outline of our strategy to Rem and she would understand what I wanted to do with her own thinking capabilities. I mean, she could already make her own decisions to some extent. When she met an unexpected variable in our plan, she could already judge for herself whether she should continue the mission or retreat. And now, by appointing Rem as the familiar unit's leader. All they needed to do was obey Remsama's command. And just as I expected, even the brains of those birds, well, they're birds after all, familiars showed enough intelligence to be able to at least follow Rem's order. Move, attack, or retreat. As long as they could follow those orders precisely, it was already enough for me. How's your side, Mei-chan? Yup, I think it's great. As a side note, while I was in the middle of training the birds, Mei-chan, who was in the middle of training to repel the rapid-firing arrows with her black tower shield, replied so with a smile on her face. Since our opponent was an archer, training to repel his arrows was mandatory. Know yourself, know your opponent, you won't lose in hundreds of battles. Which reminds me, the only opponent who used bow and arrow so far were those ugly Gomas with their tattered, clumsy-looking arrows. The same went for Mei-chan. She rarely met a living armor who used bowgun or bow and arrow as their weapon. That's why she was in the middle of intense training to repel Sakurai-kun's sniping, since she had to cross the bridge while protecting my shadow. Well, we can train as much as we can after all. Currently, Rem the First, Arachnne Rem, and Rem the Third were in the middle of shooting arrows relentlessly toward Mei-chan. Since Arachnne Rem's upper half was that of a human, she could use a bow and arrow normally. I mean, look at centaurs, they could use bow and arrow with their upper half too, so Rem should be able to do that too. Anyhow, since Rem had already mastered archery, the three of them could shoot from 3 different directions without missing their target. Any normal opponent would be killed against such a relentless barrage. But still, as expected of Mei-chan, our Berserker, she could easily fend off the arrows that came from her blind spots. This should be enough, but I can't help but feel anxious since Sakurai-kun's archery is more amazing than this. As expected, it's because his vocation is archer, right? Since the other party has martial art too, this training might be far from enough. But still. I will protect you, Kotaro-kun. No, it's my turn to become your shield now. Ah. You're right, Tei. Now, I could also look cool in front of Mei-chan by becoming her shield. It's my shadow though. I mean, it was true that we could easily win this fight if I made full use of pain return when Sakurai-kun shot my limbs, which in return would decrease his combat power, and then bring the battle to close combat, but sorry, I'm a realist. I wouldn't place my bet on probability, and self-sacrifice wasn't in my blood. In the end, Mei-chan still took the most dangerous role, but somehow, I felt a pang of guilt upon seeing her smiling affectionately, praising me for thinking about various tactics without even showing a trace of discontent on her face. Yup, let's stop with this meaningless self-deprecation. What I had to do now was place my trust in Mei-chan's power, pray for the success of my tactic, and go challenge the lonely archer, Sakurai-kun. Chapter 158, Shaman vs. Archer. I stood by myself overlooking the single bridge from atop a tall building by the riverside. I wonder just how much time has passed ever since I secluded myself in this place. It has been 3 days since the appearance of Futaba-san, who transformed into a transcendental beauty babe with a busty rack that was enough to make any man turn his head to see her, along with Momokawa, who suddenly became a cheeky boy. Should I try Momokawa's drug? No, the risk I take with that option is way too big. To be honest, I had no idea whether welcoming them with this kind of hostile air was correct or not. I'd no time to hesitate in this kind of situation. Momokawa didn't have potion, but he had the drug, believing that was a simple matter. To be honest, such an offer was more than what I expected, to the point that I want to accept his offer. But my intuition warned me that Momokawa is bad news. Due to my archer vocation, my intuition power become really sharp, almost to the point of predicting the future. And intuition was one of my passive skills. But keeping my vigilance for a long time by myself like this did chip away my patience. If I took that drug, I might be able to heal Soyochan immediately. Could it be that I actually abandoned the one and only chance to save her? Currently, I can't help but always be haunted by such a thought. But no matter how much I thought about it, my intuition kept telling me that Momokawa was dangerous. And by dangerous, I wasn't referring to the outer appearance of a baby-faced, girl-like guy who seemed to be always in his own world back in Japan, which stayed the same, but I knew that something about him was fundamentally different compared to before. Well, that change might be just natural. I mean, he somehow managed to reach this far in the dungeon after all. There was no doubt that he went through the baptism of this dungeon to reach this far. This was a mere conjecture of mine, but my intuition had warned me that Momokawa had killed someone along the way, which might be one of our classmates, and there was no mistaking this intuition of mine. And though I couldn't guess what was so dangerous about him, he boldly tried to negotiate with me despite my warning shot. Maybe he wanted to recruit us to join his party. I had no idea whether he was telling the truth or not, but he stopped spouting cunning words with another warning shot from me. Though my intuition had already become really sharp, it didn't mean that I could see through a lie. That's why I knew nothing about Momokawa's traveling companions, nor did I know about the drug he created. I also had no idea whether the thing he said about the drug was true or not. Once you suspect something, you might have a hard time looking suspicious. Nevertheless, from the way that guy, Momokawa, spoke, even if the other party threatened his life, he would shrewdly drag the other party to the negotiation table, no doubt about it. If the other party was quite gullible, he most likely would force them to agree with him, which made him very dangerous. In 1,000 chances, he took Soyochan as a hostage. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to fight them back anymore. Even though my intuition understood the situation, I couldn't help but keep thinking about Momokawa's drug. That was how desperate my current situation was. God, please, cure Soyochan. Her condition being stabilized, for now, was what I hoped. Though she had stopped bleeding, the painful-looking scars had yet to be closed. That's why without proper bandage and antiseptic solution, there was the danger of infection. Though I did my best to close her wound, in the end, a potion-like magic drug was necessary to close her wound. Even if her fever had subsided right now, I didn't think she would be healed naturally as it is. Maybe because she had lost her appetite, she never touched her meal nowadays. What should I do? Should I try looking for a potion even if it is just a bit far away? I've already finished searching the nearby place. I knew that I would expose the wounded Soyochan by searching around, but I'd no choice but to leave her side to hunt for our food and drinking water. I wouldn't find a treasure box with potions inside around this area, but I might be able to find one in a big ruined city. Though I'd prepared myself to leave this place for 1 or 2 days to search for a potion, I wished that I'd more options in this regard, but damn it, I can't lose now. That Momokawa should be still hiding nearby. That guy would definitely cross the bridge as soon as he realized that I was already gone, and took the defenseless Soyochan hostage. Should I kill him first then? Nope, I shouldn't jump the gun. There's a possibility that Momokawa might also be looking for a potion while I did the same. In short, I'd no way out, sealed in this place. Think harder. Something. Is there some other way to save Soyochan? It seemed I was drowning in my own train of thought, was what my intuition had told me. Upon sensing hostile existence, my intuition skill would work first, locating the hostile party with search enemy. And lastly, I would find the exact location of the hostile party with eagle eye or wind reading. Now, I'd already grasped the rough location with search enemy. Well, I was bound to notice sooner or later with such a bold gait. The other party made a beeline across the bridge, straight towards my location. Sakurai-kun, are you there? The one who shouted my name with his childlike voice was, of course, Momokawa. You came here, Momokawa. Did you find the potion? Is what I wanted to ask, but what in the hell was with that appearance? The one who appeared was, of course, Momokawa. Along with Futaba-san. But the problem was their appearance. Futaba-san was holding a tower shield. In addition, Momokawa was crucified right on the surface of that said shield, like a certain person with J as his initials. Just what kind of crime did you commit for Futaba-san to tie you up on her shield? Did you by chance get found out when peeking at her while she was bathing? No matter how you looked at it, Momokawa who got tied up on Futaba-san's black tower shield looked like a witch who was about to receive a trial or burned on the stake, but since the person himself boldly called for my attention, I guess he wasn't punished by Futaba-san. Sorry Sakurai-kun, we're also betting our lives here. That's why we come after we made a perfect plan to break through. I see. Please don't make it look like you're enjoying some sort of SM play. But from his tone, I guessed that he wouldn't hand over the potion he found so obediently. Did you find the potion? Nope. Let me ask you for the last time, are you sure that you don't want to try my drug? My answer won't change, I refuse. Though I kept wondering whether I should really try Momokawa's drug, I still ended up at the same conclusion as before, I can't. Fight me or bring me a potion, you only have one of those two options if you wish to pass this area. I think you're putting yourself in danger by trying to fight us, Sakurai-kun. We want to avoid combat as much as possible, that's why can you at least let us pass this one time? If I'm really going to let you guys pass this place, I wouldn't go as far as threatening you guys like this. The only safe way to pass this bridge is for you guys to look for a potion, and give it to me. I knocked my arrow of the Blackhorn bowstring and pulled it, ready to fire a warning shot at any given moment. That would put an end to it if he tries to negotiate with me again, but... well, let's see how you'll face this situation, Momokawa. I see, too bad then. It seems we've to kick your ass to pass this place. The moment Momokawa said those words, Futaba-san made a beeline towards my location. Her running speed betrayed the weight of her seemingly heavy equipment. You'll regret this, Momokawa. I fired the first shot, a warning shot. The arrow pierced through the air in a straight line towards the duo, then lodged itself right in front of Futaba-san's toes along with heavy impact. But that warning shot didn't stop her. Rather, she acted as if she didn't see the arrow coming. Or not, it wasn't that she didn't see the arrow coming. She didn't feel the need to dodge or protect herself against the first arrow since she knew that it wouldn't hit her. But Futaba-san seemed quite brave to be able to pull such a feat even though she looked like a timid person like Soyochan back in the class. It seemed she was also transformed into a completely different person after the baptism of this dungeon. That's just a warning shot. I won't miss in the next one. You didn't forget about my power, right, Sakurai-kun? In your tied-up state, all I need to do is defeat Futaba-san. Then, the moment I set my aim to Futaba-san's feet, the shield moved. It was a slight movement as if trying to protect her feet from my arrow. It wasn't my imagination, the shield did move. No way, she predicted the trajectory of my arrow. Such intuition. Yes, I wasn't the only person who got the supernatural ability called vocation. Though Momokawa had this bizarre atmosphere around him, my intuition had told me that his vocation wasn't the combat type. But Futaba-san was a completely different story. She might have an extremely powerful combat type vocation. I mean, she could run so fast without even breaking a sweat while raising that stupidly huge and bulky shield which added Momokawa's 40-something kilograms of weight on the shield's surface. Despite holding a freaking 100 kilograms shield in her hand, her running speed rivaled Natsukawa-san's, the ace at the track and field club. That fact alone was enough to convince me of her superhuman strength. In addition, strength wasn't the only factor that got strengthened, she had a sharp intuition too. Seriously, she literally used Momokawa as her shield. If she only held up her shield without moving it, I could shoot her without hitting Momokawa. Even if she copied a terrorist act of using a child as a shield like the one in a Hollywood movie, the current me could score a headshot without having to worry about hitting the hostage. But reality sucks like hell. I could shoot Futaba-san when the movement of her shield was always following after my aim. I'm sure that Futaba-san was reacting to my aim by using either her intuition or sharp eyesight, or else the combination of both. If I shot my arrow as it is, there was a high possibility that my arrow would kill Momokawa. If what Momokawa said about his pain return ability was true, then it would be the end for me the moment I shot his vital spot. Even without that, I would be literally incapacitated if my limbs got injured due to the effect of Momokawa's skill. If his pain return ability was a lie, then I wouldn't hesitate to kill him on the spot. But I couldn't take a risk of killing Momokawa before I confirmed the truth about his pain return ability. I had a simple way to check the truth. All I needed was to make my arrow graze past him. But Futaba-san wouldn't allow me to do that. As long as she kept moving her shield, my arrow would eventually strike Momokawa's limbs. No, that might be their original aim. Because I'd no way to heal my wound. Since I'd already revealed the fact that I needed the potion for instant healing, they must have realized that I had no way to heal my wound. But Momokawa had his handmade ointment. In addition, the result seemed to be outstanding. That's why even if he had to sacrifice a leg or hand, He could heal that wound later. After they dealt with me, who couldn't move due to injury, they could take their time to heal their injury. Damn it, what should I do? The running speed of Futaba-san was reduced lightly, and then slowly returned to her top speed again. At her current pace, it would only take less than 20 seconds to reach my position. She wouldn't even give me time to think. Calm down, me. Momokawa had become Futaba-san's shield. According to intuition, his pain return ability was most likely a lie. I mean, he looked way too calm for someone who made himself into a bait. Though I had to praise his guts for his ability to stay calm in this situation, completely unperturbed was literally impossible. It was as if he had some sort of safety measure. But that was another possibility. Shooting Momokawa to death was a suicidal act. As I thought, I needed to confirm his ability first. If his pain return ability was real, I had no choice but to fight Futaba-san and the tied-up Momokawa. But if it turns out to be a lie, I still had the advantage with my long-distance attack. I could shoot them both to death with my martial art. And then, the first thing I needed to confirm Momokawa's ability was, yeah, maybe I can use what's that? Suddenly, a new idea flashed in my mind. At this moment, I noticed an abnormality. Is that a normal bird? Since I was currently camping on the rooftop, I could see the sky. It was neither night nor cloudy. I saw a flock of birds flying in the bright basement. Even without eagle eye, it was enough to confirm that it was just an ordinary bird. Since the trees had grown everywhere in this ruin, this place could already be considered as half forest. That's why it was only natural for normal animals and monsters to live in this area. When it came to birds, various kinds of birds were passing by this area. That's why I noticed no abnormalities in their movements, since it was just the usual bird. But, who's the idiot who would believe that a flock of birds composed of different species forming a flight-like formation was normal? Damn it, is this also part of Momokawa's plan? The flock of birds was flying in my direction straight from the river. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't help but think that Momokawa was the one who controlled those birds. Maybe he intended to use those birds that were moving freely in the sky as a distraction against me who sat motionlessly on the rooftop. Moreover, Futaba-san kept running across the bridge right at this very moment. The perfect stance is something like this here, Momokawa. Such a terrifying man. He had prepared such a perfect countermeasure after he saw my sniping style. Maybe he really saw me as a hindrance and made a thorough preparation to kill me. Or else, he felt reluctant about killing me, his classmate, and yet, still forced to do so to keep moving forward. No, this wasn't the time to worry about such a thing. Such sentiment was unnecessary. I will do everything to protect Soyochan. The same went for Momokawa. He would do everything to survive. We're already at each other's throats. Since that was the case, the rest was pretty simple. I made an enemy of an eerie fellow here. But, don't underestimate my arrow. I knocked 2, no 3 arrows. It was easier for me since my target was crowding together, and fired those 3 arrows. It wasn't skill but the culmination of my long training as an archer. So fast. The 3 arrows pierced the wind with Bayun, and yet, the birds scattered around. But of course, none of my arrows missed its target. The first arrow struck a big, parrot-like bird. Second, a parrot-like bird. Third, skewered 2 tree sparrow-like birds. It'll take too much time to kill all of them. When the birds were flocking together, I ended up allowing Futaba-san to get closer. And yet, I'd yet to confirm the truth about Momokawa's pain return. Entering close combat in this kind of situation was dangerous. I'd to take care of those birds as soon as possible. And there was only one way to do that. Phew. Ha. I heaved a sigh to regain my composure. 1 circle, complete. And then, slowly, after I was done with the pre-match ritual that I repeated for who knows how many times, I knocked my arrow with confidence. This time, it was only 1 arrow. And then, the knocked arrow released pale blue light. Meteor. I fired the best weapon in my arsenal. The moment I fired the arrow shone brightly, leaving a trail of light as it flew in the broad daylight. I see, it definitely fit its name, the Meteor. And then, The dazzling arrow of light struck the black crow-like bird that was flying in front of the crowd, and created a big explosion. The pale light exploded in the air, and that explosion swallowed all the birds in one go. I breathed in the hot wind from the explosion as it caressed my cheeks. Okay, next. I was stunned for a moment after I used this martial art. I needed to carefully prepare to shoot Meteor, and after I used it, I'd be stunned for a moment. The moment I was stunned meant that Futaba-san could run across the bridge unhindered. But I must stay calm. My fingertips trembled due to the time limit, but I stretched my hand naturally and went toward the quiver, a movement that I already repeated many times. I kept a normal arrow in the quiver. As for the abnormal arrow, I prepared separated storage on my hip. And the arrow that I took out was poisonous smoke bullet. Poisonous smoke bullet with poison smoke sealed in it. The bullet was a grenade version of poison arrow. Soyochan sealed poison smoke in the bullet that would explode upon impact, scattering poison gas in the blink of the eye. It was an extremely useful item to exterminate annoying little monsters such as rats with fangs growing from their mouths, or cockroaches with teeth. Originally, poison was simply a chemical substance. Its power diminished a lot when used as poison gas. But then, despite its diminishing lethality, it was still quite effective. In short, by blowing this up, I could confirm the truth about Momokawa's ability. Since its effect could be seen immediately, this was the best tool to test his ability. And since it was a weak poison, to be honest, it had almost no effect on me. But then, Soyochan had still concocted its antidote for me, just in case due to her overly worrying nature for my safety. With this, I'll confirm the truth of your statement, Momokawa. The poisonous smoke bullet that I fired exploded right in front of Futaba-san. Its poisonous-looking purple smoke exploded right after the impact, covering the entire bridge. It was literally impossible to avoid the poisonous smoke. And yet, despite the dangerous-looking gas spreading on her way, or maybe because of her bravery, Futaba-san kept charging into the cloud of smoke. Phew, as expected, it's a lie her. I couldn't feel any abnormality in my body. Even if Momokawa held his breath, the poison would still show its effect when touching his skin. Headache, vertigo, nausea, fatigue, I couldn't feel any of those effects. In short, it must be that. From here on, I'm going all out. I knocked my arrow and drew my bow to the limit in order to vent my anger to Momokawa, who tricked me. Now, I was aiming for the moment when Futaba-san came out from the cloud of poison. But as expected, she was reacting towards my sniping. The fired arrow was repelled splendidly by her shield. Moreover, it missed the place where Momokawa was tied up. Your bravery is splendid. But that's as far as you can go. I went all out, firing one arrow after another without giving them a moment of rest. My vocation, Archer, made it possible for me to rapid-fire my arrows, which were impossible in real life. Thus, I kept firing my arrows just like a machine gun. Cool. No matter how much her reaction speed, Futaba-san wouldn't be able to protect herself from my rapid-firing arrows. Though she never let me shoot Momokawa until the 13th arrow, I didn't miss him from the 14th arrow and so on. Palm, shoulder, shin, thigh. Though my arrow kept piercing Momokawa's small body one after another, I didn't feel anything on my body. This is the end, Momokawa. The moment my arrows pierced his forehead and heart, Momokawa's body suddenly burst out. By burst out, I didn't mean it exploded. For some reason, black smoke burst out from his body and vanished with his corpse. A double? Or illusion? What a shrewd guy. Well, whatever. As long as I defeat Futaba-san, your biggest war potential, there is nothing to protect you anymore. The real Momokawa should be hiding close by. I was gonna look for him once I took care of Futaba-san. Momokawa, you're way too dangerous to be left on your own device. Now that the hindrance is gone, let's decide the victor between us, Futaba-san. Though the one I shot to death was Momokawa's double, Futaba-san was looking at me as if I was her parent's enemy. Thus I pulled my Blackhorn bow to the limit. Chapter 159, Berserker vs. Archer. Maiko had already lost Kotaru's twin shadow. But as a result, she arrived right in front of the base camp of Sakurai Tuya. Just one more step until she checkmated the archer who stayed in his hiding place. And from this point was the rear unit's oldest problem. He who broke through the bluff shield of Kotaru finally could go all out to shoot the Berserker to death with his arrow. Arrows incessantly rained above Maiko. The number of arrows he fired within a single moment was comparable to dozens of archers firing their arrows at the same time. However, it was actually achieved by a single person using rapid-firing skill. Facing the barrage of arrows that didn't leave any gap for her to escape, Maiko calmly raised her shield. TSK, as I thought, normal arrows won't work on her. The huge dark tower shield used by Maiko repelled those rain of arrows. Though every single one of those arrows was strong enough to crush even the gore's tough scales, it was far from enough to pierce through the bulky and tough shield of the living armor. Then, take this. Drawing the bowstring of his black horn bow to the limit, he fired a single arrow. It might be just a single arrow, but the arrow that he fired with his martial art just now had the highest penetration power amongst his other skills. Faster and more powerful than normal shot, the archer's martial art, piercing shot made a beeline towards Maiko. Ku. The clash between arrows and shield gave birth to a loud metallic sound along with spark of fire. The thing that made someone as strong as Maiko groan wasn't the heavy impact added to the arm but the arrowhead in front of her eyes. Her prided shield had been pierced through. So my piercing shot can pierce the shield, but it isn't powerful enough to pierce through the shield. Though the arrow that he fired with piercing shot managed to pierce the bulky dark tower shield, it was lacking the power to hit Maiko, who was protected by her shield. Instead of feeling relieved, he felt more anxious right now. The next one, and the one after that, could pierce through the shield and hit Maiko. The shield might break as long as he kept firing arrows with piercing shots. Wash your neck till I arrive in the rooftop. I'm gonna tear that annoying shield before you can do that. The Berserker strengthened her defense as she moved forward while the archer goal was to destroy her defense. The distance between both of them was only the height of the building. The long-distance attack kept raining incessantly on Maiko, who arrived right in front of the archer's base. The sound of strong impact kept resounding due to the collision between the arrow and shield. At the same time, droplets of cold sweat started to appear on Maiko's face upon seeing more and more arrowheads penetrate her shield. The archer fired 2 piercing shots at the same time. Although it managed to pierce the Berserker's shield, it fell short from reaching Maiko, who was hiding behind the shield, and far too weak to destroy the shield. Maiko's shield managed to defend its user. Or so she thought. Right in that very moment, the archer fired his 3rd shot. The dark tower shield got separated from Maiko's hand as a loud sound of clashing metals resounding in the area. Great, it turns out you can't withstand the pinpoint wave her. The 3rd martial art used by the archer to shot his arrow wasn't the piercing shot, it was the martial art that would cause a shockwave upon impact, pinpoint wave. The effect of that martial art was to convert the arrow's penetrating power into shockwave, amplifying the impact and tremor that happened the moment his arrow hit its target to an unimaginable level. It was only natural for the shield to get separated from Maiko's hand, since the 3rd arrow was fired almost simultaneously with the first 2 piercing shot, thus amplifying the impact of those 3 arrows to unimaginable level. The archer was looking at Maiko's flustered face. It was natural for her to get flustered, knowing that she lost the only way to defend herself against his arrows. But it was only for a moment when her shield got separated from her hand. By the time her black shield crashed against the ground along with a loud metallic sound, she was already looking at the archer's position on the rooftop of the building. The Berserker fighting spirit wouldn't crumble just because she lost a mere shield. As long as I entered the building, victory is mine. Few more steps and Maiko could enter the building that became the base for Tuya. But still, there was an important factor that made the archer choose this building as his sniping location. That building was the important home in which his beloved person who got injured was sleeping, awaiting the potion. He was the only one who could defend that place. But still, how long will it take for you to reach me? I've laid traps in this entire building. I'm still on the high ground. Though Tuya was originally not well versed in that kind of knowledge, after several trial and error, he could finally lay numerous booby traps inside the building. Using a pitfall trap for the crumbling passage, wire trap that was connected to the poisonous smoke bullet, stairs that were covered in torch oil, There was even the possibility of it being lit up. The effect of the trap had been proven by various unlucky monsters who got stranded in the building or group of Govas. Even if, for example, the power of a trap alone wasn't enough to kill them, one slip was all Tuya needed to finish them off. The layout of every single trap in the building had already been perfectly memorized by Tuya. He was still in an advantageous position even if they fought in close combat in this building. Yes, even if his opponent was a berserker. His advantage was unshakable. Tuya managed to keep his composure knowing that Maiko was going to self-destruct the moment she entered the building. But then, Maiko didn't run into the building. She ran along the wall, all the way up to where Tuya was hiding. See, could it be? Wall run. Such an impossible spectacle became reality right in front of his very eyes. Maiko's feet stamped strongly on the outer wall of the building as she did a vertical run. Each one of her steps were strong enough to crush the wall itself. Though Tuya was rather shocked upon seeing the dream scene of vertical run. Properly speaking, he could pull off the same feat by using fast drive. So such feat is possible as long as one has movement type martial art her. He guessed that Maiko might have fast drive too, or a dedicated martial art for this case such as wall run, or maybe she simply used pure brute force to run on the wall, though he had no idea which one of those possibility. The fact that she was ascending at incredible speed was a reality. Tuya got flustered for a moment due to Maiko's unorthodox tactic. However, he had yet to give up. You no longer have your shield. And you can't use anything to protect you. You're basically a sitting duck to me, Futaba-san. This was the last chance for the archer to kill Maiko. Despite the killing intent from Maiko who ran on the wall that was pricking on his skin, Tuya didn't hesitate even a single moment to nock his arrow. He straightened his posture on the side of a big wall as if he was about to jump from the rooftop, aiming towards Maiko who ran on the vertical wall as if it was a leveled ground. Pierce through, piercing shot. He used martial arts to bring a certain kill to Maiko. The arrow that would kill Maiko for sure arrived in front of her eyes in less than a moment, but it got knocked down by a black flash. Repelled. Damn it, at this distance. In Maiko's hand was a sword that was releasing an ominous red aura. The fiendish-looking single-edged sword whose length was no different from sushi knife was the cursed weapon, dismemberment demonic butcher knife that evolved after she defeated the four-armed Gogma, the boss of Goma's castle. The ball demon sword, which imbued with a power different from enchanted weapon called Curse, could easily knock down the powerful piercing arrow from the front. But then, being able to display the full prowess of the cursed knife showed just how terrifying the reaction speed of the Berserker. To think that you hide an enchanted weapon as your ace in the hole. But I also have the enchanted weapon. Sometimes quantities would serve better than qualities for a reversal tactic. And now was the time to do that. The only thing that protected Maiko right now was the knife in her hand. With that, she could even parry Tuya's heaviest and fastest arrow. But she was in the end still a human. No matter how durable her body had become due to the effect of her vocation, it definitely wouldn't become tougher than her black shield. Thus, all he needed was a normal arrow to get a clean hit. And to achieve that, he would shoot as many normal arrows as possible. In addition, he wouldn't even use a poison arrow. Deadly poison arrow, an arrow which arrowhead was coated with extremely deadly poison Viola poison. Viola poison was the enhanced version of poison which Hinajiku Soyo learnt in the midst of battle. Excluding his martial arts, this deadly poison arrow was Tuya's deadliest killing weapon. Since it was lacquered with powerful poison, even a scratch from it would be a fatal blow. The deadly poison part of its name wasn't just for show. This is the END. Tuya, who abandoned his kindness which was preventing him from pointing poisoned arrows towards his classmate, finally fired his arrows. Yes, it wasn't just one arrow, he fired the entire deadly poison arrow in his quiver. The Tuya she faced right now was a true, formidable enemy worthy of respect. They went after each other's life with no hard feelings about it. Even Maiko with her superhuman reaction speed couldn't keep up with the incoming poison arrows which were raining down like a barrage from a machine gun. The speed of the arrows couldn't be seen with naked eyes, and yet, Maiko crushed every single one of them which was aiming for her vital spots with her cursed knife, and let the others hit her. The first poison arrow lodged on the top part of her left shoulder. The sharp pain of when the arrowhead penetrated her skin aside, she also felt the raging heat that felt like it was going to burn her inside. The next one grazed her cheek, the third one stuck into her right thigh, the fourth her flank. The viola poison in those arrows had finally shown its effect, slowing down Maiko due to the pain she felt. Why doesn't she stop? Don't tell me the poison isn't working. And yet, Maiko kept running, vertically. No matter how weak her vital sign has become due to the effect of the poison, she kept running. Kill. Along with a war cry that was resounding from the bottom of her stomach, the Berserker closed in the distance toward her opponent in one go. Crap, she is unstoppable. Tuya, who was already aware that he was at a complete disadvantage at such a close distance, turned around at once, running into the building. Maiko's running speed was truly befitting of a warrior, but Tuya didn't lose in that regard when he ran with fast drive. He definitely wouldn't fall behind Maiko if both of them were running at their top speeds. Once he entered the building, he would be able to regain his advantage again with the traps that he already prepared in the building. Though he felt some anxiety upon seeing Maiko's predominance, he still had the chance to defeat her as long as he didn't fight her head-on on the rooftop. And then, the moment Tuya took the first step, Kawaii, a crow appeared right in front of him along with a loud cry. The black bird that was sweeping down from high altitude like a falcon was clearly aiming for Tuya. Damn it, this guy is Momokawa's. It was really obvious that its role was to prevent Tuya from getting away from Maiko. And for that role, Kotaro prepared another crow rem. Kotaro reckoned that even an archer like Tuya would have his hands full with how to deal with Maiko the moment the latter reached the base of the building that became his base, too busy to even take care of a bird flying across the river. And then, the crow rem used to obstruct Tuya was barely within the ability of Kotaro to create familiar. Gotcha, Sakurai-kun. A chill ran down Tuya's spine the moment he heard Maiko's voice. The familiar crow that was sweeping down from the sky had already been shot down reflexively by Tuya. But that action resulted in him stopping. And that moment was only less than a second but was more than enough for Maiko to reach the rooftop. Because now, she was right behind Tuya. The moment he turned around, her blade had already chopped his back. Her blade sliced through the quiver on Tuya's back along with its owner, resulting in Tuya collapsing on his own pool of blood. He couldn't stand. Maiko incapacitated Tuya in one fatal strike, but that result was only natural for archers whose defense wasn't their forte. Damn it. Nevertheless, his hand never let go of his black horn bow as he yelled to the top of his lungs, mustering the last of his power to raise his body, until a single, black flash decapitated his left hand in silence. Arg! That black flash severed the left hand that was gripping on the bow. With fresh blood spewing out from the deep gash on his back and the cross-section on his wrist, Tuya, who couldn't even feel the pain in his body anymore, felt that he was about to die. Instead of pain, what hurt him the most was absolute despair. He can't win. A total loss. He couldn't think of any means to reverse the situation against the monster called Maiko, who couldn't even be stopped with poison arrows. Finally, his heart was broken. Futaba-san. Please. Give it up. I won't spare your life. The real reason was because it was already too late to save him right now. I don't care about my life, but please save Soyochan. That's impossible. It was an easy remark. And she knew that was true. Sakurai Tuya loved Hinajuku Soyo. And Hinajuku Soyo loved Sakurai Tuya too. If Maiko killed Tuya, there's no way Soyo would forgive her. And Kotaro was merciless against anyone who tried to kill him. The same went for Maiko. She wouldn't show a shred of mercy towards anyone who tried to kill Kotaro. Reconciliation was already impossible the moment Tuya's arrow mercilessly pierced Kotaro's clone. Okay, leave it to us. Kotaro-kun will definitely save her with his medicine. I see, thank goodness. Tuya, whose face showed a genuine, calm smile, looked even more sublime as death approached him. Ah, such beautiful love. As if I can trample upon such pure love, the least I can do is send him in peace. But the matter of killing the archer, Sakurai Tuya, who blocked their way, was also the way for the Berserker, Futaba Maiko to show her care towards her classmate, one might say that this act was in fact a mercy kill. Thus, she didn't have a shred of hesitation in killing Tuya. Sorry, Sakurai-kun. And goodbye. Her cursed blade decapitated Sakurai Tuya's head, ending his life for sure. Chapter 160. The one who he wanted to protect. Pilulululu. The moment I heard that out-of-place electric sound, I heaved a sigh of relief. Hello, Kotaro-kun? It's done. I see. Thank goodness. What about Sakurai-kun? No problem, I killed him properly. Maybe the honor to feel the tinge of sadness upon hearing that news was the privilege of the victor. Understood, I'll be there immediately. Yeah. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. I hung up my cell phone after that short exchange. Our plan this time was for Mei-chan to charge forward by herself towards the sniping point of Sakurai-kun, his base. In short, we just were bulldozing with Mei-chan's brute force. I used my clone as a fake shield along with Crow Rem and her Air Force as Mei-chan's backup. As for me, I ended up waiting in vain near the bridge along with Rem 2, Arachnne Rem, and Rem-I without getting our chance. The moment this plan began, I had no other job other than looking for the timing to let our Air Force take a flight across the bridge, and praying for Mei-chan's success with Ruin Hildesama. I was the one who prepared the draft for this plan, but I was once again forced to feel the powerlessness of my vocation. Unable to stand in the front line along with Mei-chan, only being able to prepare a plan and then helplessly watch the situation was really painful. Perhaps I am really unsuited to become a general. I might have no hesitation to send a complete stranger to the dangerous front line. But the one I sent to the front line wasn't a stranger, it was Mei-chan, my goddess herself. Anyhow, though it seemed so long, it actually took less than 5 minutes for Mei-chan to cross the bridge under Sakurai-kun's sniping. And now, I'm glad that it ended well for us. Yes, for us. After receiving the word from Mei-chan, I hurriedly left the building that I was using as a hiding place, running towards Sakurai-kun's base. Looking at numerous arrows scattered around the bridge made me realize again just how intense the battle that happened between Mei-chan and Sakurai-kun was. Honestly, I shuddered upon thinking that Mei-chan could actually force her way through this rain of arrows. Since I shared my consciousness with my body double, I also experienced the bridge crossing battle in real time. My vision kept swaying non-stop due to the intense movements of Mei-chan's shield though. In the blink of an eye, I had already crossed the bridge as I was thinking about the battle to cross the bridge from a while ago. Even though I spent a full week formulating the perfect tactic to cross the bridge, normally speaking, it'd only take a few seconds for me to cross the bridge without any interruption from the sniper. And then, I looked up towards the building that had already turned into the sniper's base. Mei-chan running on the wall of this tall building her. Wow, to think that she just climbed this tall building by running on its wall. This was definitely Mei-chan's improvisation of our original plan. To be honest, our original plan was for her to enter the building and climb up the stairs all the way to the roof. I couldn't hide my shock when I saw her pulling off such an incredible feat with sheer strength, or rather, I almost thought that my eyes must be tricking me. I mean, just what kind of movement-type martial arts must she have mastered that allowed her to run on the wall like that? For a moment, I even thought of asking her to train me to run on the wall like that, but I shook off the foolish idea immediately. I mean, I might be able to achieve the same result by riding on Arachnne Rem's back, but then, that kind of thrill wasn't for a wimpy character like me. Thus, let's just take a proper route to the roof the stairs. Just in case, if there's a trap in there, too, please go first and check the safety inside. Goo gaga. Rem 2 gallantly entered right from the front entrance. Pew. The heck? Rem 2 got smashed to bits by huge debris as soon as she went in through the entrance. The building around this area might look like an ancient, weathered building, but for debris to collapse right on top of Rem 2 at this timing sounded too good to be true. I did consider the possibility of him making a trap to hinder our movement, but this is way too much, Sakurai-kun. Sakurai-kun should have already died, and yet, I felt some sort of malice implanted in the traps installed in this building as if to protect Hinajuku-san. It would be uncool of me if I died by a booby trap after we won. Sorry Mei-chan, my arrival might be delayed a bit. Only after I remade Rem 2 did I step inside the building. Section. Again, I would have a hard time collecting her remnant if Rem 2 got destroyed by trap. That's why I used the more effective skeleton summon as my meat shield. I just needed to sacrifice some of my mana to summon them after all. No matter how vicious the booby traps were, I could press through safely almost without risk by using this tactic. Ah, you're late, Kotaro-kun. A minute more and I would have gone down looking for you. Some traps in the building are blocking my way after a... Wait, what about you, Mei-chan? Look, you're in a worse situation than me. Her thigh, shoulder, and abdomen were shot by arrows. The silver lining was the fact that she avoided vital areas, but it didn't change the fact that the other parts of her body were hit by the arrows. As a result, it was as if she was bathed in blood. I understood when observing the battle to cross the bridge that she definitely wouldn't come out unscathed, but upon a closer look, I realized again that unscathed was an understatement. Ah, you mean these arrows? It's okay, I already used your ointment to close the wound. It seems she did all the first aid treatment from plucking out the arrows and applying the ointment to close the wound by herself while I was disabling the traps on the way up. Upon closer look, I found some blood-stained arrows rolling around on the ground beside her. No, but it's still dangerous and painful to do that alone. Not that painful since I drank the painkiller and the antidote has been working properly too. Moreover, despite the amount of bleeding, I'm still fine thanks to my increase of blood. We'd already factored the possibility of Sakurai-kun using a poisoned arrow in our plan. In general, poisoned arrows and fire arrows were clichés in every game. Incidentally, I had also included the possibility of him having an ability to enchant his arrow with magic such as lightning or ice, but we got lucky that he didn't have those. Anyhow, considering the possibility of Sakurai-kun in the possession of poisoned arrows, Mei-chan's superb physical ability alone wouldn't be enough to resist his attack. Thus, I made Mei-chan drink a lot of antidote made from blue flowers beforehand to counter the poisoned arrow. In addition, I'm really glad that the painkiller was working properly and allowed her to suppress the pain from being shot with an arrow. Even so, please don't overexert your body and rest for the rest of the day. Thanks. But let's find Hinajuku-san first. Yeah. It seems she was bedridden due to a serious injury, but she was still alive for sure. There was nothing wrong with being overly cautious since who knows what kind of counterattack she would have prepared with her vocation. Seeing that we had already killed Sakurai Tuya, we had no choice but to kill her too. Upon looking around, I found Sakurai-kun's decapitated head in one corner of the rooftop and his headless body right next to it. The reason his eyes closed peacefully might be because Mei-chan closed his eyes for him. I wouldn't have any idea about what he felt if he died in a battle against a monster, but as the perpetrator of his death, when I saw his fresh corpse like this, No, let's stop thinking about that. The current me had no right to feel that kind of sentiment. Though Mei-chan was the one who killed him in the battle, the one who planned for his death was me. In short, that ghastly headless corpse was what I wished to see. Let's go. I left the rooftop along with Mei-chan to go looking for Hinajuku-san inside the building. Since the other party was already gravely wounded, I expected that there would be no battle, so Mei-chan wouldn't get her turn. But just in case, I asked her to raise her vigilance. Leading us, as counter-traps, were two summoned skeletons followed by Rem-I. Mei-chan and I were placed between Rem-I and Rem-2. Since Arachnne Rem's body was far too big to pass through the corridor of this building, she was on standby at the entrance of this building. I think she's on the top floor, closest to the roof. Since Sakurai-kun was glaring at anyone who passed the bridge from the rooftop, he most likely spent the majority of the day on the rooftop. If that was the case, he most likely placed Hinajuku-san within his reach. In addition, monsters who want to attack them must come from the first floor. Naturally, that's excluding the possibility of spectre-type monsters who could appear out of nowhere. Considering the fact that he chose the rooftop as his sniping location, he should have prepared a living place on the top floor which was the easiest to access from the rooftop. Yeah, no doubt about it. There's no trap around here and you can find the traces of people living around this floor. Only this floor was strangely clean and clear. In addition, there was some sort of workshop or warehouse in one of the corners. Things such as monsters' materials and lumbers were scattered around that corner. To put it simply, those scattered materials and lumber screamed that someone had been living in this place. But I can't feel any presence inside. As if there's no one inside. Upon hearing Mei-chan mutter so, I guessed that someone might have been living on this floor, but Hinajuku-san was definitely in another room. Or else, she might have some sort of skill which hides her presence from us. Depending on her ability, it wasn't impossible to achieve at least that much. Let's go looking for her carefully. She might be aiming for the moment of our carelessness. Yeah. I summoned more skeletons in order to cope with any kind of situation that might happen and started looking for her, but our search ended as soon as we started. We found Hinajuku Soyo. I see. So this is the reason her. She was sleeping peacefully on top of the bed which was made by Sakurai-kun. I was sure that she would sleep peacefully like this, forever. Because I knew that Hinajuku Soyo had already passed away. Keikotaro-kun, this mean. Looking at her current condition, it seems quite some time has passed since Hinajuku-san passed away. Her body started to show the signs of rotting. I don't know the exact time, it might be around 1 or 2 weeks ago, but it's definitely not more than 1 month ago. Even my untrained eyes could tell that Hinajuku Soyo had already died. I didn't even have to check her pulse and breath to confirm that fact. Her body was clean without any external wound, but her complexion was something that none other human made except for the dead. Then, Sakurai-kun is. Maybe, he simply couldn't accept the fact that his girlfriend had already died. He had gone mad. Yeah, that was the only explanation for his behavior. And that explained what he did to us. I couldn't feel a shred of hesitation in Sakurai-kun's actions even though he had never killed a person before. He was very straightforward in threatening his own classmate to go looking for a potion to cure Hinajuku-san. Behind that seemingly calm facade turned out to be a boundless, raging madness. In no way, Sakurai-kun. The one who was shocked the most was Mei-chan, the one to personally killed Sakurai-kun. If only Sakurai-kun had accepted Hinajuku-san's death, we might be able to work together with him. But reality wasn't that sweet. Sakurai-kun had no choice but to keep doing what he did, even if it meant risking his own life. Surely, that was just how much Hinajuku-san meant to him. She was his entire world. Kotaro-kun. Let's bury them together. Yeah. That's the least we can do for them. But as a shaman, all I could do for these two was mourn. I won't let myself feel any sort of sentiment towards them. Sakurai Tuya was a formidable enemy who stood in our way. When you killed such a formidable enemy, it was only natural for you to loot them, no matter how insignificant the value of the loot. I will mourn you guys, but I still have to go on living after this. That's why I'll only take your head as loot. Archers skull the skull of someone with archer vocation. Shamans skull the skull of someone with shaman vocation. Though I gained 2 new additional skulls for Fool's Cane after Summoner's Skull, I honestly wasn't delighted. I asked Rem-I to behead Hinajuku-san. As expected, I couldn't bring myself to ask Mei-chan to do this kind of a dirty job for me after she'd beheaded Sakurai-kun. If possible, I wanted to behead Hinajuku-san with my own hands, but my weak strength made it impossible for me to do that. And then, I used Witch's Kettle to bake the 2 newly gained severed heads. Baking was the best method to peel off the skin, tendon, muscle, and organs from their skull after all. As a side note, we also cremated their corpses. I made a fairly huge kettle beside the building and cremated their corpses in it. And filling up the kettle with soil just like that for their grave. A multi-purpose crematorium and graveyard. The reason why I cremated them like this was just in case, to prevent them from becoming undead. Sentiment or not, I really didn't want to fight them again even if they became undead. This battle alone had left a bitter taste in my mouth. They might have died due to my plot, but I wanted to at least honor their deaths. At least, I hope they'd enter paradise together, a place that would probably reject me. I heaved a deep sigh. The classmate I killed today wasn't the kind of hateful person that I wanted to kill from the bottom of my heart. It simply happened because we had no choice but to do that. And lastly, I felt really guilty for burdening Mei-chan with the crime of killing our own classmate. But then, we really had no choice but to do this. Even if I couldn't do anything about this situation, we cannot move forward unless we do this. I inserted the still lukewarm Sakurai-kun's skull, the archer's skull into the eagle claws part of the fool's cane. Presence detection. Your sense became sharper to detect the presence of your enemy. Presence isolation. Suppress your presence. Become one with shadow so that you can move stealthily. Eagle eye. Eagle-like eyes. You can see something far away accurately. Even though he was an archer, none of his basic skills were related to bow or arrow such as drill shots. Or else, my earlier assumption that the fool's cane bestowed basic skills for the vocation was actually wrong. It might be actually selecting skills that suit its user. It prefers practicality since an archer's martial arts are literally useless in my hand since I need to use both hands to execute archer's martial arts. Archer's martial arts were useless since I'd have to hold the cane in my hand when using the archer's skill. But these skills were really useful. Rather than an archer, these skills were more suited for an assassin. And those martial arts skills might hardly show their effect in my hand, a shaman. And I was particularly grateful to the presence isolation skill which helped me hide my presence. In addition, the eagle eye skill was also useful when looking at the situation in the field from a faraway place. It replaced the need for binoculars. As for presence detection, well, since Mei-chan possessed sharp intuition and Rem could detect the enemy's presence for me, this skill must lay low for the time being. However, there's nothing wrong with having too many skills. I mean, in case I'm joining the battle, the rearguard would be vulnerable to the ambush of the enemy's reinforcement when Mei-chan, the vanguard, was busy dealing with the enemy in front of us. But this skill allowed me to maintain vigilance against ambush. Well then, next was a surprisingly plain and boring skill from Hinajuku-san's shaman's skull. Never expected that there'll be another shaman. Maybe she also received every single one of her skills from Ruinhilde-sama after undergoing all kinds of gruesome methods. I checked the abilities with half anxiety and half expectation for the power that resided in Hinajuku-san's skull. Poison makes someone fall into a disorderly state with the power of poison. Enchant. Now you can add an effect of magic into materials. Simple alchemy formation. Enable the most basic alchemy such as comprehension and clarification. Disassembly and reconstruction. Ooh, what the? The lineup of her skills was completely different from mine. Rather, the naming of her skill was completely normal like other spellcasters that I met before. Yeah, unlike my wacky-sounding skill. Is this really the same shaman skill granted by Ruinhilde-sama? Could it be that even with the same vocation, there's a possibility that it comes from a different god? Previously, I'd imagined a game-like setting that one vocation definitely came from one god, but now that I think about it more carefully, if the number of gods in this world is only as much as the number of vocations, it means that this world wasn't created by a single god. This world was definitely created by many gods. I mean, even if you lined up two warriors, you would find that they might use completely different weapons. They might use a one-handed sword, two-handed sword, dual wield, knives, halberd, etc. Even in the matter of vocation, Kensuke Asuna's twin swordsman or Yamada's heavy warrior must belong to a superior category. In short, even the god of vocation who used the sword as their weapon was divided into swordsman and twin swordsman. That's why the number of gods wasn't equal to the number of vocations. There's a high possibility that several gods might bestow the same vocation. I see, maybe Ruinhilde-sama is actually the minor existence amongst the god of curse. Oops, that's no count, absolutely no count. I'm definitely not looking down on my patron god. My revered god, Ruinhilde-sama is number one in the world. Yes, Ruinhilde-sama is definitely the biggest shareholder amongst the god of curse the elephant. The other gods of the curse were only at the level ant. But still, these skills are the jackpot. It resembled the one owned by Sage. Heck, the simple alchemy formation was truly simple. And that's why I knew just how useful that skill was. By combining simple alchemy formation and enchant, even someone like me could make an enchanted weapon and other magic tools. So Sakurai-kun's poisoned arrows were made by combining poison with enchant to his arrow, In addition, he also fired something like a ball that exploded into a poison mist towards Mei-chan during the battle. It must be some sort of poisoned ball made by Hinajuku-san. They really were a powerful combi. Well then, the thing that I was worried about the most was the effectiveness of the poison skill itself. Mei-chan got hit by a poisoned arrow before, but since those poisons had already been neutralized by the antidote that she drank beforehand, I had no idea about how powerful this poison was. Anyhow, it should be more useful than the very first curse that I received upon arriving in this world, the most useless fella amongst my arsenal, the red fever. You're still awake, Kotaro-kun. Mei-chan called me when I was still tinkering with the cane. Upon hearing her remark, I quickly checked my watch and found that it's long since past midnight. Since I'd been maintaining the habit of going to sleep at night and moving during the day, I rarely woke up till past midnight. Yeah, I've had enough rest in the afternoon. I'll hit the bed after I'm done with the inspection. Since this place had already been cleaned up before, we decided to spend the night in the base made by Sakurai-kun. I was rather reluctant to go back to Fairy Plaza after such a battle, and it'd take a really long time to find another building that we could use. Though I was reluctant to stay in the building whose lord was killed by us, we couldn't afford to be picky in our current situation. Let's sleep together. Ha! Okay, let's hit the bed right away, and just when I abandoned the cane and was about to stand up, I froze. It's okay to sleep together, Kotaro-kun. It seems my ears truly didn't play a trick on me. Even if I cast a spell to make me deaf, Mei-chan's answer wouldn't change even if I asked for another confirmation. And the look on her face, she was freaking serious. No, rather. I'll happily jump on that offer, but is something the matter? Okay, calm down buddy, there isn't malice on her face. Yeah, let's treat it that way. Let's calm down and not lose your focus even if it's just for a moment. If we don't respond in this kind of situation with a calm and composed head, sorry, I am too scared to sleep alone. Scared? Just what in this world could make my beloved goddess, Futaba Maiko, the Berserker who brute-forced superhuman sniper, Sakurai-kun's barrage of arrows with her Goliath-like power, trembled in fear like a newborn calf? What, you think I'm joking? My bad then, it was the reality. If Kotaro-kun is dead, I might act just like Sakurai-kun. I was taken aback and forgot to breathe. What should I say to her now? Waiting for a reply, ASAP. I didn't know what to say to her, but I understood her feelings. Because I'd do the same if she died. It's okay. I've to admit that the possibility for that to happen wasn't zero, but that's exactly why we'd do our best to prevent that from happening. Fuck. What in the hell am I talking about? Why can't you say a bit of a cheesy line in that kind of situation? I also feel the same. I'm really scared every time I think that you might die in one of those battles, Mei-chan. That's why, let's do our best to survive, together. And for that reason, I wouldn't hesitate to use the freshly severed head of my own classmate. That's why I want you to at least pretend to not see a little bit of the cruel deed of mine as a shaman. I see. Thank goodness. I had no idea what she meant by thank goodness, but it seemed Mei-chan had finally calmed down as shown by her gentle smile. By the way, you might be wondering that I might only treat you as war potential, nothing more than a disposable pawn. But, unfortunately, that's just how I am. I should have a proper emotion as a human. Yeah, at least there was a little bit left. Thanks, Kotaro-kun. Then, shall we hit the bed? Yeah. Wait a minute, we're seriously gonna sleep together? Like in the same bed? I'd such an expectation for a moment. Currently, those deadly twin melons wrapped in the sexy jersey which served as replacement for pajamas, made me wonder whether I could hope for more. Now was the moment of truth for a man. Look, there's 2 sleeping bags, right? My weak will heard an angel-like devil whisper with a pair of small horns on the head. The sleeping bag. It might be made by Sakurai-kun and Hinajiku-san as their companion for dungeon capture. While pondering that the sleeping bag might be made with simple alchemy formation using fluffy yet firm fur, I entered the sleeping bag and rolled until I arrived right beside Mei-chan. Yup, I understand. I knew that sleeping in the same bed was pretty much impossible. But, this is enough. Good night, Kotaro-kun. Good night, Mei-chan. Thus, I entrusted myself to deep sleep while feeling that this might be Sakurai-kun's revenge on me. Chapter 161, Ruined City Capture 1. Well then, the end of the Sakurai-kun battle was tragic in many ways, but we moved on and took every single loot that might help us in the next destination. No matter how many times I look at it, it seems like a splendid arrow. This workmanship is literally rivaling Kotori-san. First, the biggest harvest from this battle was the bow, Sakurai-kun's weapon. It was made from a huge, pearl-black horn, and was a rather boorish-looking bow. Black horn bow, a longbow made from the horn of a fine-breed earth dragon. Its color turned black, blackening due to the effects of the curse. For some reason, my pharmacy intuition could analyze it and gaze the feedback into my head. It could be turned into a longbow due to the mastery of the skill, or else, it simply turned this way since the material was way too big. One thing for sure, its quality definitely cut above the primitive bow used by Govu. The only problem was the fact that it was hard to use. To be specific, the bowstring was way too tough and solid. This must be the kind of weapon that you couldn't equip unless your STR reached a certain level. How about you, Rem? Can you use this bow? Googaga, Goga. Rem flexed her metal muscle and then tried to pull that tough black horn bow. Ooh, awesome, she can use it. Well, it might be thanks to plentiful Goria's materials that I added when I upgraded her that she had the required. I tried to ask Rem too to pull the bowstring, but she couldn't. Thus, it was decided that the black horn bow would become Remai's main weapon. Naturally, Mei-chan could pull the bowstring with ease, but she wasn't especially used to handling the bow. There was also the fact that her out-of-standard melons were hindering the process. Thus we decided that it was pretty much impossible for her to handle the bow. After that, we tried to check Sakurai-kun's sub-weapon such as the short bow. This bow seemed like the properly made, enhanced version of Govu's bow, though its bowstring was rather tough. It didn't need that much power to pull it to the point that even someone as weak as me could use it. Anyhow, I entrusted this short bow to Rem too. As I had thought, they'd prepared all kinds of bullets and arrows. Sakurai-kun was equipped with various sets of arrows and bullets which could be paired with his bow. Poison arrow that has been enchanted with poison. Deadly poison arrow, an arrow whose arrowhead is coated with extremely deadly poison, viola poison. Paralysis arrow that has been enchanted with paralyze. Black arrow, blackened arrow. Flame bullet, a bullet stuffed with combustible oil and an ignition device made from fire magic stone. Smoke bullet, a bullet infused with smoke. Poisonous smoke bullet with poison smoke sealed in it. Sleeping bullet, a bullet infused with siesta's smoke. It seems Hinajuku's shaman was geared to learn abnormal conditions spells such as sleep, paralyze, or poison. And she could manufacture various kinds of arrows that could inflict abnormal status with enchant. It's a shame, but it's pretty much different from what I can do. Nevertheless, being able to make poison arrows with poison alone was good enough for me. As for the other kinds of bullets or arrows such as sleeping pills or paralysis poison, I pretty much could make it by hand. Or rather, I had already created my own paralysis arrow by using Spyrog's poison. After that, the bullet side, smoke bullet was. In conclusion, the bullet wasn't a kind of magic itself, it was just manufactured from readily available materials. It seemed like the content was wrapped in a small bag made from a monster's hide. It could have been made with simple alchemy formation. If that was the case, I'd made something similar before. This is truly an ability that is tucking my creative instinct. Though the end result was really simple, it took quite a lot of time and effort to actually create one of these bullets manually. For example, manufacturing lumber like the one they sold at the home center needed a lot of work, from cutting to treatment with tools and machines. Humans used tools to develop their civilization. Our modern civilization was built on top of countless tools and the way to handle them. But the existence of simple alchemy formation had negated the need for those tools themselves. To put it simply, it was like an omni-tools magic. What's manufacturing lumber? You could forget about that straight lumber. You could literally change the shape of lumber as easily as playing with clay with this alchemy formation. Whether it was wood, stone, or metal, the limit to their forms was the creativity of the user of alchemy formation themselves. Heck, so this is what you call production type cheat, huh? As a test, I tried to make an arrow with this simple alchemy formation, and completed it in less than a minute. The stone arrowhead was sharp, the wooden shaft of the arrow was straight, smooth and beautifully polished, the feather was trimmed neatly. The notable mention in this case was the formation's ability to unite the stone, wood, and feather into a single, polished and neat form. A real, handmade arrow seemed to attach or insert the arrowhead into the wooden shaft, but the arrows made with this formation looked like they're perfectly fused together. I couldn't even find seams or split in the shaft to insert the arrowhead. Even our modern technology couldn't recreate this kind of arrow. Such terrifying magic. It felt a bit like a certain alchemist in the manga that I read before. Well, it's not like I could transmute a huge object accompanied with a showy effect though. But still, this simple alchemy formation alone is enough to make a living for my entire life if it's brought back to Japan. Unfortunately, it was nothing more than a simple ability to make crude weapons or tools in this dungeon survival. No, wait a minute, I should be able to create the thing that I'm lacking until now with this magic. Anyhow, since the number of recipes in our menu had increased as of late, I think I was craving for a beautiful plate of perfect meal. Section. After looting everything that we could loot in that building, we left the building. As expected, we're not suicidal enough to make this place our base of operation. Thus, we went straight towards the next fairy plaza. There might be a boss room waiting for us right before that though. Anyhow, today, we're back to faithfully following the magic compass as we walked down the street of the ruin. Kotaro-kun, they're coming. Yeah, I also felt their presence somehow. 5 minutes after we walked down the street, the one who appeared before us was none other than high zombicons who were sprinting energetically toward us. They're as lively as a child running around in the park. KYOA. A familiar, deafening roar resounded from around the corner of the street. Normally, I would have guessed that they're about to appear by this roar. But now, I could sense the arrival of these high zombies right at the same time as Mei-chan, who had superior senses than me as a fighter. Yeah, it was quite mysterious power, I guess. That was what I felt as I grasped tightly on the fool's cane with Sakurai-kun's skull attached on its claw-shaped base. For the time being, I felt quite relieved upon knowing that presence sense was working normally. It was an extremely handy passive skill that was always active. I mean, a powerful active skill is just a piece of trash if I can't even use it. That's why this constantly active passive skill was much better for me. I mean, using familiar to scout has an unexpectedly high degree of difficulties. That's why this presence sense was a great harvest. Shall we start trial shooting? Yap. Please back me up if things go awry, Mei-chan. Mei-chan was walking to the side of the street as she nodded to me. Following that, Rem I, who carried pearl black blackhorn bow, and Rem 2, who carried a normal bow, came forward. And then, I, who exchanged Sakurai-kun's skull fitted in the base of Fool's Cane with Shaman's skull, which I got from Arachnne, stood beside the first and the third. Incoming. WOGAA. Half a minute later, high zombies were coming out one after another as if having a running competition from the corner of the building. The distance between us and them was around 50 meters. It'd take at least 5 seconds for them to arrive at our position if they ran at full speed, but that's only if they ran through an open, uninhibited road. Poison. I used Hinajuku-san's poison with the Fool's Cane the moment Rem fired her arrow. The arrow flew straight towards its target in this kind of open field. The current Rem could get a headshot as much as she wanted. And just as I thought, that arrow struck right into the temple of the high zombie with a thud. Anyone who studies zombies theory would believe that the zombie would die for real when you attacked their head. 3 high zombies who got shot in its temple fell forward just like that due to the inertia of their RU. Wait a minute, 3? Ooh-wah, the blackhorn bow could pierce through their skull as if it just a block of tofu. The arrow fired by Rem I pierced through the head of the high zombie she was aiming for. But its momentum didn't get weaker, it also pierced through the rotten brain of the high zombie behind the first one. As a result, she ended up accomplishing an achievement of a double kill in one shot. Amazing, with such terrifying penetration power, not even a giant monster of Royalop's class could withstand the arrow fired from that bow, as the arrow fired with blackhorn bow could easily pierce through their hard shell and fur. Rem, who was equipped with a blackhorn bow, was definitely the strongest one in the history of Rems until now. Well then, even if I was super duper excited with the firepower of the blackhorn bow, I had to confirm the effect of my own magic. But well, it was fairly obvious with just a single glance though. Ooh-ah, this is way too OP. The high zombie who got hit by poison fell flat on the ground, vomiting blood from their mouth, writhing in agony for a few seconds. And dying. The high zombie who stubbornly refused to die even after they got hit by 2 air Sagitta fell flat and died with just 1 hit of this magic. This magic was too powerful. In addition, that wasn't the only effect of poison. In fact, this poison didn't seem to be released in the form of smoke or poison bullet. It was almost as if it hit the target within my field of vision. It felt like something was relieved with a wave of magical power. As for how I knew when it hit its target, it felt like the target was zapped by light electric shock rather than fired by an arrow. I mean, the result of what happened by that zap was literally displayed right in front of me. What the heck? This is an absolutely terrifying offensive curse. Don't tell me that Hinajiku-san received this terrifying poison as one of her initial skills. That's, how should I put it, made me jealous. Hinajiku's curse style was the kind that used something akin to instant death magic toward her enemy. While on the other hand, Ruinhilda curse style would cause my enemy to get a light fever, lol. I never expected that there would be such a huge difference between our offensive abilities despite being the same shaman. Hiccup. I'm so fucking jealous of her. That's amazing, Kotaro-kun, you kill them all. Ah, yeah, it's amazing. This power is truly amazing. For some reason, you don't look too happy with this result. Please don't mind me, Mei-chan. It is only boring jealousy of a man. Well then, my jealousy aside, I've finished the field test for the new ability of my skull collection. Though the streets of the ruined city seemed to spread for as far as I could see after crossing the bridge, the further we walked, the scenery started to become greener and more wild animals or monsters could be seen. GYOA, GYOA, GUE. The one who let out an ugly chicken-like chirp was a chick-like monster as big as an ostrich. Yeah, it was a bird-type monster. It looked more like a bantam than a Niwatori type of chicken thanks to its light brown color. It stood on its pair of burly and stout legs which were equipped with sharp claws that looked sharp enough to stab their opponent to death. Those brutal and atrocious-looking weapons were definitely that of a carnivorous weapon. And worst of all, those guys formed a crowd. Ooh, they eat high zombie. It seems that even the high zombies that were running freely in this ruin were also included in the food chain. 5 high zombies were fighting against 5 carnivorous chickens. They were quickly dispatched one by the chickens and ended up as their lunch. Despite their toughness which allowed them to fight till death along with their inability to feel pain and fear, they're reduced to bottom feeders against the ostrich-sized chickens whose claws could tear their bodies to shreds like it was just a piece of paper. They fell much too easily when the chicken delivered a kick with their top running speed, and then they greedily poked into the bodies of the high zombies with their savage beaks, effectively turning them into nothing more than fresh meat in mere seconds. They look like chicken-type raptors. I wonder which one is stronger between the two. Currently, I was observing the process called survival of the fittest between monsters from afar using Hawkeye while reminiscing about the deceased raptor Rem. Anyhow, the carnivorous, chicken-like monster called Coco wasn't a big deal for the current me. Though I couldn't say the same if there was a crowd comprising hundreds or thousands of them. The biggest group was only composed of around dozens of them. Though it was true that their combat strength was higher than that of high zombies, a single hit from Mei-chan's halberd could easily bisect them. Their fleshy body made it possible for Rem the First to kill 2 at once with her blackhorn bow. They also fell way too easily with poison. But I mustn't let my guard down since they're moving way faster than high zombies. The shortcoming of poison was simply from the fact that the target must be inside my field of vision. Thus the target outside of my field of view was outside the firing range of this magic. That's why this magic is hardly effective against enemies who move really fast, or in the forest which vastly limits my field of vision. Just like any other offensive magic, I'd have to restrain my enemy in one place to fire my magic. I must take note that some magic might be situational. Even if I used rapid firing poison to cover that weakness, Air Sagitta was much easier and practical to use for that. Though poison is a powerful skill, it has an equally gaping weakness. Finally, I concluded that relying solely on poison was a suicidal act. By the way, the Coco that we defeated along the way was preserved as today's dinner. Why, it's a fried chicken festival. Even my pharmacy intuition said these guys are delicious. Thus, we're advancing while waiting for another batch of fresh chicken meat. Kotaro-kun, is this really okay? It's okay. It looks like a gentle herbivorous dinosaur after all. As we walked along the main street that was covered with a beautiful green color, like a lawn, we were passing by the side of a truck-sized dinosaur that was lazing around on the lawn as if enjoying a nap under the sunlight. It looked like hornless triceratops. Those fucking Royalops were rushing at us with bloodshot eyes as soon as they saw us, but these hornless triceratops were just munching the grass in their mouths without a care for the world, just like the cows raised in farms. What peaceful fellas. I wonder if they're edible. They're edible, but let's forget about that right now since we already have enough chicken meat. You're right, it's not like we can bring the leftover meat with us too anyway. So Mei-chan would hunt them if we could finish them in one go. No, she would definitely hunt them. And hunt more of them if they turn out to be delicious. Well, I had no opinion in this regard since I welcome even more delicious meat. And then, after we passed the group of peaceful triceratops, my sensor picked up a sign. Active monsters were coming towards us. A huge shadow was sweeping down from the sky while raising a loud cry. Uo. Each flap of its giant pair of wings created a squall that could send us flying. And then, a giant bird-like monster landed in front of us along with the explosive sound of its flapping wings. Huge. It wasn't as big as a dragon, but to put it simply, it was an oversized bird. Its gigantic figure that stood on two legs reminded me of that salamander and skeleton, half of its body covered with feathers while the other half was covered with shell. Its face resembled that of a lizard instead of a dragon, and just like those suicidal cocos, its eyes were glaring at us with its huge beak pointing at us. But its wings weren't that of bird-like feathers wings, it had membrane-like bat wings. Its large eyes felt to be a mix of dragon and bird. A giant cocoher. Its face resembles them after all. Even though there was a crowd of huge herbivorous dinosaurs dying to be preyed on by predators from the sky right behind us, this fella was aiming for us. Was it just being small-minded, or else, it was prioritizing hunting humans? It was almost impossible to escape from a flying enemy in this kind of place without any refuge. I'll leave this guy to you, Mei-chan. Rem, prepare poison arrow. Though it was smaller when compared to the salamander, it could be a little bit bigger than the triceratops from before. Despite their similarity, I think we shouldn't underestimate this guy like those stupid cocos. Despite its ridiculous appearance, it should be a boss monster. We must go all out from the very beginning. I left the front line to our Berserker, and prepared a ranged attack with our current greatest firepower, Rem the First with poison arrows. I could literally manufacture poison arrows as much as I wanted as long as I had poison, enchant, and simple alchemy formation. There was no problem with delivering my order to Rem and Mei-chan, but what should I do now during the battle? Should I use poison? Nope, Rem the First had already prepared a poison arrow, there was no reason for me to use poison too. Should I back them up with wind blade? Nope again, that attack might not even leave a scratch on this guy. The effect should be obvious once I fired that magic at that oversized coco. Guess, I've no other choice but to harass the enemy like usual. Let's go, Arachnne, show them who's the boss. I invoked black hair bind to twine its entire body. Arachne's spider thread was fired at the same time as if to match my timing. At the same time, I replaced the skull of the Fool's Cane with Summoner's Skull. Skeleton 3rd Squad, CHARG. Skeleton Army from Summon Magic was truly unreliable to be counted as part of our manpower. But it was perfect for distraction since I could summon 30 at once. They're absolutely useless whether it was their power, speed, or their intelligence, but they're a perfect sacrifice to grab that oversized coco's wings and legs to prevent it from flying. KYOWE, UWAA, seriously, aren't these guys like way too much? Might be what they thought upon finding themselves getting entangled with black hair, spider thread, and skeletons clinging into its wings and legs. I would just finish them off right now if I solo them, but unfortunately, that job went to the ace of our party. Rupture. GYOA. The huge axe-like blade of the halberd, which was made with something that resembled black or sliced through the wing of oversized coco so easily as if it was just a piece of tofu. The skeleton number 6 that grappled those wings did their job perfectly. Yeah, good job number 6. Nice fight, nice assist. The reason Mei-chan was aiming for the wings instead of the head was to prevent the oversized coco from escaping, which was making our hunt become more complicated. Yeah, now it's time to beat it. Shock. Mei-chan kept abusing her martial art in the fight against the oversized Coco that did its best to dodge her attacks. Gogyoa. The oversized Coco was clearly screaming in agony when the membrane of its wing was torn by the powerful shockwave from shock. I mean, it had already lost the other wing just a while ago. With this, they're completely robbed of their flying ability. And now, with less worries about the incoming air raid and closed their path of retreat from the air too. Oh, Ogogogo. Kaya. And yet, they had yet to lose their fighting spirit. Completely enraged, they're charging towards Mei-chan, trying to attack her with their beaks. Or not, they actually opened their beak. Breath attack her. Seeing the spark released from their beaks, I guessed that it might be some sort of fireball. But 2 arrows pierced into their wide-open beak right at that very moment. Yugu. Geo. Eventually, they ended up vomiting blood instead of flame. Poor chicken. But that was only as expected since it was the arrow with poison's effect added in it. Maybe due to their oversized appearance, the effect of the poison arrow fired by Rems has yet to show on the oversized Coco. Was the poison taking its time to encroach that huge body? Or else, did it have some sort of skill that invalidates the effect of poison? Well, I had no idea which one of those it was right now, but seeing the oversized Coco's agony, I couldn't think of it as having the skill to invalidate the effect of poison. And then, even their plan to counterattack using a breath attack ended up in failure. I mean, that oversized Coco's fate was sealed the moment it showed an obvious opening like that in front of us. What shall we do, Kotaro-kun? We can't finish a Coco of this size. Don't worry, this guy's meat is inedible after all. Thus, after we finished dismantling it, taking out a reasonably sized core, feathers, and shell, we continued on deeper into the ruin. Chapter 162, Ruined City Capture 2. After we killed that oversized Coco, we continued for a while, kicking the asses of the pack of monsters such as Red Wolf, Raptor, or Coco whoever dared to block our way, and arrived without a hitch at the next fairy plaza. After finishing the stewed Coco in spring onion, we ended the day with a good night's sleep. We happened to find a spring onion-like vegetable, and I noticed that I could make skewers in just a moment with wooden branch and simple alchemist formation and most dishes with my skills, but I had nothing to lose by having a professional cook, right? We had arrived at the second fairy plaza in this ruin, but we still couldn't see the end of this ruin. This fairy plaza was nothing more than a checkpoint. We still had to continue tomorrow. Now then, let's start this day with another resourceful dungeon capture. Soon enough, we heard deep, heavy footsteps of a gigantic creature. Yes, it was a huge creature, far bigger than the oversized Coco, and was right there near us. Fortunately, our team had Mei-chan's intuition and my presence sense. Thanks to those abilities, we secured enough time to hide ourselves from that giant creature's eyes. Grrr. Huff, huff. The monster who let out that growl and rough breathing resembled the thunder tyranno that fought the salamander for the prey. Its appearance resembled that of a T-Rex. The shape of its angular head and rock-like shell that covered its entire body resembled that of a gore. Though its size was smaller than T-Rex, it came in a group of 3. They were much bigger than a raptor, and yet, they were terrifying guys who were moving in a crowd. They're Grimgore. According to Yamajune's note, Grimgore was the superior form of gore. In addition, the only information we had about them was the fact that their strength was befitting a creature of their size and the fact that they're moving in small packs. In addition, they seemed to be able to use earth elements too. Since I didn't think it was possible for them to chant aria, due to their race, they most likely used something like sand breath. They're more troublesome than boss monster in a certain condition. What shall we do, Kotaro-kun? Well, let's not confront them. We might be able to acquire a bigger core if we beat those Grimgore, but let's keep that for later. There was no merit in challenging them in our current situation. Thus, as we waited for them to leave this area from inside the building, I sent Rem III to lead a squad of skeletons to scout this area just to be sure. After she confirmed that the Grimgores had already left this area, we resumed our dungeon capture. And then, 5 minutes later, we stopped again. Hey, Kotaro-kun, that's... Could it be? In front of Mei-chan, who gulped her saliva, like a predator finding their most favorite prey was lump of yellow with so many winged insect buzzing around it. Yeah, no doubt about it, it's Beehive. A huge beehive was hanging down below a ruined building. And for some reason, the bees that were hovering around it were bigger than their Earth counterparts. Are they honeybees, hornets, or simply bee-like monsters? Though I don't know about their classification, the same logic must be applied here, never going near them unprotected. We should leave this place as fast as possible before those bees catch our presence. Maybe we should try to harvest the honey. But in my team, there was a hero who wanted to harvest the honey no matter what. Nay, since she will literally rob those bees of the honey that they painstakingly gathered, the word thief might suit her better. Anyhow, our Berserker seemed to have made up her mind to get that honey no matter what. But I think we shouldn't take the honey if the bees turned out to be carnivorous bee. But still, we have to get our hands on that honey. I absolutely understand your feeling even if you're not emphasizing it so much like that. I mean the devil wisp, whoops. I mean the pharmacy intuition already whispered it's delicious in my head. As you wish, Mei-chan. Those are honeybees. They may look atrocious due to their big size, but they're just an oversized honeybee. Yeah, why? My retreat was sealed by Mei-chan's delighted cries. That's just how much. She wanted to eat those honey. I mean, we never ate sweets after we were sent into this accursed dungeon. Even a man knew that the thing loved the most by women was sweets. Mei-chan's gourmand current condition was more than enough evidence for that. Then, I guess we shall take a peek for the time being. Wait, calm down, we have to be fully prepared before we challenge the beehive. I mean look, you don't want to waste even a drop of the honey from the beehive, right? Why yeah, you're right. Well, I could only imagine the beehive explode into countless pieces once Mei-chan attacked with her halberd using violent tremor while we're retrieving the beehive. But, just in case, in the worst scenario in which she messed up with her power adjustment, the beehive might be blown to smithereens, scattering rain of precious honey. I mean, I want to eat the honey too. It was already on the level that my pharmacy intuition gave a serious appraisal result, telling me it was really delicious, packed to the brim with nutrition too. All the more reason to successfully harvest it. Well then, first, let's see what we can do. First, though Mei-chan had calmed down for now, who knows when she would jump the gun again if we spent too much time in this place, thinking about the perfect solution to harvest the beehive. Yup, since I never had any experience in beekeeping, I had no idea about the best way to harvest the honey from the beehive, but I guess we'll have to make those noisy honeybees shut up first. Yosh, it's your turn, Rem. Gugaga. Rem the first and third replied vigorously, and then, the skeleton platoon followed the two. The 15 of them were forming beehive suicide attack. As for the equipment, I gave them oil, torches, and a wooden pole made from the nearby tree branch. Next was a spider thread nest to retrieve the beehive. First, the skeletons armed with torches attacked the beehive while making loud clattering sounds. Naturally, the bees got agitated by the noisy black skeletons and rushed to attack the latter at once. Countless bees surrounded the skeletons, turning them into a lump of black mass. Their aggressiveness backfired on them. Now, commencing the operation. The skeletons that got surrounded by countless bees then set its body on fire. From the very beginning, I'd already smeared torch oil on their bodies to ignite them. Naturally, it would be engulfed in fire immediately if I let them hold the torch from the very beginning. The skeletons that bravely sacrificed themselves to be burnt alive were burning like the most brilliant star along with the honeybees. Repeating this over and over with the rest of the 32 skeletons should be enough to annihilate most honeybees. Man, a fearless yet weak servant sure was useful during this kind of time. The two Rems were moving quickly, steadily lowering the beehive while expelling the rest of the honeybees inside the hive by lightly striking the beehive with the wooden rod in their hand. The fallen beehive got caught in Arachnne Rem's spider thread net, and just like that the 3 Rems brought it back to the fairy plaza. The last thing we needed to do was squeeze the honey from the beehive, while tossing the beehive into the witch's kettle was all I needed to do. I thought we would never be able to eat sweet again. Mei-chan was already in tears, elated by the sweet smell from the honey. Heck, she was already licking the honey that was dropped from the nest. The saying that sweet was a tranquilizer for women was true after all. Ah, my first sweet after such a long time is absolutely delicious. I mean, I also lost to the temptation and started licking the honey by the time I noticed it. The rich and mellow sweetness that spread in my mouth tasted like the most delicious sweet I'd ever eaten. Yosh, then I'll do my best to make sweets with this. Thus, Mei-chan was walking towards the witch's kettle for cooking while licking the honey moderately. Does that mean we're taking a break from dungeon capture today? Well, it's not like there would be a problem by taking a day's break or two. Today was honey holiday after all. Section. We departed for real the next morning. The honey dumplings made by Mei-chan with our extremely limited ingredients were superb. As expected of a gourmand and chef, she could make dango that draw the best sweetness of the honey from the flour starch of banana toes. Since honey was an extremely rare treasure that we had no idea when we would find another one again, we decided to keep it secured in an airtight and safe place, aka treasure box, and loaded it on Arachnne Rem's back for extra safety measures. It would last for quite a while since I flash froze it with Witch's Kettle. Mei-chan's willpower charged to the brim by the power of sweet. The greenery around the city ruin increased the further we followed the compass. Eventually, the sight of huge trees standing side by side with ruined buildings became more and more apparent, as if the city was being swallowed into the forest. Naturally, the number of monsters and wild animals also increased the further we went into the forest. On the other hand, there was also more hiding places for the high zombies. Mei-chan, whose morale boosted through the roof with sweets, easily swung the halberd and sliced the throat of a huge monster. And then, the giant lizard that received that fatal wound tottered on its feet for a second before collapsing with a thud. The lizard, whose size was bigger than an alligator, crawling on the ground on its four limbs, was poisonless basilisk. It was clinging on the wall of one building like a newt and suddenly rushed towards us as we passed that building. Fortunately, its only merit was its huge body. It was neither poisonous nor had breath skills, so we defeated it in its own game. And just like that with the oversized Coco and the poisonless basilisk, the frequency of us fighting big-sized monsters increased. Rem, who used poison arrow with Goria's power, had more than enough power to pull the bowstring like when she had made it from materials I got from Tendakuan, but it was too dangerous to rely on Rem alone. If not for Mei-chan, my most prominent weakness, namely the lack of attacking power, would become even more prominent, and the battle was getting harder and harder as we went even deeper into the forest. The silver lining in this situation was the fact that we're not attacked by small fry monsters who formed packs such as raptors or wolves. I had no idea whether it happened because they guessed instinctively that they're no match for us or simply avoided us due to our superior numbers, but being able to avoid unnecessary battles was definitely a big deal. A battle against them was no big deal for us up to this point, but the consecutive battle such as that Whoopsie, my present sense was reacting again. This guy was a fairly powerful one and seemed to be fairly close with our current position. Thus, when we were advancing really carefully while looking around for that enemy, we found it. Could it be? Yeah, living armor. It's been a while since we encountered another human-type monster aside from a high zombie. There, we saw 3 huge knights wearing jet-black armor standing guard like a gatekeeper at the entrance of the building behind them. I've heard about living armors from Mei-chan before. They're a fairly powerful monster that appeared in the beautiful place called Palace Area. In fact, her knight halberd and dark tower shield was looted from the corpse of those living armors. Since they can't move too fast, they won't go after us if we kept this distance though. Since those guys were clearly protecting that building, there must be something in there. If possible, I didn't want to fight against powerful opponents like living armor. But, if they turned out to be guarding some sort of rare treasure in that building, that much danger was only as expected. I mean, even if it turned out that there was nothing in that building, their whole body itself was a treasure. The weapon they used was much better than the one used by Govus. I mean, their great sword seemed to be a perfect match for the current Rem the First. Mei-chan, suppose that you fight alone, can you defeat those 3 living armors by yourself? Defeating them from the front might be too difficult, but I think the current me should be able to do that much. I've learned more martial arts too since the last time I fought them. Great, then let's beat them up. Rem and I will do our best to distract 2 living armors. Please use that opening to defeat the last one. But please don't overexert yourself. Retreat at once if you can't kill that one in 30 seconds. Be prepared since Rem and I will use Smoke Ball to help you when you're retreating. Understood. After explaining the simple plan and making sure that there were no other monsters around this area, we approached the trio gatekeeper living armor. Mei-chan was rushing ahead with a war cry. The living armor didn't lose their cool upon seeing Mei-chan's rush and readied their weapon at once. And right before they made their move, Rem and I entered the fray to distract them. Violent tremor, a loud explosive sound came from Mei-chan's weapon. The living armor, which was holding on to shield and mace, guarded against her attack just in time with its shield. But Mei-chan's attack power might be beyond their expectation. The shield got blown away from its hand while making a loud metallic clank with Gagagagan. The living armor clearly got overpowered by the power of violent tremor. The moment Mei-chan destroyed the living male's guard, she didn't waste that opening and launched the next strike to the exposed trunk of the living armor. In normal situation, the other 2 living armors should have interrupted Mei-chan the moment she broke the guard of their comrade. But it was our duty to prevent that. Distracting our enemy attention was my forte. The other second armor was equipped with a double-edged greatsword. Arachnne, Rem and I used our black and white thread to seal their movement and distract them from Mei-chan. Naturally, that alone was far from enough to stop them. And that's where Rem the first and third played their roles. Gugaga, Rem's sword, which we robbed from Govu, was made fairly well. Though their sword might break if clashed from the front with a far more superior sword of the living armor, with Arachnne, Rem and I in the mix, our combat power should be more or less equal. It already took almost everything for me to seal the second living armor's movement, and yet, we still had to deal with the third one. Go, skeleton third team, stop them with everything you got. The sacrificial pawn skeletons were really useful for this kind of situation. Man, when they say that number was justice, they really mean it. Naturally, there was no way those stupid skeletons could match the living armor equipped with long spears. But their numbers made up for it. Even if one swing of the living armor's spear could knock back 3 skeletons, the 10 remaining skeletons leaped forward, tackled the living armor like a certain linebacker tackling a certain running back number 21. But still, I might have to say that persistently sticking like that to the living armor could only hold them back for a while. They could easily peel off the clinging skeletons and crush them apiece. With this, how many more seconds do you need to peel off all those skeletons? Rupture. When they're about to peel off the last skeleton, a mighty strike split the skeleton in 2. Mei-chan had finished off the first living armor within allocated time. Since none of its comrades could cover for the gap in their defense, the first living armor ended up turning into sandbag for her, and died without being able to resist her brute force. After finishing off the first one, she rushed towards the living armor who was playing with the skeletons, and bisected its body, finishing the fight in mere seconds. With this, there was only 1 remaining living armor. This was a perfect victory for us. Thanks for the hard work, Mei-chan. I'm truly amazed seeing you being able to finish them off faster than my expectation. Yeah, it's thanks to your power, Kotaro-kun. Man, Mei-chan with her brute force to insta-kill such an opponent was the MVP though. I mean, all I did was stall them for around 30 seconds. I mean, in Soma-kun's party, I wouldn't even know when the monsters are going to attack me. If it's Kotaro-kun, I believe that you'll definitely stall them for me. I never wanted to hear the backstory of Soma's party. I mean, everyone except for Soma-kun might want Mei-chan to die. That's why there's no way she would entrust her back to those unreliable party members. I see, I believe in you too, Mei-chan. But I had no intention to let her force herself to resolve an impossible mission. That's why I had to at least secure her retreat path. Anyhow, it seems there's no other living armor. Yeah, there's no other monster around this area either. Great, with this there's nothing to stop us from entering the building. I resummoned the disposable skeleton that got killed in the previous fight and ordered them to enter the building as a sacrifice to dispose of any trap that might be set inside the building. I mean, we're a goner if a chandelier suddenly falls from above, right? Mei-chan might be able to do something about it though. It seems there's no trap either. There was no new living armor popping out of nowhere either. The inside of the building was quite spacious, but that's all. There was nothing in it, just really spacious. No, wait a minute, it wasn't that there was nothing at all. Right in the center of the building, straight from the entrance, was a treasure box, standing proudly by itself. That treasure box is absolutely suspicious, right? Ha! You think it isn't safe? It seems Mei-chan had no suspicion towards anyone who set the treasure box in such a position. As for me, placing a treasure box at such a place literally screamed I'm a trap, you know. Rather, the treasure box itself might be the trap. Was it some sort of mimic? Anyhow, let's use the skeleton to check it for now. Whether it was a time bomb or mimic, it wasn't a big deal to sacrifice the disposable skeleton. And then, Skeleton-kun walked with clattering footsteps, arriving safely till right in front of the treasure box. After they opened its lid and confirmed its safety, they brought the contents back to us. That was rather unexpected since nothing happened. What about the trap? Or the mimic? Look, it's absolutely safe, right? Why yeah, you're right. It was quite anticlimactic, but, well, all was well and we got the treasure too. Now then, time to see the treasure inside the treasure box. This is potion her. Inside the transparent glass bottle was a pale bluish liquid which let out a dim light. I knew it at a glance since I had seen it before. There was no mistake about it. This was a potion. Kotaro-kun. It's okay, rather, this is a jackpot. Mei-chan looked like she wanted to say something, but I decided to ignore it. I knew that she wanted to say if only Sakurai-kun got the potion in this place. Well, there was no need to think about that anymore. What had happened had happened. That's why let's take this potion for ourselves, use it for our own survival beyond this point. That's all we could do right now. Chapter 163, Present. That was an extremely beautiful white palace. But, that was the story of the past. It was nothing but a ruin of its former glory right now. The air feels really different. The one who spoke was Tendao Ryuichi. Just a while ago, he literally obliterated a boss monster and activated the teleportation that sent them to this area. After having a closer look at the area beyond the ferry plaza, they knew that they'd arrived at a place that was akin to palace ruin. Did we just get teleported into a castle? Yeah, it seems to be that way. Look, there's a chandelier too. The one looking around curiously was Nonomiya Juri, and Yoshizaki Moriya, Mary, Kombi. The ferry plaza itself felt different from the one they had seen until now. There was a remnant of a white wall which made it different from the usual ones. Its most distinguished trademark, the water fountain, was also more gorgeous than usual. Hey, it seems Momokawa has yet to arrive at this location. And then, different from the others in the group, Randu Kyuko was muttering the name of a certain boy. At least we know that he ain't teleported to this plaza. How do you know that, Tendao? If he had, the first thing he would do is make full preparation before going onwards. He's that kind of fella. Upon recalling that, Kyuko looked around and found out that Tendao was right. There was no trace of anyone living in this plaza before. Because recently, they often found traces of someone living in the ferry plaza before them. It was just as Tendao had said, if Momokawa Kotaru really did arrive at this ferry plaza before them, the first thing he would do with his vocation shaman skill was to turn the ferry plaza into his base. Considering his weak strength, it was almost impossible for him to use the ferry plaza as a mere checkpoint like them. Then, let's keep going. Thus, Tendao and team, who concluded that Kotaru wasn't in the same area as them, decided to continue with the capture of the palace area. It seems the same enemies exist in all areas, isn't it? The one who first appeared before them, in less than 5 minutes of leaving the ferry plaza, was the skeleton that they're already familiar with. Though they formed a small platoon complete with equipment, the equipment had already deteriorated. Shall I take the first shot? By all means. Momokawa did say that magic is all about practice. It's not like that. Terra Sagitta. Kyuko fired her Earth Elemental's low-rank offensive magic that she became quite familiar with, Terra Sagitta, while enduring the teasing smile from Jurameri Kombi. Despite being a lower-rank offensive magic, the basic and the weakest offensive magic in the Earth element, Its magic destructive and penetration power was comparable to that of a rifle bullet. The effect became even more prominent in the fight against brittle enemies such as the skeletons before them. The fast-approaching small platoon of skeletons was obliterated in 2 or 3 shots of Terra Sagitta. Yeah, it is just like the usual skeleton. I expected them to be a little bit stronger since they're coming from the castle-like building, but I guess this guy is small fry. Jurimeri gave their impression as they saw the small platoon of skeletons get obliterated very easily by Kyuko's magic. In the new area, even if they found the same monster like the one they met in the previous area, the monsters were usually more powerful than the ones from the previous area. That's why they'd expected that the skeleton would move like an expert martial artist. But since the ability of the skeleton that just got annihilated was pretty much the same as before, it meant that the danger level of the new area was the same as the previous one. Could it be that this area is in fact a piece of cake? Not yet. The star actor is just about to appear. A skeleton was walking with a deep and loud metallic sound, which made it a completely different breed compared to its peers. And then, it finally showed its figure from inside the dark passage in front of them. There were 2 of them, armed from head to toes like a knight. The figure of those knights whose breadth and height were taller than Ryuichi was truly a giant from a human perspective. It was obvious at first glance that their dark grey steel armor was quite bulky. Add to that, they wore tin plate bucket-like helmets to cover their entire heads. Ooh, doesn't this one look promising? No matter how you look at it, the inside of the armor was definitely not a human. Ryuichi could smell the same smell of the skeleton from inside the armor of the 2 knights. It seemed they belonged to the undead race. Terra Sagitta. Kyuko launched an attack without a shred of hesitation. The 2 knights were carrying shields in their left hand, axe, and spear in their right hand respectively. Since they're using close combat weapons, a long-distance attack with magic was an obvious choice to stop them from approaching, or kill them before that. That was Kyuko's simplest yet most effective tactic. The reason for her to do that was that even from that distance, Kyuko knew that the 2 knights before them were extremely dangerous opponents. The earth bullet went straight towards the knight. Following that was the loud metallic sound that resounded in the passage. No way, they're unscathed. Upon a closer look, the knight with a spear set their shield. And there was a dent in the center of the shield which Kyuko and Co assumed as the place which got hit by Terra Sagitta. And that's the end of the attack which was delivered by Kyuko with her all. In short, no damage. Back off, you girls won't stand a chance against them. We also want to fight. I said back off. Juri and Mary weren't stupid enough to realize that was the last warning from Ryuichi. It wasn't like they're trying to show their power to Ryuichi, it was just their pride as warrior and knight. They wanted to show Ryuichi that they're not just helpless girls in front of powerful enemies. But Ryuichi had no intention of letting them fight the 2 knights. It was neither kindness nor affection. His eyes were glaring at the 2 knights in front of him. To sum it up, when he told them to back off, it simply meant don't disturb my fight. Here I come, armor bastard. Let's see if you can withstand this. Ryuichi's lips lifted up forming a ferocious, warlike smile while he took out his kingsword from treasury. His crimson greatsword that absorbed the power of Red Firedrake was swung weightlessly with one hand. Seeing that, the knights raised their shields like before. Rajid. Following that, an explosive sound, almost twice as loud as the previous one, resounded in the passage. The cause of that explosive sound wasn't just the superhuman strength that swung the sword, but the weight of the sword itself added more power into that slash. Against such destructive force, the shield, and the body of the huge knight that was holding it, got slightly distorted in one hit. But that was all it did. The shield and the knights holding it still maintained shape, albeit a little bit distorted. Now, as if to say it was their turn, the spear-wielding knight was charging forward, only to be greeted by Ryuichi's kick which came even faster. They're lighter than what I imagined. The spear-wielding knight whose lance charge got cancelled by Ryuichi's kick got blown back. Ryuichi initially thought that the knight would fall on their rear upon receiving his kick, only to see them blown back. It seemed the margin of error between his eye measurement and real weight was really big. Moreover, the recoil he felt when he kicked the knight was enough hint for him to guess the answer. I see, there's nothing inside those armors, huh? They were hollow armor and helmet monsters loitering around aimlessly. Though Ryuichi remembered that armor monster in the RPG game that he played during his childhood, he forgot about their name. So that means these guys have no head, heart, or weak spot, huh? The axe-wielding knight was rushing towards Ryuichi while the latter was pondering about the weakness of his opponent. But the huge blade of the battle axe that swung from above was blocked way too easily by Ryuichi's king's sword. The piercing sound of clashing metals resounded as the axe and greatsword were locking each other. So annoying, let's just hit it randomly then. After he had decided on how to defeat his foes, Ryuichi started pushing back the axe-wielding knight. As countless sparks flew from the point of contact between the axe's blade and sword's blade, the king's sword became even hotter. Its scarlet blade grew hotter and hotter until it almost turned pure white and boom. The firedrake power in King's sword finally exploded. Following that, twice, thrice, 4 consecutive attacks from Scorching Great assailed the axe-wielding knight. Pale, white smokes rose from the decapitated steel armor instead of blood. Right arm, left arm, thick waist armor, and neck. Well, I guess that's it. The axe-wielding knight who just got dissected by Ryuichi crumbled down on the spot. It seemed that it already had no power to raise its arms. If the underling is this tough, I guess I can have some expectation for the boss in this area. Ryuichi muttered with a satisfied look on his face as he decapitated the spear-wielding knight who was rushing to avenge their comrade. Uwa, Tendakuin is too OP. Yeah, yo OP. Jurameri sung a praise seeing such a handsome man showing his strength before them. But Kyuko was the only one who apparently felt disturbed since the Terra Sagitta that she had relied until now was easily blocked by the knights. Stronger magic, is what I want to ask, but ever since she participated in the battle, Kyuko started to understand the value of strength. Reason being, according to someone who was already powerful from the very beginning, namely Ryuichi asked Momokawa Kotaro about why he was so desperate. He replied that he, who wasn't strong from the very beginning, knew more than anyone that weakness was a sin in this dungeon survival. You'll survive if you're strong, and die if you're weak. Survival of the fittest, it was a law of the jungle that he wouldn't understand unless he experienced it himself. It was something that she couldn't feel since she was always being protected by Jurameri and Ryuichi before they met Kotaro. But still, what should I do to raise my level? And yet, no matter how much she deliberated, she couldn't come up with a good idea. Understanding the value and importance of becoming stronger was the key, but realizing that was a completely different matter. In addition, thinking was not Kyuko's strong point. As much as she was embarrassed about it, she was someone with the lowest grades in the class. Hey, Tendakuin, what are you going to do about their weapon? If those weapons are of no use to you, can you let us have those weapons? It looks stronger than normal weapon. In front of Kyuko, who took a short break after her brain got heated up due to her thinking, there was the figure of Juri and Mary picking up the axe and spear from the wreckage of the knights who got decapitated by Ryuichi. Ryuichi didn't seem to be interested in those weapons either. Or, place those thing over there for now. Juri and Mary obediently placed the weapon on the place pointed by Ryuichi. Servant alchemist. As soon as Ryuichi muttered those words, a pale, golden magic circle appeared on the ground beneath the weapons. The magic circle, which looked different from the one when he invoked treasury, shone brightly. Thereupon, something like particles of light started to appear from the magic circle, and their number gradually increased, until finally it formed a human figure. The human figure made of the particles of light was a short, childlike figure, holding a hammer in one hand, and wearing a pointed hat like the one worn by a fairy in a fantasy story. Their number increased from 1 to 2, then 3 to 4 as they gathered in the magic circle as if they're dancing. And then the light broke apart, disappearing into the darkness like an illusion. The only thing left in there was the spear and axe placed over there. To be exact, its form was also different from before. Inheritance skill. Servant alchemist, follower of the king. The alchemist who made various things in accordance with the king's order. The skill he used this time was a new one which he got before he knew it. To be exact, he got this skill upon seeing Kotaro ordering various things to the black skeleton called Rem. Though he was lacking the in-depth knowledge, He at least understood that in this world, he could use spirit to use magical power called alchemy. Sage Takanashi Kotori aside, it seemed that both Soma Sakura and Kisaragi Ryuko had acquired that ability too. But since he wouldn't know how this skill compared to theirs, he used this chance to try that new skill. That's why he invoked Servant Alchemist. Try to use them, Jurameri. Its performance should be much better now. The axe and spear which formed altered by Ryuichi's Servant Alchemist became smaller and easier to wield compared to when they just picked it up. Though the weapon was originally made bigger to suit the knight's big frame, it was way too big for normal girls like them. That's why even with their current power rivaling 10 men, that weapon was too much for girls like them to handle. At this point, the new spear and axe were just right for them. The shaft was just right for their grip. There was even a flowing golden pattern on black background which gave an aesthetic beauty to it. Black metal spear, a spear bestowed by the king. Black metal axe, an axe bestowed by the king. When Ryuichi told them so, both of them were looking at the weapon that literally transformed into a completely different weapon from the original with a dumbfounded look on their faces. But that dumbfounded look transformed into a whole face smile as soon as they touched the handle of their weapon of choice. This, could it be present for us? It seemed that even Ryuichi had to agree that there's no way the members of his group could fight properly against the moving armor with the crappy weapons they plundered from the skeletons. Whether it was given as a present, charity, pity, or a mere whim, Jurameri Kombi accepted it with a cheerful look on their faces. Hey, Tendao-kun, is there no weapon for me? Well, it might take a while. Please make it as fast as possible. For some reason, even Ryuichi couldn't help but smile wryly upon seeing Kyuko's self-important attitude. Chapter 164, Big Boss. The capture of the palace area by the Tendao team advanced without a hitch. Full thrust. Heavy smash. The black metal spear thrust by Juri and the black metal axe swung by Mary was easily smashed through the solid living armor. When the two gals who gained superior skill for Vanguard Vocation got Ryuichi's alchemist-made weapon, they gained everything they needed to fight against the living armor from the front. But, since they're still slightly weaker than living armor, they played safe and fought in tandem against one opponent. This fella is too freaking solid, Terra Sagitta. On the other hand, though Kyuko wasn't lucky enough to get a new offensive magic, she became more proficient in using Terra Sagitta to the point that it could pierce through the solid defense of the living armor. Her Terra Sagitta's power, precision, rapid firing speed increased exponentially to the point that she could fire 3 at once. Though one Terra Sagitta was lacking the power to penetrate the living armor's defense, it was strong enough to disturb their movement while she used pinpoint shot to drill a wind hole into the living armor's armor. Kyuko, that's enough. Leave the rest to us. Reora, heavy smash. Despite her complaints, Kyuko's Terra Sagitta managed to keep the living armor in check, creating the opportunity for Jurameri to drive in the finishing blow. Though they had no idea about the proper way to judge whether they're alive or dead due to their non-existence physical body, they decided that it was enough as long as the other party's body didn't move anymore after barraging it with their strongest skill. And then, since the other party didn't move anymore, they deduced it was safe to assume that the other party had already died. When the vanguard Jurameri worked in tandem with the rearguard Kyuko who grew into splendid geomancer, the trio of gals who gained more experience the more the fight became an extremely fearsome force that could slay living armor with their cooperation play. And now, 3 days after they explored the palace area, most of the living armors that appeared were left to the trio by Ryuichi while he fought the black living armors which were clearly more powerful than the grey one. The best thing about living armors was the loot gained from salvaging their corpse, whether it was weapons or armor. All of them were far more superior in terms of quality than the loot they gathered from the skeletons. On top of that, there were a lot of treasure chests in this area filled with various items such as potions or magic items. Though the increase of the treasure chest's appearance also accompanied with the increase of the one with trap, it was far from enough to deceive Ryuichi's eye. After cancelling the trap with brute force, all that left was the item inside the treasure box. And then, though they gained a whole lot of items and weapons during today's exploration too, the item suitable for Kyuko, a geomancer, had yet to appear. Whoops! Finally the boss her. After walking through the huge palace area for 1 week, they finally arrived in front of the giant double door which apparently led to the boss's room. Without trying to hide his fighting spirit whatsoever, Ryuichi kicked open the seemingly extremely solid, double heavy metal door and entered the boss's room at once. And just as they expected, an opponent, as grandiose as the double heavy metal door, was already waiting in the center of the room. It was a giant, jet-black knight around 3 meters tall. The armor itself was clearly far more powerful than the other living armors they had met so far, and more grandiose. The golden ornaments in various parts of the glossy black armor were proof enough of it being a higher rank than the other living armors, as if to say, I'm the boss. In addition, even its weapon, the great sword that was stuck in the floor beside it, looked as grandiose as its owner with golden ornaments on its black background. Alone, is it? It seems this guy ain't have lackeys either. Terra Sagitta. Kyuko's magic had already struck the general armor even before Ryuichi got the chance to pull his sword. From the very beginning, she knew that all of her attacks could do nothing more than create a dent on the armored living armor or at least stop them in their tracks, and yet she couldn't help but be shocked upon seeing her magic turned into grains of sand before it touched the armor of the general armor. Ooh-wah, is that a barrier? That's cheating, right? Randu, you're actually moving faster than me. Ha! I mean, it's a monster, an enemy, rather, it's the boss of this area. Nothing wrong with getting the first strike, you know. At least think a little bit before you take such action. But well, I'm not in a position to tell you about that either. Heaving a deep sigh, Ryuichi switched his mind to enter battle mode. Leave that guy to me, the rest of you back down, and don't disturb my fight. Okay then, since I don't think that my attack is going to pass through that kind of defense, I'll leave the rest to you, Tendao. Godspeed. Good luck, Tendao-kun. Shall we have a chat over there, Kyuko? Well, I know you can do this, Tendao-kun. And Kyuko, shall we have you to reflect on your recklessness over there? What's the matter, girls? Why do you speak as if I'm in the wrong? After glancing from over his shoulder towards Kyuko, who wore a dissatisfied look on her face as she was being dragged away from both sides by Shiromine towards the giant metal gate, he looked at the enemy before him. Heya, it seems you're quite powerful. It wasn't flattery, just blatant truth. He could feel the same kind of pressure rivaling the red dragon he fought before emitted by the general armor who stood like an immovable stone statue in front of him. No, compared to the deranged red dragon who lost its mind because of Azuma Shinichi, summoner's control, on top of their old age, the general armor before him, which was filled with razor-sharp killing intent like the killing machine in SF movie, might be able to show an even higher performance during the battle. The dragon might have had higher specs as a monster despite their old age, but the general armor definitely had an overwhelming performance in the aspect of combat. In addition, he also realized a fact after fighting all the living armors along the way: they used actual swordsmanship, a trained combatant instead of a monster that fought with their instincts. They're not just brandishing their axes or spears recklessly, they're thinking like humans, using their weapons effectively. Even the weakest living armor in this area possessed some real skill to make full use of their weapon. Since that was the case, their boss, the general armor, should be a weapon master. A genuine monster who couldn't be compared with Yokomichi, who only knew how to rush ahead. It had been a while since he met an opponent that could make him go all out. Here I come. Contrary to the king, who displayed an arrogant smile, the general just pulled out their sword from the floor and readied their stance in silence. Yay, victory. As expected of Tendao-kun, Shiromine Combi's cheerful voice resounded inside the room. But a puff of Wild 7 after a tough battle had calmed him down. That's exhausting indeed. After having a proper taste of precious cigarette which he got from Kotaro, Ryuichi recalled the king sword that pierced through the helmet of the general armor and cancelled the king armor's gauntlet on his hand, which he used to pluck the core. The form of the armor and the sword, which slowly turned into particles of light, was then turned into a golden vortex surrounding the helmet armor of the defeated general armor. Raw material has been acquired. Dark General's great sword, Zamdringer. Dark General's helmet, Zamdebog. King sword purification start. Complete. King sword new form, Dark sword, Zamd. As expected, his king sword gained a new form after he defeated a formidable enemy which he met for the first time in a long time. The new form was a great sword resembling the one used by the general armor, It had a bulky double-edged sword blade with golden ornaments shining on its black background. Its destructive power, which came from its weight and overwhelming sharpness aside, it even had the same ability as the raw material. General Armor's great sword could fire a shockwave when swung, create a stone block when it hit the floor, and shoot lightning from its sword blade. After the fight, a third of the floor of the boss's room was smashed to pieces, half of the wall was burned black. All of the destruction was due to the fierce combat between Ryuichi and General Armor. Anyhow, a new powerful magic had now been added to Ryuichi's King Sword. By the way, his King Sword could still switch back to its previous form, Fire Drake Sword, Salamandra and Skeleton Boss as unrefined as he wished, though he still had the blue greatsword form which he got after beating the crocodile-like Lizardman boss in the underground lake. It had yet to get its turn to show off. He possessed many kinds of swords that increased on their own along with his growth to the point that he was too lazy to remember every single one of their form. Even if he changed his sword form, he would use the weakest form of his sword, unrefined, when he was going easy against the other party. But since he got a form whose power surpassed the previous strongest form, Fire Drake Sword, Salamandra, Dark Sword, Zamd would become his main weapon from now on. And then, the harvest of this battle wasn't just King Sword's new form. Predation skill. Phantom mail-clad the user's body with invisible armor that has the same defensive power as the Dark General's helmet. Naga Wave fires a shockwave from a sword blade. Cursed as soil blackening earth as a result of encroachment from dark magical power. End bolt black lightning born from dark magical power. Nether vortex dark general sure kill slash. Repulsive dark aura formed into a vortex of destruction. Fear gaze attracting the enemy's attention by instilling fear in them. Horror break coercion with resistance against the undead. Terror break coercion with resistance against the ghost. Ryuichi walked to activate the transfer circle with the core in his hand while being fed up with the information that was crammed into his head. After Ryuichi absorbed the boss's weapon and armor helmet, there was almost nothing left of it. Even though he consumed most of its materials, he had some parts left. Ryuichi glanced at the wreckage of the armor that he didn't absorb, and then hoisted his hand toward the wreckage. Servant Alchemist. The alchemists made of particles of light appeared along with the golden magic circles and was starting to create something from those wreckages. Less than a minute later, the particles of light dispersed, and a new weapon was already in Ryuichi's hand. He ain't bad. Ryuichi muttered with a satisfied look on his face, something that he rarely did. The weapon which received the king's praise was a gun. To be exact, a golden revolver. It was an extremely gaudy-looking gun no matter how one looked at it. When he tried to pull the trigger, the revolver's percussion hammer moved and the 6 chambers rotated. There was no reaction whatsoever, giving it the impression of a model gun or airsoft gun. Randu, take this. Don't just casually throw it away. Kyuko, who reacted a moment slower after seeing Ryuichi casually toss the revolver towards her, failed to catch it and let it fall on the ground. Then, ain't this one useless without bullets? You can increase the power of your magic by injecting your mana into it when you fire your magic with it. Seriously? Try it later. And stop pointing its muzzle towards me, that weapon is dangerous. But well, thanks. It's not a big deal. Now let's get out of this area. Thus, Ryuichi had also managed to finish the present for Kyuko in this area and move to the next area along with his group. That's a huge plaza. The place they're transferred to was a vast plaza, so vast that they ended up being mesmerized by it. This place is more than twice as big as the usual one, isn't it? It kinda like a park. Juri and Mary were looking around, inspecting the biggest plaza they had ever seen. But soon, they knew that size was its only merit and nothing else. It had the usual fairy fountain, fairy walnut trees that grew like roadside trees, and a multicolored flower garden. Since there was nothing special in there, Ryuichi and Co left the plaza immediately. There's nothing at all. Kyuko spoke with a bored look on her face. The scenery that spread before them was a wasteland with nothing but red-brown soil. If one was speaking about the most outstanding thing about this wasteland was none other than the huge tower from where they came from. In short, the place where the huge fairy plaza was located. The ferry plaza was located on the second floor of the tower. The first floor was where the huge, circular entrance was located. They found empty rooms, but every single one of them was deserted and nothing left behind in there. Since they couldn't find anything in the tower, they had no choice but to travel in the wasteland. But around 1 hour later, if one was speaking about a change in the wasteland, it was a gigantic cliff that was towering far above them. It was as if they're currently walking right in the bottom of its valley. When will we arrive? Who knows, looks like it will take quite a while. If Ryuichi said so, then he must be right. In fact, there was almost no change or whatsoever even after they walked for almost 30 minutes along the valley. It was a boring and tedious walk, and just when Kyuko started to yawn due to boredom, a change occurred. Kiki. The ones who appeared while raising monkey-like cries were grey human-shaped monsters. But they weren't actually a grey monkey since a pair of wings were growing from their backs. I get this feeling that I've seen them somewhere before. They look like gremlins, right? They ain't Gargoyle, huh? It has stone-like grey-colored skin and an ugly devil-like face. Their huge, bat-like wings seem to be integrated with their arms. Since there was no temple or church around this area, they guessed that the monsters might be stone statues that moved around with magic like a puppet, or else, they might actually be monsters. But then, since they bared their hostility towards Ryuichi and Co., the latter had no leeway to ponder over the former's ecology. It was the time to show the former who's the boss. The number of gargoyles that appeared was 10. It seemed they were gliding down from above the cliff. Yosh, let's beat him up. Kyuko simply couldn't wait to test her new toy. She decided to aim for the gargoyle that kept screaming jiggy as if trying to intimidate them with her golden revolver. Terra Sagitta. The sound of explosion resounded in the valley as her revolver's percussion hammer struck the bullet chamber with a duo N. The thing that was fired from the gun's muzzle wasn't a red spark but Terra Sagitta's magic circle. Terra Sagitta's orange magic circle, which appeared on the tip of the revolver's muzzle right after the percussion hammer struck the bullet chamber, was destroyed right in the next moment. As for the result, it looked like muzzle flash instead. And then, the Terra Sagitta fired by Kyuko rushed toward the gargoyle at breakneck speed right from the front and drilled a huge hole in its chest. The gargoyle's body popped off with a deep, thick sound. In addition, the gargoyle that was flying behind the first one also had a wind hole drilled into its body. Ooh, it's double kill. That's rad. Kyuko felt the same way as Jurameri. Thank you, Tendao-kun. This gun looks retro but is really strong. The most surprising thing about the gun wasn't limited to its power. It had a terrifying rapid-fire feature too. Kyuko went trigger-happy with her new weapon. As a result, she kept firing Terra Sagitta, whose invocation speed became much faster than before. Since it was in the form of a revolver, properly speaking, the rapid-fire rate should be as much as the number of bullet chambers, which was 6, but perhaps because what she fired was magic, she could keep firing her magic as long as she had mana. In short, there was no lag from reloading. She could keep firing her magic much faster than before as long as she had mana. But then, even with those advantages, she still had a hard time hitting the moving enemy. But the thing that fired wasn't a bullet, it was magic, her own magic. As she gained combat experience, Kyuko had developed some sort of intuition when she fired her Terra Sagitta towards her enemy. When she fired her magic, it didn't just fly in a straight path. It flew as if she was directly controlling it like her own limbs. At the very least, Kyuko learned that trick by instinct. In short, she wouldn't miss if her enemy was the kind that could only charge from the front. I did lit. Kyuko raised a victorious cry. Jurameri also gave their blessings to her achievement. This should be enough for a while. Ryuichi left the matter of disposal of the small fries and looked at the trio of gals that were cheering joyfully. They didn't find materials that needed to be collected from gargoyles' carcasses. When Kyuko beat the first gargoyle, they already knew that it wasn't made from stone. It was a genuine monster made from flesh and blood. But of course, their skin was in fact as tough as rock. Defense-wise, they're tougher than Goma. But then, no matter how hard their skin, they're no match for the current Tendao team. Both Juri and Mary could easily decapitate them without even using their martial arts. Though they're not that powerful, the number of incoming gargoyles kept increasing the more they advanced. It seems we're about to arrive at their nest. It was obvious at the sight of the increasing number of gargoyles. But the reason Ryuichi said that clearly was simply because the nest was right before them. There was nothing to say about gargoyles' individual power, but they're a huge threat when attacking in great numbers. Though Ryuichi kept his large stride forward as if there was nothing to worry about, Kyuko and Ko, who followed him from behind, raised their vigilance to the maximum. And just as Ryuichi had said, they found the nest. Or something that was supposed to be their nest. The reason they couldn't see the nest until now was simply that it was too gargantuan. Ooh, this is really dangerous, right? The scenery that was waiting for them when they arrived at the end of the bottom of the valley was a basin in the form of gargantuan mortar. It could be described as a super-massive antlion lava pit. In addition, there was a rocky mountain right in the center of that pit. It was around 100 meters high. Those rocky mountains, which were almost round in shape, had numerous giant, pointed, spire-like rock pillars on it instead of trees. Amongst those spires, the one in the center was the highest one, which resembled Tokyo Tower or Skytree. In addition, countless gargoyles were crawling around those pillars or towers. It was a mystery how so many monsters bred and lived in that kind of place that was devoid of any vegetation and water. But then, it was fairly obvious at a glance that they're not starving and ready to rush at anyone who dared to come closer to the Rocky Mountain. This number is too much, isn't it? I don't think we can fight all of them. The trio of gals leaked a weak sigh upon seeing the sheer size of the gargoyle army. On the contrary, Ryuichi, that one is dangerous. The trio couldn't hide their shock since this was the first time Ryuichi actually said those words. But it was only natural for him to feel that way. Nevertheless, the trio of gals who thought that Ryuichi was referring to the number of the enemy failed to understand the true meaning behind Ryuichi's remark. Ryuichi said that one. He was clearly referring to one being instead of that countless gargoyle. It wasn't a slip of tongue, it was an indisputable fact. The existence that he regarded as dangerous wasn't the gargoyles, it was another single, more overwhelming and gigantic existence. To think that there was such big guy. Ha! What, do you? That moment, the gargoyles flapped their wings. All of them were raising a dissonant chorus. But their chorus stopped at once. The next moment, a thunderous roar shook the air. To be exact, it even shook the ground. The rocky mountain moved. At first, everyone thought it was just their eyes tricking them. But then, they realized that the slight tremor wasn't just a mere tremor. They couldn't help but understand that the earthquake happened because of a gigantic being started to move. Yes, the rocky mountain, which was supposed to be the nest of the gargoyle, was moving on its own. Oh, something of a gargantuan size was coming from the bottom of earth along with a deep reverberating roar. It was thick, long like a tree's root. But it turned out to be only the head of that giant. Its shining red eyes was a definite proof of them as a living being. Beneath the soil and sand that was falling from its skin was metal-like, shiny, bluish-white scales. Rows of sharp teeth were peeking out from its slightly opened jaws. Though its long tongue wriggled like a snake's, its sheer size was in fact comparable with the tail of an adult dragon. The thing that came out was a supersized snake-like head. And then, the out-of-standard ultra-sized monster whose size was clearly far bigger than the serpent which made humans look so small appeared from the mountain. The snake was glaring at Ryuichi. You guys, step back. No, go back to Fairy Plaza. End of Volume 7.